Chapter 10, 33 News of the White Light. Why didn't you tell me about something this important sooner? Chen Mobai was shocked when he heard what Master Chengxuan said. Although the matter of reincarnation is considered a top secret by the upper echelons, Chen Mobai is in the upper echelons, and given his and Shi Wanyu's experiences, he is quite familiar with this situation. My ancestor forbade me to say it. Master Chengxuan looked helpless. How could he dare disobey the orders of a transformation god? That's not right. Shouldn't the ancestor be an ordinary person after reincarnation? How can he still command you? Chen Mobai was even more puzzled after hearing this. His wife, Shi Wanyu, and Bai Guang Leazu were completely different people. When she died of old age, she did not awaken to become Bai Guang. The star-piercing ancestor's mind is a bit different. Master Chengxuan hesitated for a moment, then said something very cryptically. What do you mean? Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai immediately became somewhat displeased, as if it were Bai Guang Laozu's fault. Go and meet him and you'll find out. Master Chengxuan didn't say much, and led Chen Mobai to a certain place in Chicheng Mountain. Both of them were top-tier beings below the nascent soul stage, so in the blink of an eye, they had already teleported to the front of a gate on the back mountain. There was a wooden house to the left of the main gate, with its door open. Chen Mobai could hear voices coming from inside. Where is this? Did our ancestor live in this kind of environment? Looking at the rather simple wooden hut, Chen Mobai asked the venerable Chengxuan beside him with some curiosity. After the patriarch graduated, in order to solve his employment problem, I had a new entrance gate opened at the academy. However, it is usually closed to the public, so he will have a relatively free time. Master Chengxuan explained in a telepathic message that, as the principal, he had deliberately opened a new back door to the school, allowing the reincarnation of Kaixing to laze around here. Why is that? Doesn't our ancestor have any ambitions? Chen Mobai found it very strange. Even Shi Wanyu, the reincarnation of Bai Guang, had someone who wanted to date him and have children. How come Kaixing was just working as a security guard here and wasting his time? Sai, when the reincarnation of the ancestor was building his foundation at the Dao Academy, he injured his body. I helped him get a disability certificate to exempt him from military service. Then he wanted a job where he could play games every day. After thinking it over, I think security guard is the most suitable. After Master Chengxuan finished speaking, Chen Mobai was greatly surprised and couldn't help but ask with concern, "Did you invite Master Sanju to come and take a look?" As the top healer in the immortal sect, even Chen Ziohe's 9 yin meridians could be cured. Chen Mobai felt that the mere injury from a failed foundation establishment was no match for the 3 absolutes. The ancestor forbade us to shout it, saying it's good not to build a foundation. Master Chengxuan said sullenly, given Kaixing's status, once he finds out, he will definitely arrange the best doctors and healing resources as soon as possible. But if Kaixing himself doesn't want to, you can't just stuff the medicine into his mouth. Do you still want to stay in the immortal sect? The star itself is still on 5 Peaks Immortal Mountain. Principal, what brings you here? Just then, as if hearing the commotion outside, a slightly surprised yet weak voice came from inside the wooden house, followed by a young man with dark circles under his eyes, stubble, and who, although wearing a security guard uniform, was clearly physically weak. As soon as Chen Mobai saw him, he recognized him as Kaixing. There was no way around it, they looked almost exactly alike. It was at this moment that he understood why Shi Wanyu was able to be found by Chen Chun, and why even those nascent soul cultivators dared not utter a word upon seeing her, for fear that she would remember them after her awakening. By Just as Chen Mobai was about to bow, Master Chengxuan immediately stopped him, then nodded expressionlessly and asked the reincarnation of Kaixing, who was dressed in a security guard uniform but looked like a teenager addicted to the internet, about the job of guarding the gate. Everything is normal. No one is coming in or out. Occasionally, a few students with long legs will find their way here, but I send them back the way they came. The reincarnation of Kaixing answered Chengxuan Shangren fluently, But Chen Mobai noticed that one of his hands was behind his back. With a thought, he saw that he was holding a mobile phone and playing a puzzle game. Even when he was distracted, it didn't affect his operation at all. "Yes, thank you for your hard work. Here's your salary for this month." As Master Chengxuan spoke, he handed over a meal card, which would ensure that the student wouldn't starve in the school cafeteria. The reincarnation of the star nodded, keeping his hand still while operating the phone, and reached out with his other hand to take the meal card. "We can finally have a good meal today." After receiving the meal card, the reincarnation of Kaingsing smiled happily, but soon his expression suddenly changed. Chen Mobai frowned, sensing a powerful divine sense far surpassing that of chi-refining cultivators awakening in the young man's purple mansion sea of consciousness before him. "Greetings, ancestor." At this moment, Venerable Chengxuan bowed respectfully. Although Chen Mobai didn't understand, he followed along anyway. Another month has passed so quickly. The security guard's voice suddenly changed, and Chen Mobai couldn't help but shudder, because it was the voice of the star-piercing ancestor. "Oh, it's Chen Yang who's here." At this moment, Kaingsing, who had raised her head, also saw the two people in front of her. When her gaze fell on Chen Mobai, she nodded slightly as a greeting. "Ancestor, you." Chen Mobai was still completely confused, not knowing what the current situation was of Kaingsing's reincarnation. Mingaming Shi Wanyu never awakened the memory of the white light until her death. But when it comes to Kaingsing, the situation is completely different. "My wisdom and spiritual light are quite strong, so when I was reincarnated, the mystery of the womb did not trouble me for long. When I was in junior high school, fragments of my previous life's cultivation began to appear in my mind. However, I only truly began to awaken fragments of my past life's memories when I failed to establish my foundation. I thought I had gone mad from cultivation. Later, through my own wisdom, I found a loophole in the Tao Academy's library and downloaded some forbidden techniques. At that time, I was a pretty ambitious kid who hoped to successfully establish my foundation before graduation to avoid military service, so I started researching the devouring God technique." Kaingsing brought out a rocking chair from the wooden house, sat down, and while playing games on her phone with both hands, she told Chen Mobai about her reincarnation. "I discovered it as soon as the ancestor started practicing forbidden techniques. Later, I pretended to give him a chance to repent and let him practice two parts of divine techniques to sever the foundation of the devouring God technique. Who knew that this severing would sever all of the ancestor's memories from his previous life?" The Venerable Chengxuan, standing to the side, spoke up somewhat awkwardly. "It is only with wisdom like that of Kaingsing that one could find the code vulnerability in the Wuki Daeyuan library, which had been running for thousands of years, through self-taught programming and other methods. However, it was through this incident that Master Chengxuan noticed the reincarnation of Kaingsing, who was actually at the Wuki Dao Academy. But at that time, Kaingsing had already cultivated the devouring God technique, so he could only try his best to make up for it with two parts of the divine technique. In the sea of consciousness before us now, besides the reincarnated internet-addicted teenager, there is also another version of him, possessing the spiritual consciousness of the original Kaingsing. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai suddenly realized what was going on. No wonder Master Chengxuan was obedient. It turns out that Kaingsing had already awakened. "Ancestor, your situation is a bit different from my wife's. Could it be that she practiced that cultivation technique incorrectly when she was reincarnated?" Although Chen Mobai did not know the specific method of subtracting to seek emptiness, he had learned from Qi Yuheng that there was such a thing that could allow a peak nascent soul cultivator to entrust their thread to another being. Although it's unknown whether Bai Guang succeeded, the fact that Shi and Qian Xing were different suggests that one of them probably practiced incorrectly. Considering Kaingsing's talent, Chen Mobai felt that Bai Guang was more likely to have made a mistake in his practice. "I'm wondering about this too. Maybe there aren't enough samples to refer to. Maybe we're just on the right track in some aspects." Kaingsing shook his head. He certainly couldn't admit that he had practiced it wrong, but he also didn't dare to say that Baiguang had practiced it wrong. Ancestor, what are you planning to do in this life? With your unparalleled wisdom and talent, you should be able to easily cultivate to the nascent soul realm, right? You shouldn't be stuck here as a lowly security guard. Chen Mobai asked again. Before Shi Wanyu awakened, she had already shown unparalleled talent in swordsmanship. However, she suppressed it herself. In addition, she had a child by chance and devoted herself to her family. Therefore, she stopped before reaching the foundation establishment stage and died peacefully in her old age. But since Kaingsing has awakened, there's no way that a mere foundation establishment cultivator could stop him. No, junior sister Bai Guang has already succeeded. Her key to success was probably achieving the reincarnation of the seeking emptiness technique without establishing a foundation and passing away in meditation. So, although I am confident that my wisdom surpasses hers, I cannot act differently from her in this secret method. In cultivation, she possesses an extraordinary inspiration, which is something I have always admired about her. When Kaingsing got to this point, he unusually paused the game in his hand, looked up at the sky, his gaze deep, as if looking at the vast and boundless universe, the white light and the spirit lord who had long since gone. Ancestor, you said that ancestor Bai Guang has already succeeded. What does that mean? Chen Mobai had a bad feeling, thinking that he might have misunderstood something. As sweat broke out on his back, he couldn't help but ask. When junior sister Bai Guang and the spirit lord left, I left them with a trace of their life essence. The first time my reincarnated body showed fragments of memories from my past life was because it was triggered by the aura of junior sister Bai Guang's transformation. As she said this, Kaingsing looked on with envy, while Chen Mobai couldn't help but raise his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. As you know, I also cultivate the secret techniques of the Divine Mechanism Palace, so when my main body was awakened by junior sister Bai Guang's aura, I immediately calculated the reason. Perhaps junior sister also wanted to convey to me the information that she had successfully cultivated to the void realm, so I easily received it. From her aura, I sensed the void Tao rhyme that surpassed the nascent soul realm. Upon confirming that Bai Guang had actually reached the void refinement stage, Chen Mobai's face turned ashen. He thought about how he had been spending his time lately, either listening to big stars sing or surfing at the Nature Academy. If Bai Guang found out, given her personality, she would probably slash him with her sword from thousands of miles away. Although she said some nice things when she left, saying she was sorry to Chen Mobai and that she could marry someone else if she met someone suitable. But women's words are deceitful, and Chen Mobai believed that if Bai Guang were in this situation, she would definitely selectively forget what she had said. Chen Mobai comforted himself, telling himself that his wife was Shi Wanyu, not Yu Baiguang. But at this moment, Venerable Chengshuan patted his shoulder with a look of surprise and congratulations. Chunyang, congratulations. The ancestor has taken the lead in surpassing all the predecessors of the immortal sect and successfully completed the void refinement stage. With your talent, you will probably have no problem in the future. In the future, you and your husband will both be legends of the immortal sect and the pride of our Tao Academy. Oh, not at all. I haven't even reached the nascent soul stage yet. Chen Mobai composed himself, forced a smile, and pretended to be very happy. Chunyang, I know you're proud and might not be able to accept the fact that you'll always be overshadowed by junior sister Baiguang, but between husband and wife, there's no hierarchy. As Chengshuan said, you two are both exceptionally talented, and you have a long time to spend together. Besides, it'll be at least several hundred years before you leave Diyu and Star to find her. You still have a long period of free and happy single life ahead of you. Kaingsing noticed that Chen Mobai's expression was off. With his intelligence, he quickly understood Chen Mobai's concerns and began to offer advice. I never expected the ancestor to see through my thoughts. Sai, I've always wanted to prove that I'm where I am today entirely because of my own hard work, not because of Bai Guang. If the news of her reaching the void refinement stage gets out, even if I successfully transform into a nascent soul cultivator, people will probably say it's because she left me resources. Chen Mobai continued speaking, following Kaingsing's words, while maintaining his proud and genius persona. Don't worry, Only the three of us know about junior sister Bai Guang's progress to the Void Realm. Perhaps after the next war, I will tell the other nascent soul cultivators in the immortal sect, so that they can have higher aspirations for leaving Earth Origin Star. Let as many as they can leave, so that the spiritual energy on Earth Origin Star can be left to more future generations. As expected of the person in charge behind the scenes of the immortal sect, even at this moment, he did not forget to consider the future of the immortal sect. That's good, that's good. Chen Mobai nodded, used his internal energy to evaporate the sweat on his back, and his face returned to normal. I heard from the principal that it was you, ancestor, who summoned me here today. Then Chen Mobai remembered what Master Chengxuan had said and couldn't help but ask a question out of curiosity, thus changing the subject away from Bai Guang. When my true form was awakened by my junior sister's aura of refining to the void, I also sensed a bloody calamity enveloping me. I used the secret method of the Divine Mechanism Palace to calculate the heavenly secrets, and discovered that this should be the most difficult tribulation I have ever faced in my cultivation, with almost no chance of survival. Upon hearing Kaienxing's words, both Chen Mobai and Master Chengxuan were greatly surprised, as Kaienxing had clearly not mentioned this to Master Chengxuan before. May I ask, ancestor, is this the next war? According to Master Plum Blossom's calculations, the opponent this time is far above Dragon God Star, and may even be comparable to the Three-Eyed Clan. Chen Mobai recalled what Master Kingping had told him. In the realm of divination and calculation, Plum Blossom had received the true teachings of star-pulling technique, and he could calculate it all, let alone star-pulling technique. That should be it. With my strength, only these extraterrestrial demons could take my life. Kaienxing nodded. Although his combat strength was not as good as Bai Guang's, his realm was still superior. The resources of Dragon God Star have brought him to the limit of the nascent soul realm. He is only one step away from succeeding in reducing emptiness and attempting to cultivate the void. The only way to kill someone like him is clearly to start a war. Ancestor, with your control over the heavenly canopy and earthly network, you should be able to hold off even a heavenly demon at the void refinement realm. Is this calamity truly that terrifying? Chen Mobai, however, thought of something else, and his expression became serious. If the alien world brought by this gate contains a sixth-order heavenly demon, then it's not just Kaienxing. The entire immortal sect and Earth Origin Star will be in danger of destruction. Let's see when the time comes. Right now, we've only sensed the Death Star flickering overhead. Even if the Three-Eyed Clan really does return, the immortal sect is no longer the immortal sect it once was. However, Kaienxing was not worried about the death calamity, because he had also calculated that this was his opportunity to cultivate emptiness. If one can overcome this tribulation, then there is hope for reaching the void realm. If one cannot, the fate of being reduced to ashes is similar to failing to break through. So he was actually quite at ease with it. Well, if all else fails, let's activate the Chaos Chi Cannon. Chen Mobai began to speak, saying that after the first war with the Three-Eyed Clan, the immortal sect had prepared war artifacts for thousands of years, precisely for this situation. He believed that the immortal sect's resources were sufficient to withstand this war of opening up. Chun Yang, the main reason I called you here is to tell you all about these things. If I am still alive after the next war, I will definitely not stay on Earth Origin Star. I have already handed over my affairs to Qi Yuheng during this seclusion and reincarnation. You will definitely be able to become a god in the future. At that time, the immortal sect will be entrusted to the two of you to protect it. The compatibility between Kingping and the Dao Law fruit is very high. If the opponent in the next war is really too powerful, give him this letter and let him refine the rules to add another nascent soul cultivator to the immortal sect. And the divine song, which I also instructed Qi Yuheng to create. It's just a pity that Lin Daoming didn't live to see another 100 years. At this point, Kaienxing also looked regretful. Among the nascent soul cultivators at the Heaven Mending Academy, Lin Daoming possesses the highest talent. Unfortunately, he eventually fell into evil ways, which greatly disappointed Kaixing, who had always had high hopes for him. When Xianya's affair was exposed, it was Kaixing who stepped in and suppressed it, giving Lin Dayaming a chance. Later, Kaixing often tried to give Lin Dayaming a warning, but unfortunately, the latter harbored resentment in his heart after each trial and eventually left the immortal sect. If someone who has already fallen into demonic possession stays in the immortal sect and succeeds in transforming into a god through the divine song of shock, it will only bring disaster. Chen Mobai, however, had a different opinion. When he was a celestial earth spiritual root, he received the inheritance of the world-destroying milestone. With Lin Dayaming's talent, it was very likely that he would achieve the same. On the other hand, the highest level a cultivator can reach is the nascent soul stage. Therefore, if there were a method that could lead to the void refinement stage or even directly to the ninth level, Chen Mobai felt that Lin Dayaming would not be able to resist the temptation like he did. Moreover, Chen Mobai was able to remain unmoved by demonic techniques because he had other paths and many choices in the heavenly river realm. People who are well-fed often have a stronger will to resist temptation than those who are always hungry. Therefore, he believed that Lin Dayaming had become possessed by a demon. It would be a great thing for someone like that to leave the immortal sect as soon as possible. I'm actually not as open-minded as you are now. After hearing Chen Mobai's words, Kaixing couldn't help but chuckle. Next, the three of them discussed some arrangements for starting the war, and Kaixing also imparted some experience of the transformation god to the two of them. If more people use the divine song to achieve godhood, I can take a few more with me when I leave. After all, a lineage can only keep one at most. Kaixing recalled the grand occasion of the last time the divine song was performed, and looking at the two nascent soul cultivators from the Dance Weapon Academy in front of him, he spoke up to give them a heads up. I'm getting old. If I can successfully transform into a god, I hope the ancestor can take me to see the universe and the stars. Master Chengshuan answered first that all his relatives within 3 generations had died hundreds of years ago, and now, apart from the lineage of the Wuki Dao Academy, he can be said to be all alone, so he is actually very carefree. Thank you, Principal. I do have quite a few relatives, but I don't really want to stay and see them off in their final days. I might find an opportunity to leave when the time comes. Although Chen Mobai is now old, he still finds it hard to bear the death of his loved ones. Once Chen Ziohe, Meng Huanger, and Yan Bingshuan have all reached the nascent soul stage, he should be able to leave the immortal sect and venture out into the world with peace of mind. This is also a good excuse to disappear from the immortal sect and head to the heavenly river realm to make a big splash. I am pleased that you have this intention, but I can only feel at ease if you are in charge among the younger generation of the immortal sect, so please stay and work hard for a while longer. Kaixing rarely tried to persuade Chen Mobai, since leaving through the boundary gate was not a safe option, and there was only one case like Bai Guang who had successfully cultivated to the void realm. In that case, I'll reluctantly agree. Chen Mobai stopped being modest at this point. After all, if Kaixing really left with a group of people, he would be the undisputed supreme ruler of the immortal sect, able to do whatever he wanted. There's no need to hide anything from the other side of the Milky Way anymore. By the way, ancestor, how did you end up in my Dance Weapon Academy this time? Finally, Chen Mobai asked one more question. Logically speaking, the star should be used to mend the heavens. It must be fate. They probably felt my opportunity to cultivate to the void realm lay here. I suspect it might be the 9-dragon cauldron deep within the myriad treasures cave. I'm wondering if I could set up a new 6th-order grand formation using this cauldron as its core. Faced with Chen Mobai's doubts, Kaixing did not hide anything. On the immortal sect side, items of the 6th rank are extremely rare. The Dance Weapon Academy happened to have one, and at its peak, it was considered a 6th-tier 9-dragon cauldron. Kaixing has no control over her reincarnation. Like Baiguang, she leaves everything to fate. Finally, fate led him here. After much thought, Kaingsing felt that it must be the heavens telling him that he wanted to cultivate the void and needed that cauldron. So, ancestor, are you planning to refine the nine-dragon cauldron? Upon hearing Chen Mobai's question, Master Chengxuan, who was standing to the side, had a slightly bitter look in his eyes. I have already completed the ritual. Kaingsing smiled gently, tapped the equipment bar of the character he controlled on his phone, and a large crimson cauldron materialized from the screen and landed in his palm. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai finally understood why Master Chengxuan's expression was so bitter. As the most prized possession of the Dance Weapon Academy, he was certainly unwilling to hand it over, but if it concerned the star-pulsating void refining, Chengxuan had no reason to stop it. After all, the next war will be extremely dangerous. If Kaingsing can successfully complete the void refinement stage before then, it will be able to avert a major calamity for the immortal sect. Congratulations, ancestor, on taking another step forward in the void refinement stage. Seeing this, Chen Mobai felt a great pity that a priceless treasure he was about to possess was gone, since it would definitely be his after Chengxuan left. But in an instant, he thought of a good way to use this opportunity to benefit himself. By the way, ancestor, if I remember correctly, Little Crimson Heaven was transformed from Senior Zhang Daosun's original domain, and it was also the foundation for his fusion of Heavenly Curtain and Earthly Network to refine the void. For the sake of your grand plan to reach the void realm, I think it might be necessary to give you the Little Crimson Heaven as well. We can separate the Yuan Yang sword from its core and put the nine-dragon cauldron inside. The combination of the two might just be your path to reaching the void realm. If that happens, Little Crimson Heaven may have to shut down its servers for a long time. I'm afraid the people of the immortal sects will complain, and the Immortal Affairs Hall and Kaiyuan Hall will not agree. As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, Kaingsing's eyes lit up. He discovered that this was indeed the case. He had been busy refining the nine-dragon cauldron with the Cantong Pact and hadn't thought of this. Now that the cauldron was almost finished, he could try to gather the fragments left behind by Zhang Daosun from the immortal sect and see if he could follow in his predecessor's footsteps and go further. This is a win-win situation. After the Yuan Yang sword is extracted, you can use it to comprehend the fifth-order sword Dao of the Yuan Yang ancestor, and I can also use the nine-dragon cauldron to try to fuse with the Little Crimson Heaven refinement void. This is for the sake of the millions of immortals in the future so that they can survive the great calamity. What are mere complaints? Let the three great halls take the blame. I will have my main body emerge from seclusion to inform Qi Yuheng, and then have him give the orders. Chunyang, you just need to cooperate. I don't think the Immortal Affairs Hall and Kaiyuan Hall would dare to disobey the decree of the nascent soul stage. In just a few words, Kaingsing had already arranged everything. Although the immortal sect acts according to the rules due to the fruit of Tao law, the three great halls still need to give way to the needs of the nascent soul ancestor when necessary. After Qi Yuheng issued the decree, even if Ying Guanghua and Yi Yun were unwilling, they had to obey. Moreover, when the three halls were handling their affairs, they also had to maintain the reputation of the transformation god, so they could only tell the public that, for the sake of server upgrades, the three halls had unanimously decided to shut down Little Red Heaven. In this way, the public's complaints will only be directed at the three main halls of government. Chen Mobai remembered that he was also one of the three major halls, but for the sake of the Yuanyang sword, he could completely endure this infamy. If all else fails, he could resign before this matter is settled, and let Wenren Zuwei take the blame. This might lead the public to speculate that he resigned in anger because he rejected the proposal but was unable to stop it, thus gaining more public favor. Thinking about this, Chen Mobai felt that he had won too much. End of this chapter. Chapter 10, 34 Ninth Level of Nascent Soul. Chapter 10, 34 Ninth Level of Nascent Soul. After leaving Chicheng Mountain, Chen Mobai went to the Natural Academy. Recently, his relationship with Yan Bingxuan has reached a new level, and whenever they have free time, they wish they could be together day and night. Why are you so late today? After another passionate exchange, Yan Bingshuan nestled in Chen Mobai's arms, panting as she asked, "I was delayed by a trip to the Dance Weapon Academy. As you know, our lineage obtained 4 nascent soul elixirs this time. As the head of the lineage, I naturally hope that the academy can have 1 or 2 more nascent soul cultivators after me. So I organized and packaged the resources I've accumulated through my daily cultivation, hoping they can be of some help to them." Yan Bingshuan looked envious after hearing what Chen Mobai said. "The fact that the Dance Weapon Academy was able to obtain a genius like you must be due to the accumulated luck of thousands of years. It's just a pity that the teacher chose the Natural Academy a year earlier in order to secure a place in the academy." Yan Qiangji possessed an innate ice spiritual root, considered a top-tier talent in the immortal sects. Unfortunately, to enter one of the 4 major academies, she still needed to take the college entrance examination and other tests. Furthermore, Dangxia City's educational resources were historically weak, and she lacked confidence in outperforming all the other students of her generation from the immortal sects. Therefore, with the Natural Academy guaranteeing her admission and providing a complete set of Foundation Establishment 3 treasures, she chose to seize the opportunity in her second year of high school. Looking back then and now, her choice was not wrong. Because after demonstrating outstanding talent at the Natural Academy, students can further their studies at the Kunpeng Academy, or even go on to study in the sea. After all, no one could have predicted that the Dance Weapon Academy would produce such a stunning and unparalleled figure as Chen Mobai. Moreover, given Yan Qiangji's ice spirit root, even if she were to go to a Dao Academy, she would choose one of the other 3, and would absolutely not go to the Dance Weapon Dao Academy, which is the #1 university for fire magic. Besides theirs, I've also prepared a set of resources for you to help with conception." Chen Mobai enjoyed the enormous softness with one hand, while gently reaching into his own domain with the other, taking out a box that had been prepared beforehand, and placing it in front of Yan Bingshuan. "I'm only at the 5th level of the Golden Core stage. If I want to use this resource, it will be at least 100 years from now. It would be too wasteful for me." Yan Bingshuan didn't immediately understand Chen Mobai's subtext and shook her head to indicate her refusal. "Since I've prepared these things for you, please accept them. If you don't need them for the time being, you can give them to someone close to you who might need them." Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Yan Bingshuan's lips gaped open, and she stood up in shock. The violently pulsating waves instantly drew Chen Mobai's attention, but Yan Bingshuan's eyes were bright as she stared in disbelief at the box floating in front of her, completely unaware of how alluring her current state was. "Is this for the teacher?" Yan Bingshuan was still somewhat hesitant. Although Chen Mobai didn't say what the nascent soul elixir resource pack he prepared was, in the immortal sects, anything that can help with nascent soul formation is precious. The last time Chen Mobai arranged for Yan Qiangji to obtain the infant nourishing pill, Yan Bingshuan already felt unworthy of it. She felt that if she said any more, she would never be able to repay the debt in her lifetime. "Open it and take a look," Chen Mobai said with a smile, and got up from the bed, naturally reaching out to hug her snow-white and slender waist. Yan Bingshuan was also very curious. In the immortal sect, besides the 3 spiritual medicines for nascent soul formation, what else could help with nascent soul formation? Encouraged by Chen Mobai, she opened the box hanging in front of her. The first thing she saw was a bright white spirit stone, which made her pupils shrink and her face turn astonished. This is a top-grade spirit stone." Yan Bingshuan could hardly believe it. Her Xuanshuang company, under Wang Xining's arrangement, had obtained a project to downgrade the innate turbid yin energy into earthly evil energy. When the contract was signed, there was also a high-grade spirit stone sent by the client. That was also provided by Chen Mobai, and she had repeatedly tested the high-grade spirit stone by recharging it with spirit energy hundreds of times, so she was extremely familiar with the amount of spiritual energy it could store. So when she reached out and touched the spirit stone in the box, and felt the vast spiritual energy contained within it, which was more than 100 times that of a high-grade spirit stone, she almost stopped breathing. She never imagined that she would witness and personally experience the legendary top-grade spirit stone under such circumstances in her lifetime. There are no fifth-order ice spirit veins in the immortal sects, so if an ice spirit root forms its nascent soul on a fifth-order water vein, it needs to convert the spiritual energy. Although setting up an array can solve this problem, it would be better to be able to directly absorb the spiritual energy from top-grade spirit stones. Chen Mobai said that if Yan Qiangji were to form a nascent soul, she would probably still choose to borrow the spiritual veins of Jumeng Dao Academy. The spiritual veins of Kunpeng Dao Academy are of the balanced type. There are some nearly sixth-order ocean spiritual veins in the sea area, but Yan Qiangji, as an outsider, definitely cannot borrow them. Therefore, this top-grade spirit stone is more useful to her than to the other people in the Dance Weapon Academy. On behalf of the teacher, I would like to say thank you to you. After listening to what Chen Mobai said, Yan Bingxuan knew that she could not refuse this top-grade spirit stone, which could at least increase Yan Qiangji's chances of forming a nascent soul by 0.5%. Between you and me, there's no need for thanks, Chen Mobai said with a smile, feeling the even smoother and softer body of the beauty in his arms, and then pouted and pointed to the other two spirit sealing tubes. The one on the left is pure yang purple energy, and the one on the right is the 9 heavens pure spirit purple radiance energy. I will teach you the refining method later. As for why I'm not sending it now, it's because I'm too busy right now. Yan Bingxuan originally thought that top-grade spirit stones were the most precious, but she didn't expect that the other two items were just as valuable. Even as the Lord of the Righteous Law Hall, it would be incredibly difficult for you to collect and refine these things. I'm already so grateful to you for giving me the nascent soul elixir. I feel like I can never repay you in this lifetime. Yan Bingxuan's last shred of conviction made her feel that she couldn't take so many good things for no reason. It should be noted that as ice spirit roots, the greatest fear when forming a nascent soul is excessive cold. Although their spiritual consciousness and physique have been tempered by ice spiritual power over the years, breaking through a major realm, with the foundation of the immortal sect, their power will increase by at least tenfold. In that situation, even they might have their spirit and energy stiffened or even frozen due to the cold. With pure yang purple energy, one can protect the purple mansion and sea of consciousness. As long as the divine sense can still function, the probability of passing this trial will greatly increase. If one's talent and opportunities are outstanding enough, it may even be possible to guide one to the realm of yin-yin giving rise to yang. Chen Mobai was able to form his nascent soul by relying on Yan Bingxuan's primordial yin true cold, which allowed him to combine with pure yang true qi, simulating the state of yin arising from yang, and successfully refining all the innate pure yang qi. While almost no one below the immortal sect knew about the 9 heavens pure purple qi, Yan Bingxuan, as a master in the field of yuan qi, was very clear about it. Moreover, Chen Mobai obtained the purple-green demon refining heavenly book at the Natural Academy, and it was she and Yan Qiangji who hosted him at that time. This is precisely the sublimation of the yin and yang energies. After Yan Qiangji refines the pure yang purple energy, she will be better able to comprehend the principle of yin and yang in harmony. The entire set of nascent soul resources that Chen Mobai packaged would only increase the success rate of nascent soul formation by about half that of ice spirit root cultivators for the people of the Dance Weapon Academy. That's why Yan Bingxuan wanted to refuse, but she knew she couldn't refuse at all. With this, the probability of Yan Qiangji forming an infant will undergo a qualitative change. She certainly hoped that her last remaining relative would succeed. If you can't repay it in this life, then repay it in the next life, Chen Mobai whispered in Yan Bingxuan's ear, his entire body pressed against her back, which was as white as jade and exuded a faint coolness. Because of her cultivation of ice spiritual power, her body temperature is much lower than that of ordinary people, allowing him to enjoy a unique experience while surfing. I'm afraid I won't be able to repay it even in my next life. Yan Bingxuan's breathing became rapid. Her instinctive shyness made her want to struggle slightly, but as the large hands that landed on her ample breasts exerted force, her whole body couldn't help but start to heat up. Then in the next life and the life after that, after you've paid it all off, I'll give you another set and you can keep paying it off, so that you'll be paying it off life after life, never leaving me. As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, Yan Bingxuan's body went completely limp. At that moment, a hot, large hand moved upwards, pressing down on her round, delicate left shoulder, pulling her to lie face down on the bed. This one movement perfectly showcased Yan Bingxuan's beautiful figure with its prominent curves. Although the two had been intimate several times before, Yan Bingxuan's shy nature remained unchanged. She couldn't help but let out a soft cry through her nose, turned around, buried her flushed face in the pillow, and turned her back to Chen Mobai. But this scene also highlights the graceful curves of her entire body. The sight of her body lying prone filled Chen Mobai with renewed fighting spirit. In the days that followed, Chen Mobai was completely immersed in enjoyment. If Yan Bingxuan didn't have to go to work every day, he wouldn't want to leave the room. Even so, the time they both look forward to most is still the time they get off work each day. When Yan Qiangji saw the box of nascent soul resources, she knew it was given by Chen Mobai, since he was the only one in the entire immortal sect who could condense the 9 heavens' pure spirit purple qi. Seeing Yan Bingxuan's radiant and captivating beauty, which seemed like a transformation, Yan Qiangji didn't say much, but simply asked her to pass on a message. If I achieve nascent soul, I will forever stand on the side of Venerable Chen Yang in the 3 great halls of the immortal sect. Nascent soul cultivators still hold considerable weight in the immortal sects, and Chen Mobai was quite satisfied with Yan Qiangji's response. After giving gifts to everyone, Chen Mobai naturally didn't forget Pei Qingshuang. Although his relationship with Pei Qingshuang was not as close as that with Yan Bingxuan, Chen Mobai had borrowed the Qingshuang sword from her for so long, so he had to make amends. In addition, since she also cultivates the path of ice spiritual power, in addition to the 9 heavens pure spirit purple qi, she was also given a strand of pure yang purple qi. Chen Mobai had not forgotten that Wenren Zuwei had given him a large camellia flower, which was intended to reserve a pure yang purple aura for the future. As for the top-grade spirit stones, he didn't give them away. After all, there are differences in closeness and distance, and Pei Qingshuang is not lacking in this regard. The top-grade spirit stones that Master Peach Blossom earned when he started the war were all left to her. Chunyang, if Qyer successfully forms her nascent soul, even my daughter and I will owe you a huge favor. Master Peach Blossom spoke with unprecedented solemnity, while Pei Qingshuang held the Qingshuang sword that Chen Mobai had just returned, admiring it dearly. When she saw that the 4th-tier sword she had lent out had returned as a 5th-tier weapon, she couldn't stop smiling. Although Qing Xuangjian still ignored her as usual, it was precisely this that made her feel familiar with him. Thank you, Venerable Chunyang. While holding the sword, Pei Qingshuang didn't forget to thank Chen Mobai. Wuqi and Jumeng have been helping each other for so many years, they should help each other out. I hope that when we meet next time, you will have successfully formed your nascent soul. After speaking, Chen Mobai stood up to take his leave. The azure frost sword trembled slightly, and its spirit manifested, clearly indicating that he was somewhat reluctant to part. Chen Mobai walked up to the sword spirit, gently stroked its head to comfort it, and then left with Wenren Zuwei using the void shift technique. You'll take the blame for Zio Chishan's matter. Back in his office, Chen Mobai spoke to Wenren Zuwei. On what grounds? Wenren Zuwei's eyes widened upon hearing this, her face filled with resentment. Qi Yuheng's order has been issued. The Immortal Affairs Hall is currently drafting the agenda and plan, which will soon be sent to the Kaiyuan Hall for a vote. At that time, all 3 hall masters must agree. Chen Mobai planned to use the excuse of going into seclusion, and then have Wenren Zuwei agree on his behalf. But clearly, Wenren Zuwei didn't want to be scolded. With your talent, your cultivation progress shouldn't be this far behind mine, Chen Mobai said with a regretful expression, while Wenren Zuwei was somewhat confused, her face full of doubt. "What are you trying to say? Let me tell you, I will not yield no matter what." Wenren Zuwei was speaking firmly when she saw Chen Mobai flick his finger, and a complete duo fire burned fiercely at his fingertip, instantly attracting her attention. "This duo flame is an extra one of mine, and it's not very useful to me. I'm thinking of lending it to you as a reward for taking over as the master of the righteous law hall and taking the blame for me." Before Chen Mo could finish speaking, Wenren Zuwei had already changed her attitude. "As the palace master, you should be spotless and pure. I should take the blame for this. Then I'll leave early. I'll leave the hall of righteous law to you." After Chen Mobai completely won over Wenren Zuwei with a single Daoshui fire, he left the office with a smile and went ahead to wait for Yan Bingxuan to get off work. Recently, he has even stopped visiting Meng Huanger's place as often. Fortunately, all the members of the literature and art department who practice the mysterious sound technique have been gathered for intensive training. In order to perform the divine song, they have started rehearsing day and night. Even Meng Huanger, who had taken annual leave, was summoned. Chen Mobai also strongly agreed, stating that the divine song was of paramount importance and that Meng Huanger should not be tempted by base desires, but should instead focus on making the immortal sect even greater. Meng Huanger genuinely believed that Chen Mobai had a grand vision and felt ashamed of her recent obsession with him. She didn't know that the reason the literature and art department was in such a hurry to gather them for training was mainly because Chen Mobai, as the master of the Zhengfa Hall, was actively urging them on. After Meng Huanger got busy, Chen Mobai was able to relax and enjoy surfing. Of all his women, he knew Yan Bingxuan the longest, but he had slept with her the fewest times, still in a stage full of novelty and curiosity. After being with Yan Bingxuan, Chen Mobai felt that his primordial yang energy, which had been somewhat out of control due to excessive yang fire, gradually calmed down and became more docile. This process of harmonizing yin and yang allowed him to gain a deeper understanding of the pure yang scroll. It's probably because when he formed his nascent soul, the core foundation he laid was Yan Bingxuan's primordial yin and true coldness, so his union with Yan Bingxuan seemed to conform to the yin and yang of the great Tao. 6 months later, while surfing, Chen Mobai suddenly broke through his bottleneck and naturally reached the 9th level of the nascent soul realm. End of this chapter. Chapter 10, 35 half-6th rank pure yang qi. Chapter 10, 35 half-6th rank pure yang qi. After breaking through the pure yang scroll, Chen Mobai could feel his pure yang true qi surging like a tidal wave, yet surprisingly gentle. However, this did not mean that it had lost its power. With a thought, his pure yang true energy instantly became thick and intense. Moreover, because it was guided by the core point of true yin, he could unleash it without any restraint. During this process, Chen Mobai felt that his nascent soul seemed to be constantly wandering in the omnipresent great Tao between heaven and earth. If it were someone else from the immortal sect, they might be completely confused about this process, but Chen Mobai had comprehended the Tao fruit and the One Yuan Tao scripture, and knew that this was the great Tao related to the pure Yang scroll beginning to approach him. Nourished by this great road, his nascent soul began to slowly transform. Based on the cultivation experience left by the predecessors and sages of the immortal sect, Chen Mobai knew that as time went by, his nascent soul would get closer and closer to the deity transformation. This is also one of the mysteries of the pure Yang scroll. Besides refining demons, this technique excels at breaking through realms and reducing bottlenecks. After reaching the 9th level of the nascent soul stage, whenever Chen Mobai meditates and cultivates, the pure Yang scroll will passively draw upon the great Tao related to this cultivation method, surrounding the nascent soul and allowing it to unknowingly progress towards the primordial spirit stage over the years. However, if one truly wishes to achieve godhood through this method, it would require an extremely long period of time. Throughout the thousands of years of the immortal sects, there have been more than a dozen pure Yang cultivators who have formed nascent souls, but only the primordial Yang ancestor has truly been able to transform into a divine being. Chen Mobai used his heaven and earth all beings crown to calculate his progress. Although he didn't know much about the nascent soul realm, he managed to display his nascent soul progress bar by using the inheritance of the One Yuan true monarch as a foundation and combining all the knowledge left behind by more than a dozen nascent soul true monarchs of the immortal sect. Given his current situation, if he were to rely solely on arduous cultivation of techniques to guide the great Tao and induce the transformation of his nascent soul, it would take him 660 years. This result greatly surprised Chen Mobai. Because he is a nascent soul cultivator with a lifespan of 1,000 years, and he is currently less than 200 years old, which means that even without external conditions such as the divine song of startling gods and the true spirit pill of sainthood, he can still rely on himself to truly transform into a divine being. What truly means to possess the potential to become a god. That's it. Overjoyed, Chen Mobai couldn't help but start practicing diligently, but then he heard a startled cry. He suddenly remembered that he and Yan Bingxuan were still in the closest possible relationship. As a core formation cultivator, Yan Bingxuan's entire body's ice spiritual power combined was less than the amount of his pure yang true energy. The moment he circulated his energy, she felt as if she were sitting on a volcano that seemed about to erupt, ready to shatter her soul and spirit once it surged forth. Chen Mobai immediately withdrew his pure yang energy, revealing his gentle side. At this moment, it was as if a vibrant, bright, yet incredibly warm aura spread out from Yan Bingxuan, enveloping her entire body and making her feel warm and comfortable. Because Chen Mobai's pure yang true energy is essentially Yan Bingxuan's primordial yin true cold, under his deliberate manipulation, it can actually benefit her cultivation. I will guide you in your cultivation. Chen Mobai transmitted his voice to Yan Bingxuan, who was trembling in front of him. Although her consciousness was somewhat scattered, under his guidance, she gritted her teeth, calmed her mind, and began to circulate her Xuanbing technique. With the assistance of the fourth-tier peak of the Empty Valley voice, Chen Mobai easily took control of the situation. Under the influence of the pure yang true energy surging throughout her body, Yan Bingxuan could feel her ice spiritual power becoming increasingly refined. Although her realm remained unchanged, her understanding of the cultivation technique deepened. Yin alone cannot grow, and yang alone cannot produce. When it came time to form the nascent soul, both Chen Mobai and Yan Qiangji needed to consider the extreme changes of yin and yang, and Yan Bingxuan was no exception. Her ability to attempt yin-yang reversal at the 5th level of the Golden Core stage will be of great benefit to her in the future. However, her cultivation level was still too low. Although her ice spiritual power was becoming increasingly pure and powerful, she was still unable to take that crucial step. Seeing that the ice spiritual power within her body had become so pure and icy that it reached the limit she could withstand, Chen Mobai took out a strand of pure yang purple energy from his own domain. Because Yan Bingxuan was completely focused on circulating her internal energy and had no energy left to spare, Chen Mobai had no choice but to intervene and transfer the energy into Yan Bingxuan's Tanjiang acupoint. With a ripple, the pure yang purple energy, guided by him, seeped into Yan Bingxuan's meridians, combining with her ice spiritual power to manually rotate yin and yang. Two completely opposite forces embraced each other like lovers, intense yet harmonious, slowly merging together. Because Yan Bingxuan was about to evolve into the realm of yin-yin giving rise to yang, Chen Mobai didn't dare let her refine the entire pure yang purple energy, as that would be too much for her. So he guided the remaining pure yang purple energy to surge upwards and enter Yan Bingxuan's purple mansion sea of consciousness, in order to make her sea of consciousness even more spacious. 3 days later, Yan Bingxuan finally incorporated all the spiritual power she had gained after her transformation into her golden core. I feel as if something is being nurtured within my golden core. After opening her eyes, Yan Bingxuan reached out and covered her Danshan area. Her usually cool and white skin was now like warm jade, with a faint rosy glow. Cherish this feeling, because the feeling of giving birth to a nascent soul in the future will be similar to this. Although Chen Mobai had never cultivated the profound ice technique, his cultivation level was still considerable, and with the vast knowledge of the immortal sects, guiding Yan Bingxuan was still a piece of cake. Yes, I hope I can also achieve nascent soul in the future, so that I will have more time to repay you. When Yan Bingxuan said this, her gaze was intense as she boldly looked at Chen Mobai. After spending the past 6 months together, she no longer felt shy in any situation. After all, the two of them had done everything together. Then you should go into seclusion and consolidate your current insights. Upon hearing her say this, Chen Mobai spoke with a face full of regret. Yan Bingxuan's attainment of the yin-yang transformation realm was not something she cultivated herself. Rather, it was achieved through Chen Mobai's power. This is mainly due to the cause she planted when Chen Mobai formed his nascent soul. If it were someone else, even if Yan Qiangji came, Chen Mobai would not be able to guide them to enlightenment using the same method. After hearing this, Yan Bingxuan reluctantly fell into Chen Mobai's arms. If one's cultivation level is not one's own, and one does not promptly go into seclusion to consolidate it, it is very likely that one will fall or even dissipate. In this case, the two people who finally got together will have to separate for a while again. However, neither of them were the kind of people who were greedy for desires, and they could still distinguish between what was important and what was not. So after their last passionate encounter, Chen Mobai got up and bid Yan Bingxuan a reluctant farewell. After returning to the Hall of Righteous Law using the great teleportation of the void, Chen Mobai saw Wenren Zhuwei, who had already mastered the technique, and couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. While he lingered at the Natural Academy, the three main halls of the immortal sect were unusually efficient, passing the plan to close the Little Red Heaven within half a year. This incident naturally drew widespread condemnation from the public. After all, over the past 100 years, the Little Crimson Sky virtual battle platform has long been integrated into all aspects of the immortal sect's lives. In addition to combat techniques, there are various trades, training exercises, matchmaking, and exchanges all taking place here. It's like an alternative virtual immortal sect. With this, one can experience the 36 heavens and 72 blessed lands without leaving home, and even witness live streams of high-level cultivators, greatly broadening the horizons and knowledge of lower-level cultivators. Now, the immortal sect is using server upgrades as an excuse to forcibly kick everyone offline, without saying when the upgrade will be completed. This has immediately made many people very disappointed with the current leadership team, and some have even started to curse online. In response, the Immortal Sect's law enforcement department made a rare move, physically disconnecting some of the most vocal critics from the internet to control public opinion. Because Chen Mobai had already gone into seclusion to break through his cultivation level when the plan was approved, there wasn't much criticism of him from the public. The person they criticized the most was Yi Yun, the master of Kaiyuan Palace. Like Chen Mobai, Ying Guanghua knew that this matter would damage his reputation when the order was given. So, he originally planned to retire after the Divine Song, but when the plan was being drafted in the Immortal Affairs Hall, he decisively stated that he was too old and wanted to use his remaining lifespan to break through to the nascent soul realm, and submitted his resignation. Gong Aijixu had no choice but to take over ahead of schedule and become the new head of the Immortal Affairs Hall. However, Gong Aijixu was the deputy hall master when Chen Mobai was studying. Apart from his cultivation, his abilities and methods in all aspects were no weaker than Ying Guanghua's, so he also came up with a way to extricate himself as much as possible. The current public opinion in the Immortal Sect is that the upgrade of the Little Crimson Heaven server is being led by the Kunpeng lineage. After all, the order was given by Qi Yuheng. Of the original 3 hall masters, one resigned and another went into seclusion during the vote in the Kaiyuan Hall, so Yi Yun, who was left behind, took the blame for most of the problems. Yi Yun was naturally furious about this. Just as she was about to mobilize the media of the Kunpeng lineage to shift the blame, Wenren Zhuwei ordered the law enforcement department to take action. In the past, the immortal sect was relatively lenient and free in its approach to public opinion. As long as the insults weren't too harsh, netizens were allowed to vent their frustrations. But this time, Wenren Zhuwei acted out of character. Besides being sensitive and not wanting to hear herself being scolded, she also completely shifted the blame onto Yi Yun with this move. The people of the immortal sect all felt that Yi Yun was instructing them to stop cursing, even at the cost of violating freedom of speech. However, the intervention of the immortal sect's governing body had an immediate and effective result. After arresting the group of people who were the most vocal in their criticism, the rest started to have serious discussions. At most, they would urge the relevant departments to speed up the server upgrade process. Yi Yun was initially quite happy, but she quickly came to her senses and realized that even if she wanted to clear her name now, there was no way to do so. Most people assumed in their hearts that she was the culprit. She was so angry she almost resigned, but in the end she couldn't bear to give up the power she held. It seems like your cultivation has improved again. In the office of the Zhengfe Hall, Wenren Zhuwei, who was planning to slack off, saw Chen Mobai enter and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Over the past 6 months, I've gained a deeper understanding of the pure Yang scroll. I'll likely be in seclusion until the divine song begins to play. Chen Mobai did not mention that he had reached the 9th level of the nascent soul stage, as this progress was rather astonishing. However, he has only just broken through. Although it was a natural process and his realm is stable, he still needs to go into seclusion for a period of time to grasp the pure Yang true Qi that is currently at its peak. Having reached this stage, he was able to attempt to return his acquired true energy to its innate state. Because of his second nascent soul, he could complete this step quickly. When Chen Mobai met Kaixing at the Wuki Dao Academy, he didn't forget to tell him about the pure Yang energy left behind by the Yuanyang ancestor in the Bushan Dao Academy. His original intention was naturally to get Kaixing to speak up so that Yuangsu could give him the item. However, Kaixing advised Chen Mobai that it would be better to try refining it after reaching the nascent soul stage. That pure Yang energy was actually an attempt by the Yuan Yang ancestor to refine the void realm. It was almost at the level of half a 6th rank and was intertwined with and pulled by a certain great Tao in the world. Even if you are at the peak of the nascent soul realm, you may not be able to withstand it and die from exploding. Back then, that wisp of yours was brought to you by Yuangsu only after I cleansed it 3,000 times with my own domain, to confirm that there was no great Tao guiding it. However, I am still quite shocked that you were able to refine it when you were forming your nascent soul, and even use it as a foundation. It was after Chen Mobai formed his nascent soul that Kaixing officially recognized him as having the potential to become a deity. Later, when the Wuki lineage clashed with the Mending Heaven lineage, he suppressed several nascent heaven cultivators and even gave Chen Mobai some compensation. Chen Mobai never expected that the wisp of pure Yang energy he obtained back then would have so many twists and turns. All I can say is that he's lucky he's always been a rule-abiding person. If he had truly become greedy and taken the pure Yang energy of the Bushan Dao Academy for his own use, he would probably be nothing but bones by now. At this moment, he felt that the rules of the immortal sect were truly good. Precious items like pure Yang energy do, indeed, require the approval of the nascent soul ancestor before they can be used. Otherwise, if you use it rashly, you might not even know how you died. Knowing this, Chen Mobai hesitated about his desire to refine the Pill Cauldron Jade Tree. After all, this was left behind by the founder of the Dan Ding School, a Dan Ding Taoist who was at the peak of the refinement realm. Even if he were to refine it after reaching the nascent soul stage, wouldn't there be unbearable calamities? Always cautious, Chen Mobai decided to reconsider this matter after he reached the nascent soul stage. Perhaps after reaching the nascent soul stage, he refined the half-6th order pure Yang Qi of the primordial Yang ancestor, gaining a deeper understanding of the pure Yang scroll. Or perhaps he found a solution to this problem within the Purple Cloud Palace. End of this chapter. Chapter 1036 The Great Tao of Pure Yang. Chapter 1036 The Great Tao of Pure Yang. After putting everything aside at the immortal sect, Chen Mobai went back to his hometown and had a meal with his daughter and cousin. "Dad, will it be soon that I'll be able to say I'm the daughter of a nascent soul cultivator?" As a pillar of the immortal sect's future development, Chen Ziohe was well informed about the news from the three main halls. She naturally knew that the divine song was about to be performed, and she felt that with her father's talent, he was very likely to comprehend the path to godhood. "My pure yang scroll is not even complete yet. How can it be so easy? I just hope that I can reach the nascent soul stage before the next war." Chen Mobai was a cautious person, and he did not reveal his progress in cultivation, even to his own daughter. "It's only a matter of time. Perhaps this performance of the divine melody will allow you to break through two bottlenecks and reach the peak of the nascent soul stage." Chen Ziohe, however, had full confidence in Chen Mobai. Her words made Chen Mobai's eyes light up. It seemed that he could really use the surprising divine melody as an excuse to openly reveal his progress in cultivating the pure Yang scroll to the immortal sect, and at the same time solidify his persona. As the only secret technique in the immortal sect that can assist in the nascent soul stage, the divine song of shock, combined with his exceptional talent, allowed him to soar directly from the 7th to the 9th level, which is quite reasonable. "My daughter is incredibly talented," Chen Mobai remarked with a sigh, leaving Chen Ziohe somewhat puzzled. After the meal, Chen Mobai gave his daughter some pointers on her cultivation. Chen Ziohe is currently at the 4th level of the golden core stage, which is considered slow for her aptitude. The main reason was that Chen Mobai had her cultivate both Hunyuan True Qi and the 5 organs returning to origin technique. Moreover, the 5 elements technique was inherently balanced and easy to learn but difficult to master. Considering all these factors, her ability to reach this level was largely due to the resources provided by Chen Mobai. You must memorize these things well and reflect on them in your own practice whenever you have free time. Chen Mobai extracted the core outline of the One Yuan Dao scripture and passed it on to Chen Ziohe. Although the latter still found it very obscure and could not understand it, he could see that this outline was profound and extensive, no less than any nascent soul cultivation technique of the immortal sects. If Chen Mobai has not yet obtained the Tao fruit of the 3 ice heaven veins after Chen Ziohe forms his nascent soul, then it would be better to let her switch to cultivating the One Yuan Dao scripture and the Jade Purity scripture. At least on this path, there's no problem reaching the divine transformation stage, and there's even a possibility of reaching the void stage. After memorizing the general outline of the One Yuan Dao scripture, Chen Ziohe was about to follow the finger profound sword to cultivate the Tao of swords. After Bai Guang left, Zhai Xuanjian focused all his attention on Chen Ziohe, hoping to train her into a grandmaster of swordsmanship. With the guidance of this 5th-tier sword spirit, Chen Ziohe has made great progress. Although he is still not as good as his parents, who are both top geniuses in swordsmanship, he has already begun to try to comprehend his own sword intent. Chen Mobai had originally intended to offer some guidance on this matter. Although his swordsmanship level was achieved through initiation, and his sword intent was intercepted from someone else, he was still the #1 swordsman in the immortal sect after Bai Guang left. However, the sword of the profound sword forbids this, saying that only by comprehending the sword intent oneself can one have the possibility of continuing on the path of the sword. Forcing growth will damage the foundation. Otherwise, it's better to give up kendo as soon as possible and spend your time on other things. Chen Mobai disagreed with this, but considering that his example was unprecedented and probably would not be repeated, he kept quiet and did not argue with the spirit of the finger-pointing sword. While Chen Ziohe was learning various sword techniques from the finger sword, Chen Mobai also saw Wang Xinying off. Wang Xinying's progress is not good. Even with Chen Mobai's resources, she is only at the 3rd level of the golden core stage and has already felt the bottleneck. It is unknown how long she will be stuck there. Given her aptitude, it's probably impossible for her to reach the nascent soul stage. Chen Mobai will see if he can help her achieve a Dharma body nascent soul. Thank you for taking care of Zio Hai all these years. Chen Mobai personally escorted Wang Xinying to Danxia City, and the two siblings had a long-awaited chat along the way. It was mainly Wang Xinying who was saying this, because Chen Mobai had handed over all his businesses to her to manage. Currently, Chen Mobai's account holds hundreds of billions of good deeds, the vast majority of which are attributed to her. We can give more of the business of artificially synthesizing earthly fiend qi to Xuan Shuang Company. Chen Mobai thought of Yan Bingxuan and gave Wang Xinying a word of advice, to which she nodded gently. Before leaving, Chen Mobai remembered the place where he had formed his nascent soul, so he went to Danxia Mountain to see the huge jade parasol tree. He reached out and stroked the bark, listening to the spirit of this plant. With his current level of cultivation, everything about the jade phoenix tree is completely unobstructed in his presence. He even saw the various hand seals and secret techniques that Shi Qing had used on this spiritual plant in the past years. Comparing these with the flower blooming moment that he already knew, he gained a new understanding. This forbidden technique is, after all, a legacy of the Flower Blossom Academy. Even though the head of the Flower Blossom Academy has revealed everything, some insights and experiences left by the predecessors of this lineage are still preserved. After reading it, Chen Mobai thought of the research group led by Yuan Su and wondered how far their research had progressed. Thinking of this, he didn't care that it was night and immediately called Yuan Su. For Yuan Su, a research fanatic, there is no such thing as rest, and the phone was answered very quickly. It's almost finished, just one successful case is needed. Except for Chengshuan, the rest of us have already selected suitable spiritual plants from our own realms and transplanted them in. When Yuan Su heard Chen Mobai ask this question, he also sent over an electronic file containing the research findings during the call. Because of the resource control measures implemented by the immortal sects, even as nascent soul cultivators, they were unable to obtain fourth-tier spiritual plants. Therefore, they had to settle for second best and purchase third-tier high-grade spiritual plants through legitimate means. With the peak third-tier spiritual plants and the myriad transformation thunder water provided by the Jumeng Dao Academy, it's easy to upgrade them to the fourth tier. However, even if we use all our resources to feed them, it will probably take hundreds of years to reach the high-grade fourth tier. Yuan Su sighed on the phone, saying that if things went this way, it would definitely be too late before the next war. However, he has enough lifespan to at least wait for one more chance to try. Upon hearing what he said, Chen Mobai recalled the 5-element spirit tree that had already been transplanted into his own realm. If he were to use this spiritual plant to perform the blooming in an instant technique, he estimated that the probability of him achieving the divine transformation stage through the 1 Yuan Dao scripture would be very high. After all, that's exactly what true Lord Yiyuan did back then. Besides the 5-element spirit tree, Chen Mobai also thought of the 5-pointed ancient maple tree in the Tianping Mountain Villa of the 5-element sect. He and Qing Nu had put in a lot of effort for this spiritual plant, and Qing Nu even lived there for a long time. After the completion of the myriad transformation thunder pool in the eastern wilderness, Chen Mobai was too busy and did not work with Qing Nu to refine the myriad transformation thunder water often, but he always refined the 5-cornered ancient maple's needs for 20 years in advance. With the meticulous care of Han Jiling, the third-generation senior disciple, for decades, this 5-pointed ancient maple tree had already recovered to the 4th-grade superior level 6 years ago. At this rank, one can already unleash the flower blooms in an instant skill. However, Chen Mobai definitely wanted to have the best nascent soul resources, so he had already reserved a 5th-order myriad transformation, thunder water from Peach Blossom Master. The myriad transformations thunder pool in the eastern wilderness is only at the 4th level. Upgrading it to the 5th level wouldn't be a big problem with the spiritual veins, but even he couldn't handle the other equipment. After all, only Jumeng Dao Academy in the immortal sects has a unique set of these custom-made. Furthermore, to refine fifth-order myriad transformations Thunder Water, Chen Mobai would need to master fifth-order myriad illusions Azure Thunder, and Qing Nu would need to become a fifth-order alchemist. The latter is not difficult. With Qing Nu's current level, she could learn it with a little effort. However, Chen Mobai's myriad illusions Azure Thunder had long been broken. He was able to reach the fourth level entirely because of the Great Tao Tree's empowerment, which allowed him to sublimate from the Yi Wood Divine Thunder. It remains to be seen whether Yin Qingmei or Jiang Xingheng, among the younger generation of disciples of the Five Elements sect, can achieve this. Yin Qingmei has already reached the nascent soul stage, but she spends most of her time cultivating the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture and her natal spiritual plant, and can only use lightning magic. On the contrary, Jiang Xingheng, as Chen Mobai's disciple, and with the opportunity of Pipa Valley, has already cultivated the Yi Wood Divine Lightning to the peak of the third level, and is now trying the myriad illusions Azure Lightning. However, if Yin Qingmei is willing to work hard on thunder magic, she can easily catch up with Jiang Xingheng's progress or even surpass him quickly. This is the advantage of being at a higher level. That is why Chen Mobai has always been a staunch advocate of spiritual realm. Even with the resources of Jumeng Dao Academy, refining a single fifth-tier myriad transformations Thunder Water would be a painful expense. This is equivalent to refining a fifth-tier elixir. If Chen Mobai hadn't provided Pei Qingshuang with resources for nascent soul formation and upgraded the Qingshuang sword to the fifth tier, Peach Blossom Venerable would definitely not have agreed. Playing divine music, coupled with the fleeting bloom of flowers, at least our path to becoming a deity is much wider than that of our predecessors. Chen Mobai said this to Yuan Su, who sighed that he was fortunate to have encountered such a good time. If it were the era of Qian Xing and Bai Guang, even if Yuan Su was confident in his talent, he would know that he could not achieve the same level of nascent soul as those two. At Chunyang Academy, there is also a Taoist intent left by the Yuanyang ancestor. It is his deeper understanding of the ancient Chunyang scroll of your Wuki Dao Academy in his later years. It even includes his speculations about the Pure Yang scroll's refining void chapter after he comprehended the Dan Ding Jade Tree. You can ask Nangong Xuanyu about it. At the end of the call, Yuan Su told Chen Mobai something extremely private. Is that so? Chen Mobai was taken aback when he heard this. It should be noted that the Dan Ding Jade Tree is the foundation of the Dan Ding lineage, and according to the rules of the Dan Ding sect, it can only be held by the sect leader in each generation. Although ancestor Yuanyang is the root of the Pure Yang scroll, he is still from the heaven-mending lineage. Logically speaking, the Dance Weapon Academy should have rejected him. This matter is not very honorable for your dance troupe, so it may not have been recorded. Yuan Su spoke up, a little embarrassed. Originally, the Wuki lineage opposed it, but the Xuanwu True Lord had passed away at that time, and without a nascent soul cultivator of the same level to step forward, who could stop the Yuanyang ancestor? In the end, the Wuki lineage yielded and opened the Dan Ding Jade Tree to the Yuan Yang ancestor for comprehension. However, ancestor Yuanyang did not go too far. After comprehending the Jade Tree of the Pill Cauldron, he identified himself as a disciple of the Pure Yang lineage and even established the Pure Yang Academy near Mount Chicheng, leaving behind his own lineage. This can be seen as a tacit acknowledgement of the orthodoxy of the Pure Yang school in the dance. However, due to reasons such as their stance and background, Chunyang Academy still became closer to the Patching Heaven lineage. Because those in the upper echelons of the Wuki lineage who had experienced this incident were still alive at that time, they generally harbored some hostility towards ancestor Yuanyang, and consequently also towards Chunyang Academy. So that's where the root of the problem lies. After hearing Yuan Su's explanation, Chen Mobai suddenly understood. Now I understand why Chunyang Academy and Wuki Dao Academy have been vying for orthodoxy. Go to Nangong and ask for this Dao intent to comprehend. This will also serve as repayment for the karmic debt that ancestor Yuanyang incurred when he went to Chicheng Mountain to comprehend the Jade Tree of the Elixir Cauldron, and will help your Tao Academy untangle a knot. I have already discussed this matter with Nangong. Yuan Su's intentions were quite good, and Chen Mobai did not refuse his kindness after hearing his story. If I achieve the status of a deity in the future, I will owe you a favor. Chen Mobai didn't care about other people's experiences, but he really wanted Yuan Yang Laozu's. The Immortal Sect National Library contains a detailed book by ancestor Yuan Yang, recounting his experience of transforming into a nascent soul. Chen Mobai thought that was all there was to it, but he never expected that the Chunyang Academy would contain an even deeper one. After ending his call with Yuan Su, Chen Mobai realized he didn't have Nangong Xuanyu's contact information and didn't want to bother Yuan Su by calling again, so he directly called Zhuang Jialan and asked her to look it up. Nangong Xuanyu had also worked in the Zhengfa Hall before, and his file was kept, so Zhuang Jialan quickly sent a text message. Chen Mobai called, but the line was busy and the call wasn't answered. This made him frown slightly, wondering if that old bastard Nangong Xuanyu had agreed to Yuan Su's request to his face, but was giving him a hard time behind his back. However, considering that Nangong Xuanyu's Dao heart was shattered, and he disappeared from the public eye after starting the war, living in seclusion in Chunyang Academy and focusing on teaching and educating people, it is possible that he was practicing his internal energy. Thinking this way, Chen Mobai sent a text message to Nangong Xuanyu, and then called Master Chengshuan to inquire about the matter of ancestor Yuanyang comprehending the jade tree of the pill cauldron. It seems that there was such a thing, but because ancestor Yuanyang did not refine any of the Tao fruits on the pill cauldron jade tree, and because our lineage had no nascent soul cultivators at that time, the matter was erased. Subsequent principals also tried their best to downplay it, and by the time I enrolled, no one knew about it anymore. Chengshuan knew about this because the previous principal had mentioned it when he handed over the Dan Ding jade tree to him. However, because the transmission of knowledge within the immortal sects has always been based on mutual exchange, the later students understand the matter of ancestor Yuanyang, comprehending the jade tree of the elixir cauldron more and more. At most, the fact that Yuan Yang Patriarch was not a direct descendant of the Wuki lineage caused them some dissatisfaction. As the two were talking, a call came in on Chen Mobai's phone. It was from Nangong Xuanyu. "I'll be waiting for you at Chunyang Academy." The two didn't exchange many words. After explaining the situation, Nangong Xuanyu sent a location to Chen Mobai. Using the void shift technique, he quickly arrived at Chicheng Cave Heaven. Nangong Xuanyu lived in the most secluded place in Chunyang Academy. When Chen Mobai arrived, no one noticed except him. Standing in the courtyard, seeing Chen Mobai fall from the sky, Nangong Xuanyu tossed him a bead hanging from her waist. "This is the pure Yang pearl." After receiving it, Chen Mobai quickly realized that this was the only one of the Yuan Yang ancestors' pure Yang set that remained in the Pure Yang Academy, as a symbol of inheritance for successive principles. "Let me explain the method of the ritual." Nangong Xuanyu nodded expressionlessly, then transmitted a mantra to Chen Mobai. "Thank you." Although Chen Mobai felt that Nangong Xuanyu wouldn't refuse him given his current status, he still felt somewhat surprised when he actually received the item. After accepting the pure Yang pearl, he solemnly performed an ancient Taoist ritual for Nangong Xuanyu. If you can reach the nascent soul stage, you can prove that the pure Yang scroll revised by ancestor Yuan Yang is the #1 nascent soul cultivation method in the immortal sect. In response, Nangong Xuanyu gave a reason that Chen Mobai had not expected. "If I were to become a deity, I would be willing to come to Chunyang Academy and serve as a teacher, giving lessons to the students here." The feud between the two had been completely settled during the last war. Chen Mobai thought that the primordial Yang ancestor, who had lowered the threshold for cultivating the pure Yang scroll, had played a crucial role in his success, and felt it was necessary to give back. The ancestor Yuanyang had no descendants, leaving only this academy. Nangong Xuanyu nodded in response. It was unclear whether he was happy or not. Chen Mobai was very happy. Just as he was about to take his leave, Nangong Xuanyu couldn't help but speak up and mention something else. The little Crimson Heaven server is undergoing an upgrade, and the Yuan Yang sword will soon be retrieved. As the #1 flying sword of the immortal sect and the heirloom of the Pure Yang Academy, I hope to be able to bring it back. So there was this kind of demand. Chen Mobai frowned slightly upon hearing what Nangong Xuanyu said. The item did indeed belong to the Chunyang Academy. Even though Chen Mobai had obtained permission when initiating the war, if he wanted to rightfully possess the Yuanyang sword, he would have to return the Dinghai sword. That would be a case of losing more than you gain. After all, he had no shortage of flying swords. Even if he didn't have the Yuan Yang sword, he still had the Zai Dian sword. But Qing Nu only had the Ding Hai sword. I need to study the Yuanyang sword for a while, but I promise that I will return it to Chunyang Academy after I finish using it. Chen Mobai spoke with a sincere expression, showing no intention of deceiving Nangong Xuanyu. Yes, but I hope you will become the honorary principal of Chunyang Academy. That way, you will have a legitimate reason to take the Yuanyang sword, and our academy will not lose face. Nangong Xuanyu agreed without hesitation and explained his solution. Both the Yuanyang sword and the Pure Yang pearl were left behind by the Yuanyang ancestor at the Pure Yang Academy. Generally speaking, the Pure Yang pearl is held by successive principals, while the Yuanyang sword needs to be enshrined and treated as if it were the ancestral master. If Chen Mobai becomes the honorary principal of Chunyang Academy, then it would be perfectly justified for him to take charge of Yuanyang sword. Even Chunyang Academy could use this opportunity to promote itself and perhaps recruit more students. Good. After careful consideration, Chen Mobai realized that he also had a significant connection with Yuanyang ancestor. If he wanted to resolve this connection in the future, Chunyang Academy would indeed need to come more often. The title of honorary principal wouldn't be a problem. After leaving Chunyang Academy, Chen Mobai thought that since he had already come to Chicheng Cave Heaven, he might as well go to Chicheng Mountain again. Nangong Xuanyu was defeated by Yu, and after decades of honing his skills on Dragon God Star, his personality has even changed. After listening to what Chen Mobai said, Master Chengxuan couldn't help but marvel. When Nangong Xuanyu reached the peak of core formation, he dared to lead the Chunyang Academy to provoke the Wuki Dao Academy, which shows how arrogant and conceited he was. After easily achieving nascent soul stage, his confidence swelled even more, and he even dared to suppress the dance weapon lineage in the 3 main halls, alongside the heaven-mending lineage. Originally, it was thought that even if Nangong Xuanyu went into seclusion, his personality would not change, and he might even become more hostile to Chen Mobai and the Wuki lineage. However, at this moment, a huge change occurred. My promotion of the performance of the divine song is also a favor to him. Moreover, if I can successfully complete the Pure Yang scroll to the divine transformation stage, it will greatly encourage everyone in the Pure Yang Academy. After all, I am cultivating the new scroll revised by the Yuan Yang ancestor. Chen Mobai came up with some reasons. The Pure Yang scroll is one of the 7 great nascent soul cultivation techniques of the immortal sect, but the new Pure Yang scroll is not recognized by everyone. Because the Yuan Yang ancestor was the divine transformation master of the ancient Pure Yang scroll of the dance weapon lineage, and no one has ever succeeded in revising it. If Chen Mobai achieves the divine Tao, he will provide a powerful source of spiritual encouragement to everyone in the Chunyang Academy. Even the possibility of Nangong Xuanyu becoming a deity would increase considerably. After all, this means that the path is correct, which provides a great boost to one's belief. Are you going to the Jade Flat Minor realm? Master Chengxuan pointed to the Pure Yang pearl that Chen Mobai was playing with in his hand. The latter nodded, since he knew that ancestor Yuanyang had once comprehended the jade tree of the Pill Cauldron. He might have gained even more from comprehending the Tao there. Before going to Yuping Zioji, Chen Mobai did not forget to visit Kaingsing at the back mountain. The latter had just started a game and was having a great time. When he saw Chen Mobai coming over, He nodded as a greeting and then waved for Chen Mobai to go about his business. Beneath the jade tree and the cinnabar cauldron, Chen Mobai sat upright, holding the pure yang pearl of the Yuan Yang ancestor in front of his chest, comprehending the Tao within it. Gradually, Chen Mobai saw the 6 great Taos related to the pure Yang scroll left behind by the Yuan Yang ancestor. Compared to the 4 versions of the Yiyuan Daijing, the Chunyang scroll is actually superior. This amazed Chen Mobai. It truly lived up to its reputation as a legacy from the Zixel Palace. The 6 great paths are fire, light, pure yang, nirvana, saintly virtue, and yin and yang. End of this chapter. Chapter 10, 37-6 Great Road. Chapter 10, 37-6 Great Road. Of the 6 great paths, if one only cultivates the pure yang scroll, one can only cultivate the 3 great paths of fire, light, and pure yang. The remaining 2 paths, nirvana and sainthood, require the combined practice of the pure yang scroll and the phoenix facing the sun diagram to even begin to understand. The last yin-yang principle requires the concurrent cultivation of another yin-yang technique, which is the opposite of pure yang. Even the legacy left by the Dan Ding Taoist only records the existence of the great Tao of yin and yang, without any specific cultivation methods. These 6 major paths also correspond to the 6B set of pure yang. Among them, the pure yang immortal robe corresponds to the great Tao of fire. Theoretically, this pure yang magic weapon can be promoted to the 6th rank after receiving the blessing of the great Tao. The Dan Ding Taoist's pure yang immortal robe is the 6th rank 9 fire dragon. If the alchemist achieves enlightenment, and this 9 fire dragon pure yang immortal robe is his natal magic weapon, then there is a possibility that it could be promoted to the 7th rank and transformed into a treasure for attaining enlightenment. The path of light is the pure yang pearl, whose highest realm is to transform into a true, radiant sun, illuminating the entire universe. The pure yang Tao is the cauldron, containing the mysteries of creation for all things. Nirvana is a mirror, and this is also the great path of cultivation for the Dan Ding Taoist. He used it to cultivate the 3 azure bird dharma forms and forged a heavenly phoenix mirror, seeking transcendence. The Dan Ding jade tree he left behind was a 6th-tier parasol tree that Dan Ding Taoist cultivated when he was practicing the phoenix facing the sun diagram. It was said to have been obtained from Zai Zio Palace and combined with the Nirvana Tao, enabling cultivators to be resurrected. However, even after cultivating such a great path, the pill cauldron Taoist eventually exhausted his lifespan and passed away. Even those at the peak of the void refinement stage cannot achieve immortality. Only after merging with the Tao can one live as long as heaven and earth and be as eternal as the great Tao. However, if one masters the great Tao of nirvana, as long as one has enough lifespan, one will never be killed by an opponent. Even if one's soul is scattered, one can be reborn by using a preset nirvana location. The point of nirvana for the Dan Ding Taoist is the Dan Ding jade tree. After learning about this matter through the Taoist intent of the Yuan Yang ancestor, Chen Mobai was startled and turned to look behind him. He is sitting right now in front of the alchemical furnace and jade tree. But he immediately breathed a sigh of relief, because the Dan Ding Taoist passed away a very, very long time ago. It is said that he passed down this Dan Ding jade tree before his death. Chen Mobai previously thought it was because the Tao fruit could not be easily passed on, but now he knows that it was the resurrection point for the Dan Ding Taoist's nirvana and rebirth. This thing used to be in Zixel Palace. After Zixel Daozun ascended to heaven, it was probably with Dan Ding Daoran's friend, Wangji Daojun. These contents were only known to ancestor Yuanyang after he comprehended the jade tree of the elixir cauldron, and some were still guesses. The phoenix facing the sun diagram combined with the pure yang scroll leads to another great Tao, sacred virtue, which is the sword. In his later years, ancestor Yuanyang devoted all his energy to the Yuanyang sword because he wanted to walk the path of saintly virtue. The final yin-yang principle is the bell. Chen Mobai thought of the mirror and bell, which were his natal magical artifacts, and couldn't help but look troubled. If one wishes to attain the Tao, one can ultimately only choose one of the great paths. But he really wanted them all. However, in the end, he rationally gave up the Yin-Yang Tao because his path was in line with that of the Dan Ding Taoist. If he wanted to have a smooth future, it would be best to choose a path that had already been trodden by others. But there's no need to rush, because when you reach the nascent soul stage, you can comprehend 6 great Taos simultaneously. Only when you reach the void refinement stage do you need to make a choice. After comprehending the jade tree of the elixir cauldron, ancestor Yuan Yang began to try to comprehend and come into contact with these 6 great Taos, seeking a realm beyond the nascent soul stage. Because his foundation was not the phoenix facing the sun diagram, when he transformed into a deity, he combined the Great Sun Golden Crow method and the Pure Yang scroll, using the Pure Yang pearl as the core, to evolve the incomparably powerful 9 heavens primordial Yang purple extreme image, which encompassed the harmony of heaven and earth and gained the deepest understanding of the 2 great paths of fire and light. However, there are 3,000 great Taos, and naturally there are different levels. Among them, the great Taos of fire, light, and pure yang, even if cultivated to the extreme, can only lead to the 7th level of Tao integration. Only the great Taos of nirvana, sainthood, and yin and yang, which have existed since the beginning of time, can enable cultivators to advance to the 8th or even 9th rank. Therefore, ancestor Yuan Yang wanted to try to comprehend the latter 3 great Taos. Because his foundation was established early on, even after reaching the nascent soul stage and cultivating the phoenix rising sun diagram, he only barely made it onto the path of saintly virtue by relying on his own realm, the special environment of the immortal sect, and the jade tree of the pill cauldron as a reference. The Yuan Yang sword was refined and sublimated by him through the great Tao of sacred virtue. Unfortunately, due to his foundation, his primordial spirit could not truly adapt to the great Tao of sacred virtue and could not fully enter into it. The other path to nirvana, however, is one that one cannot even cross the threshold of. Left with no other choice, the Yuan Yang ancestor finally decided to try the Yin-Yang Tao. Although the lineage of dance weapons lacked a related inheritance, ancestor Yuan Yang filled this gap with his astonishing wisdom and talent using the 6 imperial scriptures. But when he tried to enter the Yin-Yang Tao with his primordial spirit, he discovered something astonishing. That is to say, the great Tao of Yin and Yang actually has an owner. In other words, if you take this path, you can only reach the peak of the void refinement stage in the end. It was at that time that ancestor Yuan Yang finally understood why the jade tree of elixir cauldron contained explanations of the 5 great Taos of pure Yang, but not the great Tao of Yin and Yang. Because the Yin-Yang Tao of this universe has long been occupied by powerful beings, no matter how hard or amazing later generations are, they will not be able to merge with this Tao. This incident left Yuan Yang Laozu with a lifelong regret. Ultimately, with his lifespan running out, he could only attempt to break through to the path of enlightenment, but he still failed and passed away in despair. After Chen Mobai had thoroughly comprehended all the Tao intent within the pure Yang pearl, he couldn't help but feel sorry for the Yuan Yang ancestor. As the undisputed number 1 genius of the immortal sect before him, if ancestor Yuan Yang had not been born on Earth origin star, but in a Taoist temple, he might have already succeeded in the void refinement stage. The unique environment of the immortal sect shaped him in the early stages, but it also trapped him. Chen Mobai took this as a warning and hoped he would not follow in his footsteps. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai put down the pure Yang pearl he was holding. It was at this moment that he realized that this was the first natal magic weapon of the Yuan Yang ancestor, and it was also at the peak of the 5th rank. When the Yuan Yang ancestor was breaking through to the void refinement realm, he extracted the 2nd primordial spirit and all the pure Yang energy from this precious pearl, and integrated it into the 9 heavens Yuan Yang purple extreme phase, pushing it to its limit. After the failure, the pure Yang pearl lost all its spirituality, and its grade dropped. However, before taking that step, ancestor Yuan Yang knew that he would most likely fail, So he left behind all his understanding of the Pure Yang scroll as a legacy for the successive principles of the Pure Yang Academy. With his Pure Yang scroll at the ninth level of the nascent soul realm, Chen Mobai was perfectly positioned to unlock all the Tao intent contained within the treasure pearl. It was at this moment that Chen Mobai learned the origin of the Pure Yang energy within the heaven-mending Tao Academy. Although ancestor Yuanyang failed in his attempt to cultivate the void, his nine heavens Yuanyang purple extreme phase underwent the impact and baptism of the great Tao of light, forming something similar to a Tao fruit, which is that pure Yang Qi. If Chen Mobai refines that pure Yang energy, it will be equivalent to obtaining a key that allows him to step onto the path of enlightenment at any time. However, with such favorable conditions, he must be pursuing either the path of nirvana or holy virtue. Especially nirvana. Since all the alchemists follow this path, it means that this great path is still empty in this universe. Moreover, the immortality that comes with mastering this skill is something Chen Mobai greatly desires. However, to cultivate this, one needs to find a phoenix tree, set one's own nirvana point, and when one transforms into a deity, one needs to cultivate the three bluebird dharma form. Chen Mobai was naturally delighted with this, since Taoist Dan Ding had already reached the threshold of the Tao integration realm, and he could still learn from the two great realms of nascent soul and void refinement. As for the parasol tree, the immortal sect happens to have a fourth-grade superior jade parasol tree with a solid foundation. After he reaches the nascent soul stage, he can have peach blossom venerable specially refine a fifth-grade myriad transformations thunder water irrigation, which will definitely make his advancement in rank easy. If the jade phoenix tree reaches the peak of the fifth rank, it can be used to refine and set nirvana points. If Chen Mobai didn't want to go through so much trouble, he could directly refine the pill cauldron jade tree, but in that case, the upper limit would be capped at the sixth rank. He chose the two great paths of nirvana and sainthood because he was aiming for the future, so naturally he couldn't possibly be willing to only reach the level of void refinement at best. However, this is something that the nascent soul stage needs to consider, and it can be put aside for now. But after learning all this, Chen Mobai was already planning to transplant the jade phoenix tree from Dangxia City to his own realm. After thinking it over, Chen Mobai finally put away the pure Yang pearl of the Yuan Yang ancestor with both hands. If he achieves something in the future, the pioneer Yuan Yang will be indispensable. Before leaving, Chen Mobai did not forget to carefully observe the Dan Ding jade tree once again. Before I knew, I only felt that the jade tree was mysterious and extraordinary. Now that I know it is the nirvana point of the Dan Ding Taoist, I feel even more incredible. Cultivators are able to undergo rebirth like the phoenix, becoming immortal and indestructible. All I can say is that the cultivation technique passed down by Taoist Zixio is truly powerful. The advanced cultivation techniques of the vast world all enable cultivators to understand the great Tao of heaven and earth from scratch, ultimately unite with the Tao, roam within the great Tao, and even become the great Tao itself. But even the most advanced cultivation techniques can only guide cultivators to the threshold of the great Tao. Because in the vast universe, the great Tao is unique, the step of merging with the Tao can only be taken by oneself. The 7 heavenly books of the immortal sect were created by powerful beings in the central dojo of the Purple Cloud Star River, and are a legacy imprinted with traces of the great Tao. Those who can directly comprehend these heavenly books are either cultivators at the void refinement stage, or beings whose understanding of the great Tao recorded within them is extremely compatible with the Tao. It is said that, when the Purple Cloud Taoist master first transmitted the Dharma, he transmitted this kind of heavenly book. It contains the Taoist master's understanding of the 3,000 great Taos. That Phoenix script heavenly book records the traces of the great Tao of nirvana and saintly virtue. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai wanted to go to the Heavenly Book Academy to see the 7 heavenly books again. But after leaving the Jade Flat small world, the first thing he did was to go back to Kaingsing's place. Actually, for us, being able to cultivate the void is already quite good. If we really reach the threshold of the Tao integration stage and want a deeper foundation, we can simply disintegrate and reincarnate to start over. As the leader of the heaven-mending lineage, Kaingsing had also comprehended the Taoist intent left behind by the primordial Yang ancestor within the pure Yang pearl. Moreover, the origins of the heaven-mending lineage were extraordinary, so he naturally knew about the 3,000 great Taos and so on. But compared to ancestor Yuan Yang, he was much more open-minded. Focus on what's in front of you. We'll figure out what to do next later. Currently, he only wants to practice the void, regardless of which path. After all, as long as it is not in accordance with the Tao, one can go back on one's word. Moreover, although Kaingsing thinks highly of himself, he does not believe that he can be in accordance with the Tao. Of all the predecessors and sages in the history of the immortal sect, only Bai Guang has successfully reached the void refinement stage. It turns out he was the true leader of the realm school. As Chen Mobai was thinking this, something else suddenly occurred to him, and his expression changed slightly. Oh no, does Bai Guang not know that the 3,000 great Taos have different levels? Which great Tao did she step into when she was cultivating the void? Although Chen Mobai doesn't acknowledge that she is Shi Wanyu in her heart, she actually is. Moreover, his current status and cultivation level within the immortal sect are largely due to Bai Guang's influence, both overtly and covertly. Even Qian Xing's polite treatment of him is probably also due to Bai Guang's influence. So when this matter was discussed, he was very concerned about Bai Guang. Don't worry, as a senior figure who has been with the immortal sect since its founding, the Spirit Venerable will definitely tell her these things. However, the inheritance of immortal sects is weak. It is already not easy for her to step out of the void refinement stage. 9 times out of 10, she is the golden path, which is most compatible with the sword path. The 5 elements Tao, when used individually, can only reach a maximum of the 7th level, but the combined innate 5 elements Tao can attain pure Yang. I just don't know if the 5 elements Tao has been occupied by someone else yet. Kaingsing shared his opinion, stating that their lineage of mending the heavens was also extremely powerful, originating from the Xuan Palace in the far north of the 4 directions of the vast universe. The Xuan Palace and the Dragon Palace are both superpowers with 8th order pure Yang experts in charge. Even if the lineage of mending the heavens were to go to the Xuan Palace, they might not be recognized there, but at least the lineage of their inheritance is still clear. After obtaining the Heaven Mending Seal, Kaingsing also learned the most core knowledge of the Heaven Mending lineage. The section contains a lengthy description of the 3,000 great paths. The 5 elements Tao of the primordial chaos is of paramount importance, because the ancestor Kai Ling, who came to the immortal sect, cultivated the 5 elements Tao. That's good, that's good. After hearing this, Chen Mobai felt relieved. I wonder which path you have chosen, ancestor. Finally, unable to contain his curiosity, Chen Mobai asked Kaingsing a question. My first choice is the starry path, which I've already prepared for and am just waiting to take the first step on. My second choice is the illusory path, which I'm currently working hard on. And finally, my third choice is the 5 elements path. Reclining in the chair, holding her phone and tapping away, Kaingsing looked up and gave Chen Mobai a deep look, but still told him the direction of the path she had chosen. As expected of the ancestor, he has already reached the half-step void refinement stage. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai immediately showered him with praise and admiration. All right, you should go into seclusion and break through. If you don't reach the nascent soul stage, I won't feel at ease even if I try to cultivate to the void stage. Kaingsing waved his hand, already showing some impatience. Ancestor, you're busy. Call me if you need anything. After hearing this, Chen Mobai didn't disturb him while he was playing the game and immediately took his leave. After leaving the Dance Weapon Academy, Chen Mobai went to the Heavenly Book Academy. When Yu Yi saw him coming, he smiled broadly. Hearing that he had come to see the Heavenly Book, he personally escorted him to the attic. The Phoenix Script Heavenly Book has 7 pages. Thanks to the phoenix facing the sun painting, Chen Mobai understood the first 6 pages, and only the last page was missing. I thought that my cultivation level had improved significantly compared to last time, and that I had learned a lot from the Taoist intent of Ancestor Yuan Yang, so I should be able to understand it. But it turned out to be the same as before. He regretfully closed the Phoenix Script Heavenly Book. It seemed he still needed to wait until he reached the nascent soul stage. Since he was already there, he read through the remaining 6 heavenly books once more. When Yu Yi helped him remove all the restrictions on the heavenly book, she was already pale. If her cultivation hadn't improved over the years, she probably wouldn't have been able to do it. When Chen Mobai discovered this, he felt very apologetic, but Yu Yi shook her head and said that this was her duty. I'm going to recover my inner energy. Master Chen Yang can leave as he pleases. There's no need for him to say goodbye. Yu Yi hurriedly left the attic, leaving behind these words. Chen Mobai flipped through the remaining 6 heavenly books one by one. The other 5 books, like the Phoenix Seal Heavenly Book, were at the same level of progress as his previous comprehension. But with the Book of the Universe, he found that he seemed to be able to understand one more page. End of this chapter. Chapter 1038, page 7 of the Universal Heavenly Book. Chapter 1038, page 7 of the Universal Heavenly Book. The Book of the Universe has 9 pages in total. When Chen Mobai first tried to comprehend it, he reached the 6th page and comprehended the void substitute. At that time, he only had a superficial understanding of the void substitute, knowing how to use external objects as substitutes. In reality, the void substitute had many more wonderful uses. He read the entire 6th page this time, and even understood the 7th page. Staring at the mysterious pattern on the 7th page, Chen Mobai frowned, a strange, indescribable feeling surging within him. The pattern on this page is composed of countless silver lines, constantly changing like a living thing, as if containing the most profound spatial laws in the universe, with each flash explaining a profound truth. Chen Mobai entered a state of deep meditation, focusing all his attention on the changes in these silver lines. As time passed, he felt that his cultivation of secret techniques related to the void was constantly improving. The void blade, walking through the void, the great void shift, and even the already limitless realms are constantly expanding, evolving towards the Dharma realm. And this applies not only to those from the immortal sect, but also to those from the heavenly river realm. The void lock and void illusion he cultivated also began to advance beneath the silver lines on the 7th page. But Chen Mobai paid no attention to any of this, because his entire mind was resonating with the lines of this page of the heavenly book. In fact, not only this page, but the silver lines of the previous 6 pages also merged with this page at this moment, transforming into a mysterious silver-gray gate. This gate seems to represent the grand avenue of the universe. Unbeknownst to Chen Mobai, his nascent soul had already separated from his body and was sitting upright in front of the illusory silver-gray gate, beginning to be constantly nurtured by the great Tao of the void. At this moment, he was like those at the peak of the nascent soul stage, attempting to step into the great Tao and receive its baptism. The void is the foundation of all great principles. In the beginning of time, the first thing to be born and evolve was the void. From emptiness, all things come into being. Even the original 49 primordial Taos at the beginning of creation would eventually attach themselves to the void after the universe evolved, not to mention the other 3,000 Taos. For this reason, the realm above the nascent soul stage is called refining emptiness. Because if one wants to perceive the great Tao, receive the great Tao, step into the great Tao, or even refine the great Tao, one needs to use the void as a foundation. Once the void ceases to exist, all 3,000 great Taos, except for the 49 innate great Taos, will collapse. As Chen Mobai thought of this, the image of the world-destroying millstone in his mind suddenly lit up, and he suddenly realized something. If the demon lord wants to destroy the world, then destroying the void is the fastest way. No wonder the demon lord's goal upon his birth was the purple cloud star river. The gate of the void, which opens the void, is over there. Destroying this supreme treasure that opened up the universe will naturally destroy all living beings, all phenomena, and even those Tao lords who have not aligned with the primordial Tao, bringing the universe its ultimate doom. When Chen Mobai thought of this, he couldn't help but shudder. The birth and death of the universe lie in this. It was at this moment that he realized how insignificant all living beings were, and that no matter how many nascent soul cultivators or even void refinement cultivators there were, they had no way to control this matter. Only Tao lords who have attained the Tao can participate. But since the demon lord's last appearance was resolved by the central dojo of the Purple Cloud Star River, it is clear that the hidden pure yang powerhouses in this universe do not wish for the end times to come. Chen Mobai sighed softly. I only hope that this universe will still exist before I achieve my full cultivation. Thinking of this, he did not let go of this rare opportunity and began to use the universal heavenly book to receive the influence and baptism of the void Tao mark. His nascent soul began to practice all the void secret techniques he knew by forming hand seals. Even the vacuum body technique, which he hadn't practiced much, and the void escape technique, which he couldn't understand, were reviewed in his mind. As time went by, Chen Mobai felt that his consciousness seemed to resonate more and more with the silver-gray gate. From within the universal heavenly book, wisps of silver-gray energy seeped out and slowly entered various parts of Chen Mobai's body. After all the silvery gray airflow was absorbed, the universal book suddenly closed automatically, and then the portal that Chen Mobai's nascent soul had previously entered also dissipated and disappeared. Chen Mobai's consciousness, which was in resonance, suddenly awakened at this moment. He looked at the universal book that had fallen back onto the table and couldn't help but get up and open it again. But as he was about to turn to the 7th page, Tong Tianjai suddenly received a strong warning in his mind, which meant that his life was in danger. Chen Mobai was startled and immediately stopped, closing the heavenly book. He sat down again on the futon in the attic, beginning to perceive what he had gained from this resonance with the 7th page of the universal book. His cultivation level remained unchanged, still at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage of the pure yang scroll. The same applies to his divine sense. However, because Chen Mobai's divine sense was constantly improving within his purple mansion sea of consciousness, in addition to the jade parasol tree materialized at the very center, new green parasol seedlings appeared and were growing vigorously. These are all Chen Mobai's divine consciousness after he surpassed the nascent soul stage, which he sealed away in this way. After the nascent soul and consciousness, the most important thing is the physical body. Chen Mobai clearly sensed that many mysterious silver-gray lines burst forth from the pages of the universal heavenly book, transforming into wisps of air that seeped into his body. After examining himself with his divine sense, Chen Mobai was shocked. His pseudo-void spirit body, which he had previously transformed from by absorbing a large number of void stones, underwent an astonishing transformation at this moment. A few mysterious silver-gray spirit patterns appeared in his bone marrow. As his thoughts flowed, Chen Mobai felt that he could use void spells more skillfully. Extending his right index finger, a beam of bright silver light blade rapidly condensed. This is the void blade. Previously, if Chen Mobai wanted to unleash it, he needed to use the sound of the empty valley to sense the power of the surrounding void, then use his divine sense to control and absorb it, and finally condense it into shape. Even after the light blade appeared, he still needed to constantly restrain it with his true qi and divine sense. For this reason, although the void blade is a good spell, Chen Mobai rarely uses it. He mainly uses it to deal with cultivators who use the escape talisman. But now, with just a thought, the power of the surrounding void seemed to sense his intention and began to surge toward his fingertips. If Chen Mobai hadn't noticed this in time and taken control, the void blade formed at his fingertips would probably have been tens of meters long, enough to cut the entire pavilion in half. Once the void blade is formed, Chen Mobai will no longer need to control any true energy or divine sense. Only when the word disperse flashes through his mind will the bright silver blade at his fingertips disperse back into the most basic void power. Next, Chen Mobai practiced void walking and void shift. The former was alright, just like the void blade. It didn't require any prelude or effort. You could teleport with just a thought. However, the changes brought about by the void shift greatly surprised Chen Mobai, because he sensed that he no longer needed the void substitute technique to cast it. It seemed that he had completely comprehended and mastered this void spell. Chen Mobai tried it out, and sure enough, the void no longer hindered or even backfired when he teleported, so he no longer needed a substitute. Next, Chen Mobai tried out the spells from the 4 books of Taiksu. The power of the void lock has increased almost tenfold compared to before. Now, with a single thought, he can lock up all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within the entire Baiyuan city area. It can also condense the power of the void lock onto one person. He felt that even a nascent soul cultivator could be locked in place for a breath by this move. Void lock is a spell with no upper limit. Its power depends on the cultivator's cultivation level and understanding of the void. Chen Mobai had been too busy with other things before, so he hadn't put much effort into this spell after he got the basics. He never expected that he would be able to reach almost the 5th level by relying on the universal Book of Heaven. Besides the void lock, void illusion has also made great progress. The 4 volumes of the Great Void he obtained at the Big Dipper Conference only contained the cultivation methods for the first 4 levels of illusory phenomena. He had previously relied on his talent in the field of void to master the 2nd level. But now, through practice, Chen Mobai discovered that he had reached the 4th level, returning to the true nature of all things. Upon reaching this level, Chen Mobai naturally grasped the essence of all things arising from nothingness, and could transform his illusory illusions into near-real existences, simulating the forms and characteristics of all things in the world. Even a nascent soul cultivator would mistake the illusion of his level for reality. Only those who have cultivated special secret techniques or have a profound understanding of the void can see through it. For Chen Mobai, this provides an additional means to manage his forces in multiple places simultaneously. Next, he tried the vacuum body. Once an ordinary person masters this body-forging technique, they will possess some of the characteristics of a void spirit. If one cultivates to the great perfection realm, one can even wield the immense power to shatter the vacuum and annihilate into nothingness. However, only those with a void spirit body can achieve great perfection through cultivation, and their cultivation will be twice as effective with half the effort. Or rather, this is a body-forging technique specifically designed for void spirits. However, those who have mastered the 4 books of the Great Void can only cultivate up to the 4th level of perfection. However, Chen Mobai discovered through this body-forging technique that the characteristics of his current body were very similar to the characteristics of the void spirit body recorded above, both being silver-gray spirit patterns. Could it be that I've really become a void spirit? Thinking of this, Chen Mobai immediately took out his phone and began searching for information about void spirits on the Immortal Sects website. Because in the history of the Immortal Sects, there have been void spirits, although they unfortunately died out halfway, there is still a lot of research on these spirits. Many of these are top-secret documents, but given Chen Mobai's status and authority, he could easily access them all. Upon further investigation, Chen Mobai discovered that the resemblance was indeed quite strong. The blue-topped void spirit has silver-gray spiritual patterns that can be detected in all the bones, muscles, and skin of its head. Chen Mobai's marrow is located throughout his entire body. However, according to the research of the Immortal Sect, as long as one possesses such a spiritual pattern, it is a mark of being imprinted by the void, that is, a void spirit body. A strange look flashed across Chen Mobai's face. He had boasted so much to Qing Nu before, and even many people in the Immortal Sects had doubts. He never expected that he would be able to obtain this special spiritual body through the universal heavenly book. Does this mean we don't need to pretend anymore? That's him. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai decided that after he reached the nascent soul stage, he would go and communicate with the Taiksu Misty Palace to see if he could obtain a complete void body. And finally, there's the void escape technique. Even with his talent, he had never been able to master this technique. But today, he finally understood it. Chen Mobai silently recited the incantation of the void escape technique, and wisps of void energy emerged from all directions, which he perceived. He felt as if he were in a void, and everything around him became ethereal and distant. The attic, the academy, the school, even the mountains and rivers seemed to disappear at this moment. The only things that could appear in his divine sense were the void and the void. Under the void escape technique, Chen Mobai saw small voids within the Heavenly Book Academy, some stationary and some moving. This is the boundary. Within the Heavenly Book Academy, he could perceive the realms of everyone from Master Yu down to core formation cultivators. Chen Mobai can now enter these small voids at any time with a single step. This is the void escape technique. This is also the most profound void escape technique, encompassing all the characteristics of void walking, void teleportation, and even the ability to break through the void with a vacuum body to escape. Not only does it allow cultivators to traverse the void invisibly, but it also enables them to perceive hidden, overlapping voids. If one cultivates to the highest level, a single step can take them from the mortal realm to the heavens, or even into the celestial realm. The more Chen Mobai comprehended the void escape technique, the clearer his perception of the void became, and it even enhanced his understanding of other void spells. His entire body was enveloped in a faint silver-gray light, and his figure began to become hazy, as if he could disappear into the void at any moment. Finally, without realizing it, Chen Mobai couldn't help but take a step out. Then he felt a slight tremor in his body, and a feeling he had never experienced before surged into his heart, as if he had truly merged into the void. A moment later, he broke free from the state of being trapped in the void, looked up and saw the alchemical cauldron and jade tree in front of him, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. After mastering the void escape technique, he instantly traveled from the Heavenly Book Academy to the jade flat small realm of the Dance Weapon Academy. If it were a void shift, he could only perform it after leaving the smaller realm, and it had to be done within the same celestial realm. After trying, Chen Mobai used the void escape technique again to return to the Heavenly Book Academy from the jade flat small world. He was still holding the Book of the Universe in his hand, and he wanted to return it. End of this chapter. Chapter 10, 39 6 years. Chapter 10, 39 6 years. After handling matters with the immortal sect, Chen Mobai announced that he would be going into seclusion. This time, however, he chose Dangxia City as his place of seclusion. It's important to know that ever since Ancestor Bai Guang left, the 6th grade spiritual energy from the Five Peaks Immortal Mountain has never been withdrawn. Chen Mobai would occasionally go there when he went into seclusion to break through his cultivation level. This time, however, he chose Dangxia Mountain, which only has 4th grade high-quality spiritual energy, which surprised everyone. However, given Chen Mobai's current status, even if he does something surprising within the immortal sects, no one will care. After all, above him, there is only the nascent soul stage. The two immortal saints currently have a general idea of Chen Mobai's reasons for choosing Dangxia Mountain. It's probably for the sake of nirvana. When Chen Mobai chose the phoenix facing the sun painting, Kaingsing knew that with his talent and proud personality, he would most likely choose this path. Moreover, because of the Dan Ding Jade Tree, if one can truly embark on this path, even at the cost of cutting off all escape routes, it is possible to forcibly achieve the refinement of emptiness realm. For the immortal sects, the void refinement stage is the ultimate goal. The concept of harmonizing with the Tao is not something to consider on earthly star. This is the idea behind the stargazing technique. It was almost exactly the same idea as Chen Mobai's. In any case, it's always right to first improve your skill level. As for the path to refining the jade tree in the cauldron being cut off, he has the Tao fruit method from the heavenly river realm, which can be used to remove it again later. Even if it really doesn't work, you can use the method of pulling the stars to cut yourself, disintegrate your body, and be reborn. After returning to the familiar Dangxia Mountain, Chen Mobai activated the Grand Formation and then clicked on the tortoise treasure to teleport to the heavenly river realm. Time passed slowly. 6 years passed quickly. With the help of the second nascent soul, Chen Mobai easily transformed all of his pure yang true energy into innate energy. One part of innate pure yang energy requires 10 parts of his refined pure yang true energy to be transformed. Therefore, after completing this step, his nascent soul became much more empty and transparent, but his aura became more profound and heavy. Next, it is necessary to continuously absorb the innate fire essence from the pure yang pearl. Repeat this process. Fill the entire nascent soul with innate pure yang energy, and gradually transform it into a primordial spirit dharma form. The fact that Chen Mobai was able to complete this step so easily is also thanks to his daily accumulation of knowledge. For other cultivators in the immortal sect to reach the nascent soul stage, this step requires at least 100 years, similar to accumulating true energy before transforming into a golden core cultivator, but it is more than 10 times more difficult. The very hurdle of returning to one's original nature after birth can be a stumbling block for many people. Because not everyone can be like Chen Mobai, directly refining the innate pure yang energy left behind by the Yuanyang ancestor and copying the most correct answer. After comprehending the innate changes, there is a long period of time to accumulate true essence. For ordinary nascent soul cultivators, this step involves first absorbing spiritual energy and refining it into spiritual power, then condensing the spiritual power into true energy, and finally returning the true energy from the acquired to the innate state. The process is not only complicated, but also consumes a huge amount of spiritual energy. For this reason, there is a limit to the number of nascent soul cultivators in the immortal sect, because there simply isn't enough spiritual energy. But Chen Mobai didn't have this kind of trouble. He condensed innate pure yang energy without even needing the spiritual energy from the heavenly river realm. He could simply draw it directly from his own pure yang pearl. This inner core of the Queen Mother was nurtured for countless years with the essence of a planet, equivalent to the energy of a peak nascent soul cultivator. Chen Mobai's second nascent soul and his original nascent soul absorbed the energy simultaneously, consuming less than 1% of it. Just as he was preparing to make the most of the moment and use the innate fire element in the pure yang pearl to refine his innate pure yang energy to perfection, Qing Nu sent him some messages. "Let's give this a try." As he muttered to himself, a layer of silvery gray light suddenly shone on Chen Mobai's body, and then a figure swept up from behind him, transforming into another version of himself. It is nothing but an illusion. Chen Mobai controlled his illusion, exchanged a glance with his real self, couldn't help but chuckle, and then used the void shift technique to leave his secluded cave. Myriad Transformations, Immortal City. When Qing Nu saw the illusion of Chen Mobai descending from the sky, her expression showed a slight hesitation. She sensed that Chen Mobai was somewhat different from before, but with her level of cultivation, she couldn't discern exactly what was different. "Has your cultivation level broken through again?" King Nu thought that was the reason and asked. "I guess so, but this isn't the real body, it's an illusion." Chen Mobai recounted how he had comprehended the book of the universe, activated his void spirit body, and greatly improved all his void spells. "As expected of you." After hearing this, King Nu praised him profusely, yet her expression was one of utter self-righteousness. Over there at the immortal sect, 2 cultivators who have reached the peak of core formation using the mysterious sound technique are currently undergoing the nascent soul formation process. One is taking the nascent soul nourishing pill to form their nascent soul, while the other is attempting to transform into a Dharma body nascent soul. They should be able to produce results within the next year, at which point they will perform the divine music of astoundment. Chen Mobai clearly had no intention of showing off to his Taoist partner, Qing Nu. The two chose a pavilion to sit down, and while drinking tea, they talked about various things that had happened between the immortal sects and the eastern wilderness over the years. Of course, the most important of these is the surprising divine song. It's a pity I can't return to the immortal sect and enjoy the first song of the immortal sect." Upon hearing this, King Nu looked regretful. "I'll see if I can record it for you, or maybe I'll find another opportunity in the future to support a new Xuan Yin Miao Fa Dao seed to form an infant, so that after I become a deity, she can personally perform it for you." The performance of the divine melody is a once-in-a-millennium event for the immortal sects. Qi Yuheng, Shui Xian, and even the original Kaingsing might come to listen in person. Therefore, Chen Mobai did not dare to risk bringing Qing Nu over to eavesdrop. However, if this is successful, Meng Huinger as the performer will definitely benefit as well. They used the divine song to comprehend the realm of the nascent soul, so it's not impossible that Meng Huinger could also gain some insight into her own path to nascent soul formation ahead of time. With Chen Mobai's abundant resources, once she reaches the nascent soul stage, she will be able to perform for King Nu. That would be best. However, I'm still a long way from reaching the nascent soul stage, so there is no need to rush. King Nu felt a sweet warmth in her heart after hearing what Chen Mobai said. In fact, compared to other nascent soul cultivators in the immortal sect, her chances of reaching the divine transformation stage were actually higher, since in addition to the 3 divine transformation pills from the Water Mother Palace, she also had a strand of fetal transformation essence within her body. Sheng Jiaxi failed to achieve infancy. Do you want to go and offer your condolences? King Nu then mentioned a recent event in the eastern wilderness. After receiving the nascent soul pill she had refined, Sheng Jiaxi immediately handed over his weapon factory to his disciple Tan Rong and then went into seclusion. However, Sheng Jiaxi's foundation was insufficient, and even with the help of the Nirvana pill to remove the poison, he still failed. Tan Rong from Huazhen Immortal City was the first to learn of this matter, and wrote to Qing Nu requesting elixirs to restore her injuries and vitality. After King Nu selected some, she had Zuding, who had just finished consolidating her cultivation level and emerged from seclusion, deliver them to her. However, this matter still had a negative impact on the 5 Elements sect, so she immediately notified Chen Mobai. "Let senior brother Zhou go there." Chen Mobai thought for a moment, then shook his head. He then took out his Tangxiani, a magical instrument, and told Zhou Shenking about the matter. Well, upon hearing the news of Sheng Jiaxi's failed attempt to form her nascent soul, Zhou Shenking couldn't help but sigh. After all, they had been fellow disciples for hundreds of years, and their bond was deep. Junior sister just failed to form her nascent soul and will probably need to recuperate for a while. I'll go see her on behalf of the sect. Junior brother, you and junior brother Mo and junior brother Joe don't need to go, so as not to disturb her recovery. Zhou Shenking immediately understood Chen Mobai's meaning, nodded, and spoke up on his own initiative. Then I'll have to trouble you, senior brother. After Chen Mobai hung up the Tangxiani, he also informed Mo Duguang and Zhou Yi of the news, and the 2 of them were also very regretful and heartbroken. I have already notified Danxia Pavilion to collect the materials for a batch of flowing cloud replenishing pills. This is a pill specifically for those who fail to form a nascent soul in fire attribute cultivation techniques. After King Nu finished informing Chen Mobai, she also told him about her arrangements. "You've worked hard, madam." Chen Mobai immediately called Yi Yun, asking him to fully cooperate with Danxia Pavilion in collecting medicinal herbs. Yi Yun naturally nodded in agreement, and he also took the opportunity to report on the sect's affairs in recent years. The first thing is the list of the latest batch of core formation, cultivators from the 5 Elements sect. 2 people successfully formed their core, Zai Jinghuo and Yan Jinai. They were all Chen Mobai's good friends, which made him very gratified. However, there are also regrettable cases, such as Gu Yan's failure to form her core. However, Zhu Ting, who was with Gu Yan, succeeded, but she used the core formation resources of Danxia Pavilion and was considered Qing Nu's person, so she was not considered to be in the 5 Elements sect. I have already arranged for her to take another golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill. I think junior sister Gu should succeed on her second attempt. Before Chen Mobai could speak, Yi Yun had already announced his arrangements. Although Gu Yan was extremely low-key within the Five Elements sect, Yi Yun, as an elder from the Divine Wood sect era, knew very well that she had served as Chen Mobai's maid for decades, and then managed the myriad transformations immortal city for Qingnu for nearly 100 years. She was a confidant of the two nascent soul ancestors. Okay, have Jinghuo and junior sister Yan wait for me in Beiyuan City later. Chen Mobai nodded and gave instructions to Yi Yun. Now that he has created this illusory avatar, he might as well take this opportunity to deal with the sect's affairs all at once, and plans to go to Beiyuan City afterward. Yin Qingmei has also consolidated her cultivation level. After Chen Mobai finished his call with Yi Yun, he also notified her to wait in Beiyuan City. After she forms her nascent soul, she can use the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture to try her hand at cultivating the Azure Dragon Wood and the longevity technique. When this longevity technique is cultivated to its peak, it is somewhat similar to the path of nirvana. Chen Mobai wanted to see if he could use this as a starting point to comprehend this great path. Oh right, isn't there Xialing too? Did she also fail to form her core? Putting down the heavenly telescope in his hand, Chen Mobai pondered the number of core formation slots available this time. Suddenly, he remembered that his third-generation eldest disciple from Zionin Mountain should also be among them. Given her foundation and talent, this shouldn't be the case. Although she had already reached the foundation establishment stage, she hadn't yet mastered the Azure Flame Sword Fiend, which delayed her for a few years. She only took the Golden Elixir Jade Rejuvenation Pill last year. Judging by the timeline, the results should be available around this time. When Qingnu answered, Chen Mobai breathed a sigh of relief. He almost began to doubt his own ability to spot talent. This girl has quite the ambition. She wants to master sword energy at the foundation establishment stage. Although Chen Mo said that, a smile still crept onto his lips. Although his 4 disciples all achieved success and formed their cores under his individualized instruction, none of them used fire attribute cultivation techniques, which always left him with some regret. Han Xialing, the third-generation eldest disciple, is perfectly able to make up for this. Since becoming a disciple of Zhu Ming, she has been working hard. Although her talent in the Crimson Flame Sword scripture cannot compare with Chen Mobai's, she is still one of the best in the Five Elements sect. Chen Mobai mastered the Azure Flame Sword Demon at the Foundation Establishment stage, and dominated the Eastern Wilderness because he had cheated. Han Xialing's ability to do this is undoubtedly due to her natural talent. Of course, the main credit goes to Chen Mobai. After all, after he formed his nascent soul, he revised the Crimson Flame Sword technique into the Crimson Flame Sword scripture, adding his insights into condensing sword energy, sword talismans, golden flames, and so on. Han Xialing achieved such success by standing on the shoulders of this giant. Just then, Qingnu's telescope suddenly received a call from Zhu Ming. When Chen Mobai was in seclusion, his disciples would always seek out Qingnu, their master's wife, for help. It was quite a coincidence that Zhu Ming had come to deliver good news. Han Xialing successfully formed her core. Her core formation location was the Tianpeng Mountain Villa, which she had guarded for decades and was most familiar with. As Han Xialing's master, Zhu Ming has been protecting her there during this time. So after Han Xialing survived the heavenly tribulation, she immediately told Qingnu the good news. Let's go take a look at Tianpeng Mountain. I haven't seen Minger in a long time. After hearing the good news relayed by Qingnu, Chen Mobai thought of the 5-pointed ancient maple tree he had nurtured for over 100 years and decided to go and take a look at it as well. Qingnu naturally had no objections. When they first arrived in the eastern wilderness, Chen Mobai lived with Qingnu on Tianpeng Mountain for a long time. Later, after introducing Qingnu to Zhou Shenking and others, batches of alchemists from the Five Elements sect went to Tianpeng Mountain to receive Qingnu's training. Now, that villa is not only a medicinal herb field but also the alchemist training base of Dangxia Pavilion. Previously, Zheng Wuyu was in charge of this base. After he passed away, Yan Shayan took over, mainly responsible for instructing novice alchemists on basic knowledge such as identifying medicinal herbs. After Yan Shaiyan left, Yan Jinai, the head of the alchemy department, took over the management. When Chen Mobai and Qing Nu arrived at the foot of Tianpeng Mountain, Zhuo Ming, who had already received the news, was already waiting for them. "Greetings, master and mistress." When Zhuo Ming saw them, she bowed very politely. "I hope Xialing is all right. With the help of my master's wife's magic weapon, I have survived the heavenly tribulation and should be able to emerge from seclusion soon." Zhuo Ming answered with a joyful expression. The fact that her disciple had also achieved the core formation gave her an indescribable sense of joy and satisfaction. From now on, the lineage of Xiaonanchin will be passed down in her hands. Then let's not disturb her. Let's go up and take a look at that ancient five-pointed maple tree. As Chen Mobai spoke, he waved his sleeve, and the three of them had already ascended to the top of the mountain. This place was designated as a forbidden area because it was where Chen Mobai and Qing Nu once lived. Only Han Xialing, who guarded and took care of the five-cornered ancient maple, was allowed to enter on ordinary days. Han Xialing's usual residence and secluded cave were located by a stream halfway down the mountain. Not bad, not bad. Xialing took good care of him and he is full of energy. Chen Mobai reached out and touched it, and he was already able to clearly perceive the situation of this fire attribute spiritual plant. According to the research of Master Yuangsu and his research group, it was just right to be used to perform the flower blooms in an instant technique. After about another 60 years of using the myriad transformations thunder water to irrigate him, he should be able to recover to his peak condition, and with Master's guidance, he might even be able to break through to the 5th rank. Zhuo Ming also tried it out with his all-knowing rhinoceros and spoke up. A cycle of 60 years. After hearing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but ponder for a moment. On the immortal sect's side, they should attempt to perform the divine melody within the next 2 years, while on the heavenly river realm side, there are only 11 years left before the moral sect's plan to open up the wilderness. If we really have to wait until this five-pointed ancient maple reaches the peak of the 4th rank, and then try to cultivate it to the 5th rank using the pulling up seedlings to help them grow method, it will be too late. Based on the current pace at which he is accumulating innate pure yang energy, it will take him about 10 more years to reach the nascent soul stage. No matter how powerful that golden flame lion is, it's impossible for this land reclamation to last for 50 years. Therefore, according to Chen Mobai's idea, it would be best to enlighten the five-cornered ancient maple with his pulling up seedlings to help them grow technique within 10 years. I wonder how the 5th-order myriad transformations thunder water of Master Peach Blossom is being refined. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai's main body in the Yellow Dragon Cave also stopped cultivating and clicked on the tortoise to return to the immortal sect. End of this chapter. Chapter 1040 Someone Above Us. Chapter 1040 Someone Above Us. Jumeng Taoist Temple. With a reluctant expression, Master Peach Blossom took out a spirit sealing tube from his own domain and handed it to Chen Mobai. Does Master Chunyang intend to use this 5th-order myriad transformation thunder water to cultivate the jade phoenix tree on Danxia Mountain? The 4 great academies of the immortal sects all possess remarkable lineages, and it is clear that Venerable Peach Blossom is also familiar with the jade tree of the Pill Cauldron and the great Tao of Nirvana. He had already considered this when Chen Mobai asked him to refine this thunder water. I do have this plan, but I don't know if it will actually work out. In fact, when Chen Mobai had Peach Blossom Master refine the myriad transformations thunder water, he was unaware of the Nirvana Tao, but it was a lucky accident. This 5th-tier myriad transformations thunder water, after raising the five-cornered ancient maple to the peak of the 4th tier, will probably still have some left over. We'll see if the remaining amount can help the jade phoenix tree advance to the next tier. Chen Mobai could clearly distinguish the relative importance of the 2 spiritual plants. The most important thing now is naturally to transform into a deity. The connection between the jade parasol tree and the path after achieving divinity is significant. This fifth-tier myriad transformations thunder water will definitely be given priority to five-cornered ancient maple. Chunyang, there's something I need to remind you. When a spiritual plant advances to the fifth rank, the range of earth veins and spiritual energy involved is too vast, which may cause a backlash from the heavenly curtain earthly network array. If you notice any signs of the jade wudong tree advancing, be sure to communicate with the two ancestors in advance. Ever since Chen Mobai provided Pei Qingshuang with resources for nascent soul formation and helped upgrade the Qingshuang sword to the fifth rank, Peach Blossom Master has grown increasingly fond of him. Especially now that old ancestor Bai Guang is gone and Shi Wanyu has passed away, Chen Mobai is single again. Although he has a daughter, she has a pure yin body and will at least reach the nascent soul stage in the future. Peach Blossom Master's desire to find a son-in-law has begun to rekindle. So when facing Chen Mobai, she changed her usual lazy nature, and not only helped him refine the fifth-order myriad transformation thunder water, but also took the initiative to remind him. Oh, what's the reason for that? Chen Mobai was genuinely unaware of this, and immediately asked Master Peach Blossom for clarification. The celestial canopy and earthly network array of the immortal sect, the spiritual pivots of the 36 grotto heavens, and the 72 blessed lands all require corresponding cores for suppressing and guiding spiritual energy. Many of these use spiritual plants as substitutes, so our Jumeng Dao Academy also contributed to the great array on the Earth origin star back then. The jade parasol tree on Danxia Mountain is one of them. The spiritual energy of the entire Danxia city is linked to the entire heavenly curtain and earthly network array through it, circulating and exchanging. If it advances, the heavenly canopy and earthly network array might mistakenly believe that there is a problem with the spiritual veins in the direction of Danxia city. If this triggers the array to suppress it in the opposite direction, then its advancement will definitely fail. Now that Ancestor Kaingsing is in seclusion, his fifth-order heavenly calculation bead, which used to control the core of the Great Formation, is in Qi Yuheng's hands. With his talent, he is probably a fifth-order formation master now. Since you have a good relationship with him, you can discuss with him how to best resolve this matter. Previously, due to insufficient spiritual energy, the spiritual plants of the immortal sect absorbed spiritual energy in an orderly manner, and most of it was transported to the Five Peaks Immortal Mountain through the heavenly curtain and earthly network to maintain the sixth-order spiritual veins. This is why the high-level spiritual plants of the immortal sect consume less spiritual energy than nascent soul cultivators, because they only serve as core hubs for the flow of spiritual energy, and the heavenly curtain and earthly network array only provides them with enough energy to maintain their own level. Of course, only fourth or fifth-tier spiritual plants are worth the effort of the immortal sects. There are also some special high-level spiritual plants, such as the fifth-order vermilion fruit tree deep in the Myriad Treasures Cave. The immortal sect will provide more fire spiritual energy based on the energy required for its fruit. Within the immortal sects, occasionally some spiritual plants below the fourth rank will advance to the next rank. Those below the third rank are handled by the local forestry bureau. For a third-rank plant to advance to the fourth rank, an application must be submitted to the forestry bureau of Wanggu Cave Heaven, which will then report to the Immortal Affairs Hall. If the Immortal Affairs Hall doesn't approve it, then that spiritual plant will remain stuck at the peak of the third tier and won't be able to advance. If you have good relationships and a wide network of connections, you can obtain stamped letters from several relevant departments in the Immortal Affairs Hall. With these letters, you can notify the Heavenly Curtain and Earthly Network Administration Bureau to lift the restrictions on the Great Formation and spiritual veins. However, the Immortal Affairs Hall has never approved any application for a fourth-tier spiritual plant to be promoted to the fifth tier. Master Peach Blossom is a typical example. She had been enlightened to possess spirituality long ago, but due to the delayed approval from the Immortal Affairs Hall, she was unable to remove the restrictions of the heavenly curtain and earthly network array on her body and advance to the fifth rank. Later, she had no choice but to give up the advancement of her original spiritual plant and transform herself into human form. This was a solution that the Jumeng Taoist Academy had worked hard to secure for her over a long period of time. It means that her spiritual plant body should not think about using the resources of the immortal sect to advance, but if she walks the path of the Xuanmen and cultivates the primordial spirit, then she can be considered to have broken free from the shackles on her own. Unfortunately, even after transforming into human form, Peach Blossom has worked hard for 1,000 years, but is still stuck at the threshold of becoming a deity and can't even see the direction to move forward. To outsiders, she appears carefree and at ease, but the frustration of not being able to make progress is causing her inner turmoil. She reminded Chen Mobai that she had another ulterior motive. If the Jade Phoenix tree could advance to the 5th rank, she could then apply to advance her own body as well. After all, there's always a risk of exceptions. Once the first time was made, the Immortal Affairs Hall couldn't easily block her promotion review anymore. Moreover, war is about to break out. If she advances to the 5th level of her physical body, she will be considered to have the combat power of a nascent soul cultivator. This might even help her to advance to the nascent soul stage. This is arguably the best opportunity the immortal sect has had in thousands of years. Thank you for the reminder, Master. After listening to the expert Peach Blossom Master's explanation, Chen Mobai finally understood that in the immortal sects, advancing spiritual plants was even more troublesome than a cultivator forming a nascent soul. After all, apart from the heaven-mending cultivator, the other Tao Academy's quota for nascent soul cultivators in the immortal sect is not fully utilized. As long as one is qualified and capable, one can be promoted. However, for a spiritual plant to advance, it not only needs to work hard itself, but also needs to have connections. No wonder both Danxia City and Yumu City only have one 4th-tier spirit tree. Besides being unaffordable and unnecessary, it's also because the Immortal Affairs Palace doesn't allow it. After Yuangsu and the others worked together to complete the improved research on the flower blooming in an instant, the 3 major halls of the Immortal Sect introduced a new policy for the adoption of private spiritual plants. However, my original body was registered with the Forestry Bureau along with the Great Chun a long time ago, and it belongs to the official. Speaking of this, Master Peach Blossom also mentioned a new policy introduced by the Immortal Affairs Hall in recent years, which involved the collaboration of 4 top universities, the Dance Weapon, the Heavenly Book, and the Jumeng Heavenly Book. This would be a major advantage for newcomers, but it was of no use to her, who had already been marked by the immortal sects. Ultimately, it all comes down to the lack of resources in the immortal sects. Chen Mobai sighed after hearing this. However, it also reminded him that if he were to advance the Jade Phoenix tree after he reached the nascent soul stage, he might have to consider this aspect as well. As he left, Chen Mobai sensed that the spiritual energy of the entire Jumeng Dao Academy was converging towards a mysterious island. He knew that it must be the location of Peach Blossom Venerable's true form, which was also the place where Pei Qingshuang formed her nascent soul. Under the influence of the void escape technique, he sensed that there was actually a realm at the center of the island. However, he was more restrained on the side of the immortal sect, so he did not investigate further. However, he still asked the Peach Blossom Master beside him about Pei Qingshuang's infant formation. The latter's charming face showed both joy and worry. I can sense that she is close to success, but since she hasn't truly emerged from seclusion, I dare not say anything definitively. Chen Mobai nodded slightly after hearing this. Pei Qingshuang's resources are probably second only to his among the immortal sects. Add to that, the 9 heavens pure spirit purple chi and pure yang purple chi he gifted, as well as the 5th-tier azure frost sword, and if he still can't succeed, it can only mean he has a problem with his talent. If Counselor Pei successfully forms his nascent soul, I wonder if the spiritual vein of Jumeng Academy could lend me a friend to try forming his nascent soul. Chen Mobai spoke up for Yan Qiangji, since once she formed her nascent soul, she would be on his side. After Cuyer, another teacher from my academy needs to be used. If Master Chun Yang's friend wants to come, there may be a waiting list. Master Peach Blossom did not nod directly. After explaining the situation, he roughly calculated that it would take several years. After all, if Pei Qingshuang successfully forms her nascent soul, it will take her some time to consolidate her realm. Adding the person after her, it will indeed take at least this much time in total. In that case, I'll see if I can arrange for her to go to the sea. Chen Mobai felt that it wouldn't be worth it if the process dragged on for too long. After all, the immortal sect's divine song has been almost fully rehearsed, and all that's left is to wait for the results of the two cultivators who have reached the peak of core formation to form their nascent souls. The one who transforms into a Dharma body nascent soul is progressing slowly because the immortal sect lacks experience, but he should be able to succeed in about 2 years. These upper echelons of the immortal sects still considered the future generations. The reason for scheduling the divine song at this time is to give the latest batch of cultivators who have obtained nascent soul resources an opportunity. If they can successfully form their nascent soul, then they will naturally be able to obtain this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is precisely why the competition for the infant nourishing pill was much fiercer than that for the infant transforming pill. Yan Qiangji was able to obtain it because of Chen Mobai. Although the 3 elixirs for forming a baby are equally famous, their actual value varies. It is generally accepted that the baby transformation pill is the most useful, followed by the baby nourishment pill, and then the baby cultivation pill. Not only Yan Qiangji and Pei Qingshuang, but Lan Haitian also chose the infant nourishing pill. However, Lan Haitian lived up to his reputation as the #1 genius of the immortal sect before Chen Mobai, having already successfully formed his nascent soul 2 years ago. With a slightly apologetic farewell from Master Peach Blossom, Chen Mobai transformed into a silver light and disappeared from Jumeng Taoist Temple. His void teleportation seems a bit easy. Seeing Chen Mobai leave, Master Peach Blossom was somewhat surprised. As a spiritual plant of the Jumeng Taoist Temple, she had witnessed the scenes of practitioners of the everlasting spring Kung Fu performing the great shift of the void, but none of them were as ethereal as Chen Mobai. In the past, after Wenren Zuwei used it, the surrounding void energy would fluctuate for a long time before it could calm down, like a stone being thrown into a lake. But Chen Mobai's teleportation was like blowing a breath on a lake, only causing a few ripples, and the power of the void quickly returned to its mirror-like state. Could this kid really be a void spirit? Master Peach Blossom recalled the rumors circulating within the immortal sects and was startled. But in her heart, she was increasingly thinking about bringing him and her daughter together. Chen Mobai, who had just left Jumeng Taoist Academy and returned to Danxia City, received a message from Lan Haitian. Congratulations on successfully forming your nascent soul. Chen Mobai hadn't contacted Lan Haitian for a long time, so after seeing the message, he called back to congratulate him. Thank you, but I've only just reached the nascent soul stage, while you're almost at the deity stage. Thinking back to when we first met in Danxia City, you were just a high school student. Lan Haitian listened to Chen Mobai's words and was filled with emotion. Although he was gentle in his dealings with others, he had a very high opinion of himself. Even Yan Qiangji, who was his equal, was not as good as him in his eyes. When Chen Mobai performed amazingly in the entrance exam, Lan Haitian merely thought that this young man might stand out in the Dance Weapon Academy. When Lan Haitian met Chen Mobai again in Danxia City, Chen Mobai had already reached the foundation establishment stage. After easily killing the cultivators of the Ascension sect with a single sword strike, Lan Haitian felt that this person could succeed him and become the sharpest blade in the Heaven Mending group. But Chen Mobai repeatedly shattered Lan Haitian's expectations. He single-handedly suppressed the most outstanding foundation establishment geniuses of the 4 major academies and 10 great palaces over the past 60 years, comprehended the Tao and formed the Golden Core, and even before reaching the nascent soul stage, he successfully formed the nascent soul stage purely by relying on his strong foundation and talent. Now he has become the undisputed #1 nascent soul cultivator in the immortal sect. After Lan Haitian formed his nascent soul, he He truly understood just how terrifying Chen Mobai's talent was, enabling him to achieve all of this. Only a so-called genius like myself has the right to look up at him, standing on the mountaintop from the foot of the mountain. The rest of the people probably couldn't even see through the clouds swirling around the mountaintop. The path to becoming a nascent soul is incredibly difficult. Even I need the resources of the immortal sect to glimpse my own path. Chen Mobai remained very humble in front of Lan Haitian, a true genius. He then inquired about the message Lan Haitian had sent him. It's quite a pity that Counselor and failed to reach nascent soul. Fortunately, we had another plan. Otherwise, we might not have been able to successfully perform the divine song this time. The message Lan Haitian sent to Chen Mobai was to tell him about Nguangle's regretful exit from seclusion. Nguangle is one of the 2 cultivators in the literature and art department who have reached the core formation stage, and he is also the one who received the infant cultivation pill this time. Even with the support of all the forces of the immortal sects, and even with Master Plum Blossom personally helping him calculate the auspicious day for nascent soul formation, it still ended in failure. In the end, it's still a lack of talent. I've already informed Master Sanju about this and asked him to help treat Counselor N. Although he failed to form a nascent soul, once he recovers, he'll be able to contribute his own strength to the divine Song of Shock. Lan Haitian told Chen Mobai about the arrangements made by the Immortal Affairs Hall for Nguangle, and Chen Mobai had no objections. Then the 2 talked about another cultivator who had transformed into the Usra Dharma form. Master Yuangsu stayed by his side the whole time, checking for any omissions and making up for any mistakes. After all, this was his first time in the immortal sect, so he was afraid that something might go wrong. After Lan Haitian formed his nascent soul, he was designated as the next head of the Immortal Affairs Hall. Gong Jixu's goal was also to create the divine song and launch the next war. Therefore, all kinds of power in the Immortal Affairs Hall are now being transferred to him. Organizing the divine song was the first major task entrusted to Lan Haitian after he emerged from seclusion at the nascent soul stage. Although Chen Mobai, as the master of the Righteous Law Hall, no longer had any involvement in affairs, Lan Haitian still habitually sent him relevant information and progress updates. However, Chen Mobai had been in seclusion at the Yellow Dragon Cave in the Heavenly River realm, so he hadn't responded. This time, since he had the opportunity to return, he made a phone call. It must have been hard work for Venerable Yuangsu. By the way, are you familiar with the spiritual veins in the sea? After discussing the arrangements for the divine song, Chen Mobai asked Lan Haitian about the spiritual veins in the sea. Although he had a good relationship with Shui Xian, the latter was now a nascent soul ancestor, so he wanted to find out all the details before making the call. Moreover, Narcissus is lazy, so it would be difficult to get her to make arrangements. It would be better to just ask her for a 5th-order water vein after you have determined your goal. Lan Haitian, as expected of a graduate of Kunpeng Academy, was very knowledgeable in this area. Thank you. Next time I come out of seclusion, I'll treat you to a meal at Wangwu Cave. Chen Mobai recalled that when he and Lan Haitian were both at the core formation stage, they would secretly meet every time they went to Wangwu Cave. At that time, Blue Ocean Sky was doing underground work, so the locations they were assigned to were all very well hidden. Looking back now, it's actually quite interesting. Master Chunyang, you're too kind. I should be the one treating you. After exchanging a few polite words and ending the call, Chen Mobai first sent a text message to Shui Xian, who immediately called back. That's simple. I have a magical artifact containing the spiritual energy equivalent to a high-grade 5th-tier water vein. Come and get it. After hearing this, Narcissus had an even better method. In fact, cultivators from the Kunpeng Academy and the True Spirit Academy were already in seclusion in the sea, forming their nascent souls. What remained was her own place to live, but she certainly couldn't move to Yan Qiangzhi's place, so she gave a magical artifact to Chen Mobai. Chen Mobai immediately used the void teleportation technique and went to the sea area. Here, I'll give you the incantation for the ritual. In a palace deep in the ocean, Narcissus saw Chen Mobai enter, got up from the pearl couch, opened the drawer next to her, took out a piece of pure white seashell, and casually handed it to him. This is not. Chen Mobai took the seashell, and a thought suddenly struck him. He remembered that before the dragon god star was destroyed, the spirit venerable used a seashell to condense all the water of a planet, demonstrating a pinnacle of weapon crafting skills, almost at the 6th rank. That's the one. Remember to return it to me after you're done using it. Narcissus nodded, confirming Chen Mobai's thoughts. This magical artifact contains all the seawater of Dragon God Star. If Narcissus were to unleash its full power, it could completely submerge the 36 grotto heavens and 72 blessed lands on Earth Star. Of course, the refining incantation taught to Chen Mobai only covered the part about entering the realm and absorbing the water elemental energy for cultivation. Thank you. Chen Mobai thanked Shui Xian, but she waved him off indifferently. After the divine song, you should be close to becoming a god. When the next war breaks out, I want a heaven and earth membrane to upgrade my own realm. You're not allowed to take it from me. After hearing what Narcissus said, Chen Mobai nodded with a wry smile. This celestial membrane is considered one of the best spoils of war in the world-class conflict. This is especially true for the Kunpeng lineage. Even without this incident, Chen Mobai wouldn't object if Shui Xian spoke up. After all, he had been treated quite well back in the Hall of Righteousness. If only we could obtain 2 heavenly membranes from a single war. As Chen Mobai left the sea, an outrageous idea flashed through his mind. Before going to the Nature Academy, Chen Mobai sent Yan Bingxuan a text message. Yan Bingxuan had already consolidated her cultivation level. After seeing the text message, she immediately asked for half a day off and returned to her residence ahead of time to prepare. After Chen Mobai arrived, the two, who hadn't seen each other for a long time, couldn't help but start making love before they even exchanged a few words. After a night of revelry, as dawn broke outside the window, Chen Mobai finally remembered the real reason he had come. Because the seashell is related to the Narcissus, a deity of the sea, and also contains the incantation for its refining, it's not appropriate to have Yan Bingxuan pass it on. After her last surfing session that morning, Yan Bingxuan painstakingly retrieved her phone from a pile of clothes scattered on the bedroom floor. Ignoring her own disarray, she called Yan Qiangji. A short while later, Yan Qiangji arrived. As soon as she entered the room, she saw Chen Mobai sitting on the sofa and was startled. She immediately bowed. Greetings, Lord of the Hall of Righteous Law. This is a supreme treasure of the Sea Realm's transformation god. Chen Mobai didn't beat around the bush and directly explained the origin, function, and refining incantation of the seashell before handing it to Yan Qiangji. Thank you, Venerable Master. In response to Yan Qiangji's thanks, Chen Mobai nodded and then told her about the progress of the surprising divine song. At most 2 years, Counselor Zhao Yuping will be able to successfully form his nascent soul. At that time, the immortal sect will have the Xuan Yin Miao Fa cultivators from the literature and art department perform the amazing divine melody. If you don't want to miss it, you'll have to work harder. As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, Yan Qiangji's expression turned serious. Although she knew that the immortal sect was preparing the divine song. However, she felt that the project might be delayed if a nascent soul cultivator was not in charge, which was why she was not in a hurry to take the nascent soul pill. Even those core formation perfection cultivators who chose the nascent soul pill held this thought in mind, hoping to enjoy both benefits. The existence of the Usura Dharma form and the fact that Master Yungsu devised a substitute using sea soul agate are secrets of the upper echelons of the immortal sects. Aside from nascent soul cultivators, only the 3 palace masters and core nascent soul cultivators like Yuan Su knew about it. This was yet another huge favor for Yan Qiangji. It was at this moment that she realized how wonderful it was to have connections in high places. End of this chapter. Chapter 10, 41 Azure Emperor's Longevity True Qi. Chapter 10, 41 Azure Emperor's Longevity True Qi. After returning to the eastern wilderness, Chen Mobai personally diluted a drop of fifth-order myriad transformation thunder water and poured it onto the five-cornered ancient maple. As the myriad lightning waters poured down, Zhuo Ming began to guide the spiritual plants to absorb it. Under the influence of the spiritual connection of all things, the already vibrant five-pointed maple instantly burst forth with a strong fiery red radiance. The veins on the five-pointed leaves, as bright as fresh blood, lit up one by one, as if they had been infused with endless vitality, becoming as transparent as crystal, shimmering with a faint orange-yellow glow. Even the trunk began to swell slightly, as if it had grown decades in just a few breaths. Branches and leaves grew out, turning from lush green to bright yellow and finally as red as blood, becoming even more luxuriant. The pharmacists, who were taking classes at the training base at the foot of Tianping Mountain, suddenly smelled a refreshing fragrance coming from the mountaintop and couldn't help but look up at the mountain with curiosity. Chen Mobai stood quietly to the side, his eyes sparkling with intelligence, but he listened intently, as if listening to the echoes of a secluded valley. He could roughly sense the changes in the five-pointed ancient maple. After watering, he left the rest to Zhuo Ming. The latter placed her right hand on the tree trunk, and as she closed her eyes, the earth's energy throughout the entire mountain range began to move, supplying the five-cornered ancient maple with the myriad transformations of the thunder water, which contained boundless vitality. It's so good to have Minger as a disciple. Kingnu, who was standing to the side, watched the five-pointed ancient maple branches sway gently under Zhuo Ming's guidance, and the leaves seemed to be whispering. She couldn't help but sigh. Yes. Chen Mobai also looked satisfied. In the heavenly river realm, besides building the five-element sect into an immortal sect, his proudest achievement was cultivating Zhuo Ming, an outstanding disciple. This made him feel that he had truly taken root in the eastern wilderness and left behind his own lineage. Just as the couple were talking, spiritual energy began to gather around the mountaintop, condensing into clouds and mist that landed on the branches and leaves of the five-pointed ancient maple. Master, it's done. Zhuo Ming opened her eyes, released her hand from the tree bark, and turned to respectfully bow to Chen Mobai. This scene signifies that the five-cornered ancient maple has begun to digest the fifth-order myriad transformations thunder water. Chen Mobai, through his empty valley voice, also heard a faint, warm yet vibrant thunder power constantly flowing through the trunk and branches, merging with the spiritual energy from the outside world and the earth energy of Tianping Mountain, continuously refining this spiritual plant. At this rate, I should be able to advance to the peak of the fourth tier within 10 years. However, because it concerned his own nascent soul transformation, Chen Mobai also asked Zhuo Ming to stay at Tianping Mountain for the next 10 years to personally take care of the five-cornered ancient maple. Minger, I'll still need you to work hard next. This matter concerns my transformation into a nascent soul cultivator, and I can only feel at ease leaving it to you. As they spoke, Chen Mobai handed the fifth-order myriad transformations thunder water to Zhuo Ming. Upon hearing that it was related to her master's opportunity to become a nascent soul cultivator, Zhuo Ming accepted it with both hands, her face showing a slight sense of fear, but she still nodded firmly. Master, rest assured, I will stay by your side at all times. There's no need to be so tense. When you have time, you can go to the pharmacist training base down the mountain and give those disciples a lesson. Chen Mobai said that the Tianping Mountain spiritual vein had already been incorporated into the eastern wilderness's heavenly curtain and earthly network array, so there was no need to worry about its safety. The main reason he left Zhuo Ming here was because he was worried that the vitality contained in the fifth-order myriad transformations thunder water was too strong, and even after dilution, the five-cornered ancient maple could not withstand it. With Zhuo Ming, the #1 spiritual plant grower in the five-element sect, taking care of him, he can go into seclusion with peace of mind. When I have time, I'll come here more often to keep Minger company. Kingnu, who was standing nearby, also spoke up. After all, it concerned the resources of her husband, who had reached the nascent soul stage, and she felt that she needed to pay attention to it while Chen Mobai was in seclusion. Then thank you for your hard work, madam. After dealing with things here, Chen Mobai went to Baiyuan City again. Yin Qingmei, Zai Jinghuo, and Yan Jinai were already waiting for him. Greetings, sect leader. Upon seeing Chen Mobai enter, the three of them stood up and bowed simultaneously. After catching up, Chen Mobai first spoke amiably with Zai Jinghuo and Yan Jinai, presenting each of them with a magical artifact he had personally crafted. In addition, he also gave Zai Jinghuo an extra set of talismans. It is related to the Crimson Flame Sword scripture, from the First Order Crimson Flame Sword Talisman to the Fourth Order Great Sun Sword Talisman. In the Eastern lands, because of Master Chen Mobai's reputation, a complete set of talismans like this could sell for over 1,000,000 spirit stones. However, for Zai Jinghuo, having this set of talismans will provide him with a correct reference point for cultivating the Crimson Flame Sword scripture in the future, saving him a lot of time. For Yan Jinai, this wasn't very useful. At most, it could only be used for self-defense and collection. Taking this into consideration, Chen Mobai gave her a wisp of Duluo fire. If she can master this, her success rate in refining pills will be greatly improved in the future. This is a wisp of celestial fire. I will teach you the method to control it, but it will be very difficult for you to master. Chen Mobai explained the situation of the Daoshui fire, and finally told Yan Jinai that she could consult Qingnu. After Qingnu formed her nascent soul, she was able to harmonize water and fire, and without Chen Mobai's help, she could refine pills with the Daoshui fire. She had the most experience in controlling and wielding the Daoshui fire. After all, Chen Mobai is a fire spirit body. Once he mastered the Duluo fire, he could use it with consummate skill. However, he lacked experience in subduing it. Yun, take them to the library and let them choose the cultivation techniques and supernatural abilities for the nascent soul stage. After presenting the complete pill gift packs to his two old friends, Chen Mobai gave instructions to Yun, who immediately nodded and led Zai Jinghuo and Yan Jinai out of the main hall with a smile. Greetings, Godfather. When only the two of them remained in the main hall, Yin Qingmei called out sweetly, her eyes filled with gratitude as she looked at Chen Mobai. Although she ultimately achieved nascent soul formation a step later than Qingnu for the sake of caution, she still succeeded in doing so. This is a nascent soul cultivator, the most elite level of cultivators in the eastern wilderness. From now on, she will be able to live for at least another 1,000 years. Relying on the resources of the sect, she might even be able to try to glimpse the realm of the nascent soul. After all, she cultivates the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture and also possesses the Jade Phoenix tree, a spiritual plant of heaven and earth. Your successful formation of the nascent soul stage is a testament to the sects and my expectations of you. You must continue your efforts and strive to become the sect's first cultivator to achieve nascent soul using the Azure Emperor longevity scripture. Chen Mobai also had high expectations for Yin Qingmei. After all, he had already learned that only nascent soul cultivators of the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture could refine the heavenly venerable Tao fruit in the divine tree secret realm. That is also a complete path of cultivating emptiness. Moreover, Chen Mobai suspected that the great Tao contained within might be the great Tao of nirvana. After all, once the longevity technique is perfected, as long as the tree still exists, the cultivator can store their essence, blood, and consciousness in their natal spiritual plant beforehand, so even if they are killed outside, they can be resurrected. This disciple will do his best and live up to the expectations of my adoptive father and the sect. Yin Qingmei was also very excited after hearing what Chen Mobai said. After reaching the nascent soul stage, everyone will yearn to become a deity. The nascent soul realm only allows one to dominate a single region, while the deity transformation realm is the undisputed supreme being of the heavenly river realm. Yin Qingmei now possesses the nascent soul transformation technique. The Five Elements sect has a fifth-order spiritual vein, and with the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture and the large amount of lifespan provided by practicing the longevity technique in the future, she feels that she has a chance to reach the nascent soul transformation. However, in the history of the Five Elements sect over the past few hundred years, the most powerful cultivators have been nascent soul cultivators. Their knowledge and experience regarding the path to deity transformation is completely blank, so she was very apprehensive about it. But now, with Chen Mobai's words, she suddenly gained confidence. After all, she knew that her adoptive father had obtained the complete inheritance of the longevity sect. This great sect had produced many nascent soul cultivators in ancient times, and even some void refining beings like heavenly venerables. It's likely that they possess knowledge of the nascent soul realm. Senior Brother Fu wants to refine the longevity azure dragon, but the sect is currently lacking 5th grade azure dragon wood. Once you reach nascent soul stage, you will be able to help. Chen Mobai then explained the main reason why he had called Yin Qingmei over today. But Godfather, my natal spiritual plant isn't the everlasting wood. After listening, Yin Qingmei raised her own question. If the longevity wood wants to be upgraded to the 5th order azure dragon wood, it needs to be transformed into a natal spiritual plant by a cultivator of the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture and nurtured with true energy. You only need to focus on providing true qi. I'll take care of the rest. Chen Mobai said that he had already considered all the obstacles before Yin Qingmei formed her nascent soul, but whether it would be successful still depended on the actual operation. Yes, Godfather. Yin Qingmei nodded obediently. Then the two left Baiyuan City and arrived at Giant Tree Ridge, where the two divine trees in the center were still towering and enormous. Chen Mobai brought Yin Qingmei to the Longevity Wood Dojo, a place he hadn't visited in a long time. Among the Five Elements sect, there are only a handful of peak-level 4th order Longevity Wood cultivators. The 3 trees in the Divine Tree Secret Realm were of too great a background, and Chen Mobai did not want to use them as test subjects. There were originally 3 trees in Giant Tree Ridge, which were said to have been transplanted by true monarch Yiyuan when he was refining the longevity technique. The one originally belonging to Zhou Shenking has been condensed into a tree seed, leaving only the ones belonging to Chen Mobai and Fu Zhangju. Junior brother, let's use mine instead. Upon hearing the news, Fu Zhangju rushed over. When he heard that Chen Mobai planned to try to transform the longevity wood into azure dragon wood with Yin Qingmei, he immediately pointed to his own tree. Senior brother, we'll talk about your plant later. Besides, this enlightenment might not be something that happens overnight. Junior nephew Yin will probably be practicing here at Giant Tree Ridge for a long time. It just so happens that my dojo has been vacant for decades, so let's just let her move in. Despite Fu Zhangju's enthusiasm, Chen Mobai had other plans. Although this is where he started his career, this 5th order spiritual vein dojo has been idle, which is a great waste in the eyes of him, a member of the immortal sect. It would be better to take this opportunity to make the most of it. Besides transforming the longevity wood into azure dragon wood, Yin Qingmei can also try to cultivate the longevity technique after forming her nascent soul. And this also requires a long-lived tree. Then I'll follow your instructions, junior brother. Fu Zhang, you nodded repeatedly after listening to what Chen Mobai said. Actually, he was a little reluctant to part with his longevity wood, but Chen Mobai wanted to help him refine and research the longevity azure dragon, so he felt a little embarrassed. Now that he had this reason, he felt at ease. Senior brother Fu, junior nephew Yin and I will be practicing our techniques here, which may cause some unusual phenomena. Although I will set up an array, please do not let any disciples of the sect get close. It would also be best if they did not go into seclusion, so as not to disturb us due to the violent fluctuations in spiritual energy. Chen Mobai gave another instruction. He and Yin Qingmei should try to enlighten the longevity wood using the same cultivation technique. Although he had perfected the theory, he could not guarantee that it would actually succeed. Furthermore, it's uncertain what might happen when the longevity wood advances to azure dragon wood. To be on the safe side, it's best to have the sect disciples be careful during this period. Leave it to me. Fu Zhangju nodded repeatedly, then turned around and went to Shenmu Immortal City to arrange this matter. Within the training ground, Chen Mobai and Yin Qingmei flew together to the canopy of the longevity tree, where there stood a wooden hut he had left behind during his cultivation. "Sit there." The wooden house rested on two huge branches, and at the end of the branches was a meditation platform that looked like a futon. Chen Mobai pointed to it. Yin Qingmei nodded and floated lightly onto the prayer mat. Chen Mobai landed on another branch, sitting opposite her suspended in midair. "You should be familiar with the art of cultivation together." After Chen Mobai explained all the details, Yin Qingmei understood his thinking and nodded gently. Then the two began their first attempt. The two, sitting suspended in midair, each raised a hand, facing each other in the void. Under the state of cultivating together, Chen Mobai first transferred his fire elemental true energy into Yin Qingmei's body. His true energy had all been transformed into innate energy, which was not only vast and magnificent, but also extremely yang, strong, fiery, and pure. Even though he controlled the amount and only one strand entered first, Yin Qingmei felt that it was too magnificent for her to bear. "Godfather, your true energy is too powerful. I can't handle it." Yin Qingmei's exclamation rang in Chen Mobai's mind. The two, in their fellow cultivation state, were able to communicate directly through their thoughts. When she formed her nascent soul, she condensed 36 strands of Azure Emperor Longevity True Qi, which was already the most solid foundation of the five-element sect besides Chen Mobai. After consolidating his realm, his true Qi increased several times over in just a few years. But as soon as Chen Mobai's innate pure yang energy entered, she felt that her proud Azure Emperor Longevity True Qi was like a leaf meeting a hot blade, soft and powerless, with no ability to resist, about to be swept away and ignited, turning into firewood for the flames. She felt that she might need dozens of bursts of true energy to equal one burst from Chen Mobai. "Relax, I'll guide you." Chen Mobai spoke to comfort her, then dispersed his innate pure yang energy into wisps, which began to combine with Yin Qingmei's true energy in the order of the five elements generating each other within Yin Qingmei's danshan. This step is the secret cultivation technique of the longevity sect. Yin Qingmei gritted her teeth, suppressing the urge to move, and began to rotate with Chen Mobai's true energy. Although they hadn't practiced together for a long time, their cooperation was still very smooth. The key to this step is to avoid fear and selfishness, and to have complete trust in the leader. Yin Qingmei clearly succeeded. After the two cultivated their true energy together using the five-element cycle, Chen Mobai also began to use the covenant of unity. The longevity tree beneath him had been co-cultivated with this secret method long ago, so he easily transformed it into his natal spiritual plant. Under the state of simultaneous cultivation of true Qi, Chen Mobai and Yin Qingmei are now considered as one living being. Therefore, at the moment Yin Qingmei used the Kantanki, she felt that she and the everlasting tree under her feet had reached a very novel symbiotic state. She was very familiar with this state, just like the jade phoenix tree. Now, this evergreen tree has become her natal spiritual plant. Yin Qingmei felt an indescribable mix of joy and surprise. What delighted her was that she had gained another natal spiritual plant, and in this state, she could absorb the essence of the longevity tree, making her cultivation of the longevity technique twice as effective. What surprised and bewildered was that such a mysterious lineage existed within the ancient longevity sect. In her view, the secret method by which Chen Mobai led her to cultivate together, and to make the longevity wood her natal spiritual plant could only be from the longevity sect. Indeed, there is still a lot I need to learn. One must not be complacent because of the formation of an infant. As Yin Qingmei was thinking this, Chen Mobai had already guided her true energy once again, causing it to overflow from her body and flow into the longevity wood. With her Azure Emperor Longevity True Qi as a catalyst, he immediately used the pulling up seedlings to help them grow technique. This great technique of the longevity sect did not disappoint him. The fourth-tier peak-level longevity tree that had grown in Giantwood Ridge for thousands of years began to undergo an unprecedented and dramatic transformation. Centered on the part where the Azure Emperor's longevity true chi was infused, the rough and weathered bark began to crack, and the rich energy that had accumulated in the trunk for countless years began to be activated by the Azure Emperor's longevity true chi and transformed into a higher-level wood energy. This was like a chain reaction, gradually spreading to the entire sacred tree. Amidst the crackling sounds, the everlasting tree standing at the core of Giant Tree Ridge suddenly expanded, its entire bark stretching open. Streams of emerald green spiritual light shone from the gaps in the bark, shining in all directions like lamps, causing the spiritual energy within the entire formation to vibrate. Chen Mobai, being at the level of a spiritual being, also sensed the vibrations of the spiritual veins of Giant Tree Ridge. He remembered what Master Peach Blossom had said. The heavenly canopy and earthly network array would suppress the growth of spiritual plants, so he gave up the idea of using the array to suppress them. Fortunately, he had notified Fu Zongju in advance, and under the latter's command and coordination, the disciples in Giant Wood Ridge all entered the specially built spiritual energy calming area. This was originally built under the leadership of Chen Mobai, in order to prevent the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from being disturbed when high-level cultivators break through, thus avoiding the possibility of disciples in seclusion being injured. After Chen Mobai used the illusion to communicate with Fu Zongju, he then used his vast divine sense to sweep around the entire Giant Tree Ridge. Sure enough, he found that there were still more than a dozen cultivators outside the area. Whether it was because the sect hadn't notified them or because of their own actions, Chen Mobai took the initiative to draw talismans remotely, creating an area around them to calm the spiritual energy. Don't go outside the designated area. After drawing the talisman, Chen Mobai transmitted a message to the dozen or so disciples, instructing them that if they still disobeyed and went outside the designated area, then they would only have themselves to blame. With no worries about the future, Chen Mobai took the initiative to use the realm of earthly spirit to perceive the advancement of the longevity wood throughout the process. Because the Azure Emperor's longevity chi is indispensable in this process, he needs to maintain a state of joint cultivation with Yin Qingmei. He first took out 3 tubes of 4th-tier myriad transformation thunder water, and without diluting it, directly sprinkled it on the roots of the everlasting tree at his feet. Upon seeing this scene, Yin Qingmei's mouth dropped open. It should be noted that even with her true chi nurturing and helping, it took her several years to fully refine the myriad transformations thunder water given to her by Qing Nu. Chen Mobai's direct application of the 3-pronged spray only had a catalytic effect on the everlasting tree. All I can say is that the differences between trees are simply too great. In a state of shared cultivation, Yin Qingmei sensed through Chen Mobai that the longevity wood was undergoing transformation and sublimation. However, it has accumulated too much energy over thousands of years, while the Azure Emperor's longevity true chi that she injected is too little. So, although some of it has already begun to evolve, most of it is still dormant. At this rate, it may take another 5 or 6 years for this evergreen tree to completely transform and begin its advancement. Chen Mobai definitely doesn't have time to wait that long. After all, the immortal sect is about to start arranging the divine song. At this moment, Chen Mobai, who was in the same cultivation state, also noticed that Yin Qingmei began to tremble slightly and her face turned pale. This is a sign that too much internal energy has been consumed. Remember this feeling. In the future, you can try to inject your true energy into the longevity wood and practice it together. To prevent Yin Qingmei from losing her essence, Chen Mobai stopped guiding her true energy outwards and began to guide her to communicate with the longevity wood. According to the theories of the immortal sects, as long as a cultivator's essence and divine sense are strong enough, they can have more than one innate destiny. Although Yin Qingmei already has the jade wudang, she can still try to transform the everlasting wood into her second natal spiritual plant. After all, if one wanted to refine the Tao fruit of the celestial venerable, the predecessors had used azure dragon wood to support it. Yes, Godfather. Yin Qingmei nodded, greedily sensing the state of being immersed in the longevity wood. Chen Mobai did not break off the cultivation. Only after the spiritual vein tremors of giant tree ridge stopped and the violently trembling longevity tree beneath him calmed down did he release his right hand that was facing her in the void. For the next 2 years, besides accumulating his own innate pure yang energy, he also guided fellow cultivator Yin Qingmei. He also took this opportunity to begin trying to cultivate the art of immortality. However, the Five Elements sect has never achieved the transformation and sublimation of the longevity body into the longevity technique, and many key aspects still need to be explored and solved on their own, so progress has been minimal. Chen Mobai naturally wouldn't do something that was a waste of time, so he simply gave up. That day he opened his eyes and severed his connection with Yin Qingmei. News has come from the immortal sect that the divine song can begin. End of this chapter. Chapter 10:42 Purple lightning emerges from seclusion. Chapter 10:42 Purple lightning emerges from seclusion. You should cultivate yourself well here. I have other important matters to attend to and need to leave for a long time. Chen Mobai said to Yin Qingmei in front of him. The divine song is related to the nascent soul stage. After listening to it, he will definitely need to go into seclusion. When he reappears, it will probably be during the time when the eastern continent is being developed. Yes, Godfather, I will cultivate diligently and live up to your teachings. Yin Qingmei immediately stood up to respond. Chen Mobai nodded gently to her, then transformed into a streak of silver light and disappeared from the tree branch. Yin Qingmei remained in the bowing posture for a long time before finally lowering it. She gazed at the spot where Chen Mobai had disappeared, feeling her cultivation level had improved further than before, and couldn't help but feel a pang of loss. When the two were cultivating together, Chen Mobai's innate pure yang energy and the Azure Emperor's longevity true energy circulated and circulated, which was equivalent to refining her energy again and again, making her true energy more pure and condensed. This saved her almost 10 years of hard work. The two of them had only been practicing together at the Longevity Wood Dojo for 2 years. If she could, Yin Qingmei truly wished things could stay like this forever. Unfortunately, Chen Mobai was the one in control, and when he wanted to leave, there was nothing she could do to stop him. However, Yin Qingmei quickly calmed down. After all, as long as she was still in the Five Elements sect, as the only practitioner of the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture, she would be useful to Chen Mobai and would always be able to get such an opportunity again. She sat down again on the meditation platform on the tree branch, closed her eyes, and immersed herself in the meditation, trying to communicate with the longevity tree without Chen Mobai's guidance. During this process, her true energy slowly circulated, merging with the essence of the longevity tree, and began to be absorbed into her body in turn, cultivating the art of longevity. Those who practice the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture can directly cultivate this great art. She hopes to gain a deeper understanding of this art and demonstrate more of her value before Chen Mobai returns. While Yin Qingmei was making the most of every moment to improve herself, Chen Mobai was also saying goodbye to Fu Zhangju. Senior brother, I hope that when you come back next time, you will have already successfully formed your nascent soul. Chen Mobai has been guiding Yin Qingmei's cultivation for 2 years. During this time, he mobilized the heavenly curtain and earthly network array to draw spiritual energy from various spiritual veins in the eastern wilderness and bring it to Giant Tree Ridge, raising the spiritual energy here to the mid-grade of the 5th rank. In addition to helping the longevity tree advance, it was also because Fu Zhangju had reached the perfect stage of core formation and could now attempt to form his nascent soul. Thank you for your kind words. Fu Zhangju nodded and said with a relaxed expression. He had already obtained his share of nascent soul resources, and Chen Mobai had long ago given him the sea soul agate and the rejuvenating spirit water. Even if he failed to form a nascent soul, he could immediately transform it into a Dharma body nascent soul. With double insurance in hand, the nascent soul stage, which is like a life-or-death chasm for many, was not tense at all for him. He even chatted and laughed with Chen Mobai as he saw the latter off. The transformation of the longevity tree has now stabilized, but just in case, Senior Brother Fu, it would be better to have Senior Brother Joe come and oversee things when you form your nascent soul. Chen Mobai was a cautious person by nature, and he said this before leaving. After visiting Shengjiaxi, Zhou Shenking went to Baiyuan City to guard it since there was no nascent soul cultivator there. After all, Baiyuan City is now the #1 immortal city on the eastern frontier, with a huge daily volume of spirit stone transactions. Without a nascent soul cultivator, many cultivators would be tempted to take risks. Fu Zhongyu nodded after hearing this. Chen Mobai personally arranged this matter, sending Mo Duguang to guard Baiyuan City for a period of time. Zhou Shenking returned quickly via the teleportation array. Don't worry, Junior Brother. I will guard Giantwood Ridge and stay by your side until you come out of seclusion, Zhou Shenking said with a serious expression. After leaving Giantwood Ridge, Chen Mobai did not forget to say goodbye to Kingnu. Calculating the time, the purple lightning sword was also ready for forging, so he went directly to the Myriad Transformations Immortal City. Master, you've finally come to pick me up. In the sword washing pool, the purple lightning sword sensed Chen Mobai's aura and immediately exclaimed in delight. Amidst the boiling and rippling water, the purple-haired, purple-eyed sword spirit, seated atop an 8-sided blade, burst forth from the surface, flying joyfully toward Chen Mobai with outstretched arms. Good, you've improved. Chen Mobai reached out and grasped the round hilt of the purple lightning sword. Sensing that it was already a 5th-tier high-grade sword, he couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Master, I've worked incredibly hard these past few years. Every day, besides soaking in the pool, I've been refining myself with the Tushita fire without a single day of rest. The purple lightning sword spirit sat atop the blade, boasting about its hard work. You should be grateful for this opportunity instead of complaining. Chen Mobai flicked the sword with his finger, causing the purple lightning sword spirit to stagger. It pursed its lips, thinking that it would definitely raise the price next time it had the chance. I'm going to go to heaven to practice. Chen Mobai gripped the purple lightning sword and spoke to Qing Nu beside him, who nodded with a smile. Chen Mobai was worried that after the purple lightning sword was upgraded, he would not be able to control the power of the sword as skillfully as before, so he practiced it before returning to the immortal sect. However, it turned out he was overthinking it. In the state of man and sword as one, everything about the purple lightning sword appeared in his mind, and it still felt as easy and effortless as his own arm. In the sky above the immortal city of myriad transformations, the purple sword light roared like thunder tearing through the heavens, yet it also possessed a flowing, unrestrained elegance. Chen Mobai merely floated, activating the purple flower sword intent he had intercepted, controlling the sword with his divine sense, and unleashing the sword techniques recorded in the purple flower sword manual. The aura of the purple lightning sword surged continuously, and in no time, the sky had transformed into a purple lightning domain, within which ran terrifying and destructive fifth-order sword energy. The myriad swords avatar had appeared behind Chen Mobai at some unknown time, and the purple thunder sword domain, centered on it, began to operate with the traces of Tao annihilation. Over the years, thanks to the continuous supply of 5 elements essence from the cultivators under the 5 elements sect, Chen Mobai has already perfected the heavenly star realm of the myriad swords dharma body. He only needs to refine enough 9 heavens pure chi to step into the 5th order, heavenly robe realm. For cultivators in the heavenly river realm, this step is actually slightly easier than the heavenly star realm. Because the pure chi of the 9 heavens ripples within the heavenly gang, it doesn't require the arduous collection of the 72 earthly fiends chi. As long as one's cultivation is sufficient, one can ascend and refine it. However, the closer one gets to the ground, the scarcer the pure chi becomes, and nascent soul cultivators need exceptionally good luck to encounter it. Similarly, the higher you go, the closer you are to the highest point of the heavenly tribulation, the greater the probability of encountering the pure chi of the 9 heavens. The most numerous are located at the intersection with the 9 heavens tribulation, but if one is not careful, one will be turned to ashes by the powerful tribulation force. According to the explanation from the Tian realm, the so-called nine heavens pure qi is actually the seventh-order immortal spiritual energy that escaped from the Linkang immortal realm and fell to the mortal world. After being baptized by the nine heavenly tribulations, it dispersed into the pure spiritual energy that covers the entire Tian realm. Therefore, there is even more pure and ethereal immortal energy during the heavenly tribulation. After Chen Mobai reached the peak of his star realm, he once tried to ascend to heaven and, relying on the good fortune of the Phoenix Rising Sun diagram, found a fragment. After refining it, he felt that his myriad swords Dharma body had indeed improved, so he wanted more. But he never encountered it again. He tried to go to the higher celestial realm, and sure enough, he sensed several clusters of pure and ethereal energy. However, out of caution, he stopped after sensing the fierce aura of the heavenly tribulation above his head and did not risk going up. After all, with his current level of cultivation, the first level of the nine heavens tribulation would be enough to reduce him to ashes. If he's unlucky and a heavenly tribulation falls just as he's capturing and refining the pure immortal energy, he might just perish. Therefore, he decided to wait until he reached the nascent soul stage before making any further decisions, or he could directly refine the heaven and earth membrane and achieve his goal in one step. After the myriad swords, Dharma body incorporated a ball of pure and spiritual immortal energy. Although it was still at the peak of the fourth rank, it had already acquired a trace of the mysteries of the fifth rank. Chen Mobai intercepted the purple flower sword intent, and using the myriad swords Dharma body as the central point, began to combine it with the Tao extinction sword intent, attempting to recreate Zhang Daosun's swordsmanship. The highest level of swordsmanship allows one to walk the two great paths of destruction and killing. Chen Mobai felt that Zhang Daosun's annihilation of the Tao was probably his attempt to walk these great paths. If he could succeed, it would be another great path. However, his cultivation level was still too low. Although he had a good idea and had completely mastered the purple flower sword intent, even surpassing the creator of this technique, Master Qing Shi, he still lacked the strength to merge with the Tao extinction sword intent. In the sky, the purple lightning sword domain, which had been roaming freely and spreading outwards, suddenly scattered after a burst of dazzling light, like a meteor shower, turning into a purple halo that rushed outwards from the sky above the myriad transformations immortal city. Chen Mobai sighed slightly, but he was not discouraged. He immediately returned, controlling the somewhat out-of-control purple lightning sword. The power that had just gathered within the sword domain was already becoming too much for it to handle. Master I. Having just emerged from seclusion, the once invincible purple lightning sword looked disheveled and dejected. Although it didn't know what Chen Mobai had just been doing, it instinctively felt that it was the key to whether it could take another step forward. So after failing to merge with the Tao extinction sword intent, it was somewhat sullen. I was too impatient. I should have waited until you reached the peak of the fifth rank before trying. Seeing the purple lightning sword spirit looking dejected, Chen Mobai couldn't help but offer words of comfort. In the entire immortal sect, only Bai Guang has achieved the feat of using a sword to embody the great Tao, or even to reach the void realm. Chen Mobai's talent in swordsmanship was practically non-existent, so his failure was entirely expected. He saw that the purple lightning sword seemed to have become somewhat arrogant after its advancement, so he used this to put it down. Let it know that the fifth grade superior level is not the end. There are still higher levels to come. Rest assured, Master, I will work even harder to become the first flying sword in the immortal sect to advance to the sixth rank. After hearing Chen Mobai's words, the purple lightning sword felt that it could not disappoint its master and began to make grand pronouncements. Yes, I'll help you too. Chen Mo said this in plain language, but in his heart, he was wondering if Bai Guang's forget-love sword had advanced as she cultivated to the void realm. Before leaving Earthstar, Bai Guang used the resources he obtained on Dragon God Star to upgrade his natal flying sword to the peak of the fifth rank. If he were to be promoted, he would undoubtedly become the #1 swordsman of the immortal sect. One can only say that choices determine one's altitude. For so many years, Jixuan, Yuanyang, and Dinghai have not only been unable to break through, but have even struggled to maintain their realms, while Wang Qingjian has surpassed them. Even in the near future, the purple lightning sword might surpass its predecessor. Thinking about this, Chen Mobai felt it was necessary to give the veteran flying swordsmen of the immortal sect a chance. For example, the Yuan Yang sword. Just this year, the Little Crimson Heaven server upgrade was completed, and the 9-Dragon Cauldron is now the new core. Under the urging of the Righteous Law Hall, the relevant departments of the immortal sect are also working to disconnect the Yuan Yang sword from the Little Crimson Heaven as soon as possible. Judging by the time, it should be about time now. After retrieving the purple lightning sword from his domain, Chen Mobai landed in the Myriad Transformation's immortal city and bid farewell to Qingnu. I hope you can achieve divine transformation this time. Qingnu looked on with anticipation. Chen Mobai could only laugh it off. He had no confidence in himself. After clicking on the turtle to return to the city, Chen Mobai's figure appeared on the top of Dangxia Mountain. He first picked up his phone and called Lan Haitian to inquire about the matter of the divine song. With the assistance of Venerable Yuangsu, Zio Yuping has mastered the Usra Dharma form. The 3 major halls have already verified it, and it is indeed equivalent to the nascent soul realm in the immortal sects. It can be used as the core to perform the divine melody. Lan Haitian told Chen Mobai what he knew, and the usually calm man sounded unusually excited on the phone. After all, it's a divine melody. The #1 auxiliary divine skill of the immortal sect. The last performance directly resulted in the immortal sect gaining 4 more nascent soul true lords. If Lan Haitian could see his path to becoming a deity at the nascent soul stage, he would at least be able to avoid taking detours for hundreds of years in the future. Compared to their predecessors, this generation is much luckier. Thank you for your hard work. Has the venue for the performance of the divine song been arranged yet? After listening, Chen Mobai asked another crucial question. Over the years, he has basically faded out of the 3 main halls, and the power has long been handed over to Wenren Zuwei. The fact that Lan Haitian was able to report to him immediately made Chen Mobai sigh that this person is indeed worthy of being the future master of the Immortal Affairs Hall. After discussing with Ancestor Qi Yuheng, we decided to hold the performance at Wufeng Immortal Mountain. At that time, Ancestor will control the heavenly curtain and earthly network array to avoid disturbing the people outside. Besides the nascent soul cultivators from our immortal sect, Ancestor Narcissus from the sea will also lead some kings to listen to the lecture. They will sit together with the Kunpeng lineage. Currently, Counselor Zio Yuping is consolidating his cultivation realm, while Palace Master Yi Yun has led all the Xuan Yin Miao Fa cultivators from the arts department to the Yingxian Hotel to prepare for the final performance rehearsal. Before Chen Mobai could even finish asking a question, Lan Haitian had already told him all the arrangements for the divine song. Basically, everything was within his expectations. However, the specific location for listening to the divine song will be determined by a meeting of the leaders of the 3 palaces and 4 lineages. According to Qi Yuheng, the Kunpeng lineage comes to his Jixian Peak, the Bushan lineage goes to Kaiangxing Juxian Peak, and the Wuki lineage goes to Chen Mobai's Wangxian Peak. The Jumeng lineage and the other nascent soul cultivators, without any background, listened in at the Yingxian Hotel, which was relatively close, although the spiritual energy there was a bit low. In addition, the other 2 inhabited areas of 5 Peaks Immortal Mountain will be isolated by Qi Yuheng using a large formation. After all, the divine song is extraordinary and otherworldly. If an ordinary cultivator were to listen to it, he might become so engrossed in the great Tao that he would eventually die from mental exhaustion. At that time, apart from the performers, only those at the nascent soul level will be qualified to enter. If all else fails, then squeeze in on Wangxian Peak. Chen Mobai thought that the Jumeng lineage was, after all, his ally and couldn't bear to see them treated differently, so he spoke up. After all, if one truly gains insight and wants to break through during the divine song, it is best to do so with the help of sixth-order spiritual energy. Their 3 lineages and 3 mountain peaks are currently all at the 6th level of spiritual energy. Aside from the Jumeng lineage, Yu Yi is the only nascent soul cultivator without a powerful background in the immortal sects. After so many exchanges, she has become aware of her lineage in dance, and Chen Mobai felt it was necessary to help her in this matter to deepen her sense of belonging. Then I'll try to communicate with them. Lan Haitian nodded immediately after hearing his words. Then Chen Mobai asked about Zio Chishan and received good news. The Yuan Yang sword had been taken out of Zio Chishan half a month ago and was currently being kept in the hands of the Immortal Affairs Hall. It was Gong Ajixu who took this sword from Chunyang Academy and threw it into Zia Chishan. Now that it has been retrieved, according to procedure, Gong Ajixu should personally return it to Chunyang Academy. If the Lord of the Righteous Law Hall wants the Yuan Yang sword, I can speak with the Lord of the Gong Hall and Principal Nangong on his behalf. After all, this sword was promised to you when the last war was launched. Now, there are only a few decades before the next war, so we can use that as a reason to give you the Yuan Yang sword again. But in that case, the Dinghai sword that the Lord of the Righteous Law Hall obtained in the first place will have to be handed over. However, the Lord of the Hall took the Dinghai sword in the first place out of necessity, since it was completely incompatible with the attributes of your pure Yang scroll. This is actually better, and it can be considered as setting things right. Palace Master Gong certainly has no objection to this matter. His main concern now is finding an opportunity to reach the nascent soul stage during the next war. However, we can't put him in a difficult position, so the key lies with Principal Nangong. As soon as Lan Haitian heard Chen Mobai mention the Yuanyang sword, he guessed Chen Mobai's thoughts and immediately recounted the relevant details. As the future third saint of the immortal sect, Chen Mobai is respected by almost everyone, so Lan Haitian also hopes to help him get this matter done well. Don't worry, Vice Hall Master Lan. Just have the Immortal Affairs Hall follow the procedures and send the Yuan Yang sword back to the Chun Yang Academy. I'll take care of the rest. Chen Mobai had already resolved things with Nangong Xuanyu, and an agreement had been reached 8 years ago regarding the Yuanyang sword. At that time, his appointment as the honorary principal of Chunyang Academy caused quite a stir. After all, the upper echelons of the immortal sect all knew that he and Nangong Xuanyu were once sworn enemies. However, everyone only considered it as a matter of respect for Master Yungsu, and given that Chen Mobai's trend toward becoming a deity was growing stronger, Nangong Xuanyu gave in. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Lan Haitian naturally recalled this matter and couldn't help but show a look of sudden realization. Please rest assured, Lord of the Righteous Law Hall, the Immortal Affairs Hall will complete the procedures as quickly as possible and send the Yuan Yang sword back to the Pure Yang Academy. Upon hearing Lan Haitian's words, Chen Mobai knew that he had understood his implication and couldn't help but sigh at how easy it was to talk to a smart person. Then I'll have to trouble Vice Hall Master Lan. After ending the call, Chen Mobai checked the remaining unread text messages on his phone. There's a lot of good news and some bad news too. Good news, for example, is that Yan Qiangji has successfully achieved nascent soul formation, thanks to the nascent soul resource package he provided. Besides Yan Bingxuan sharing the good news, Yan Qiangji also called him personally, but Chen Mobai was in Tianhe realm at the time, so he didn't answer. He thought for a moment, then sent Yan Qiangji a text message. Congratulations on your conception. After sending the message, Chen Mobai called Yan Bingxuan back and told her about his departure from seclusion. However, because of the divine song, he didn't go surfing at the Nature Academy this time. Yan Bingxuan was somewhat disappointed when she heard that he wasn't coming, but she was still very understanding. Then Chen Mobai went directly to Chicheng Mountain to discuss the matter of the divine song with Master Chengxuan. Great. I never thought I'd actually live to see this day. The news that Zio Yupping had mastered the Usura Dharma form was still kept secret by the three main halls. Even Venerable Chengshuan was unaware of it. When Chen Mobai came over and told him, he couldn't help but feel excited and paced back and forth in his office. Let's also inform Master Yuxio about this matter. The Wookiee lineage currently has 3 nascent soul cultivators. Although Jiang Xuanju is essentially a weapon spirit, she is still from their lineage, and in terms of seniority, they should address her as a senior. Okay, I'll let them know. Upon hearing this, Master Chengshuan did not hesitate and took out his phone to tell Jiang Xuanju about it. I'm coming right away. Jiang Xuanju didn't hesitate and immediately booked a flight to Chicheng Cave. Then Chen Mobai also informed Yu Yishingren about this matter. The latter was naturally extremely grateful, and after hanging up the phone, he felt that the best thing he had ever done in his life was to help Chen Mobai. What about Jumeng's side? After informing everyone on his side, Master Chengshuan also thought of his allies and asked Chen Mobai. Wenren must know by now. We'll just have to wait for her or Master Peach Blossom to call. Chen Mobai said that even if you want to help, you can't rush to offer it yourself. You have to wait for the other party to come to you for help. That's how you do someone a favor. Master Chengshuan understood Chen Mobai's meaning, nodded, and said with a sigh, speaking of which, if it weren't for you, our lineage would probably be surpassed by the Jumeng lineage 100 years from now. Over the years, due to the divine song, all the cultivators from the immortal sects who exchanged for the infant nourishing pill have taken it one after another. Wang Shui and Hong Mengqi of the Wookiee lineage still lacked sufficient luck and foundation, and even with the nascent soul resource package provided by Chen Mobai, they still failed. As for the Jumeng lineage, Pei Qingshuang has already emerged from seclusion. Not only has she successfully formed her nascent soul, but it is also said that a strange phenomenon occurred in the heavens, with a peculiar fragrance spreading throughout the Linwu cave heaven, which can cure all diseases and make people feel energetic. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai knew that Pei Qingshuang must have fully activated the longevity immortal bloodline. He was happy about this. After all, she was her friend, so having Qing Shuang's sword follow her was a way of not disgracing her. Yan Qiangzhi's successful formation of nascent soul means that our lineage has gained a new nascent soul cultivator. When Chen Mobai emerged from seclusion, he had already received the bad news of Wang Shui and Hong Mengqi's defeat. After sighing, he also informed Master Chengshuan of the good news to ease the tension. It's a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. While Master Chengshuan was speaking, Chen Mobai started talking about the other 2 lineages. Among them, neither the Kunpeng lineage nor the Wookiee lineage succeeded. Upon hearing this, Master Chengshuan's lips twitched slightly as he suppressed his emotions. He felt a sense of schadenfreude at the fact that someone else was just as unfortunate as himself. Actually, in terms of lineage, Lan Haitian belongs to the Kunpeng lineage, but he is now classified under the Patching Heaven faction. Chen Mobai said that this time there were a total of 10 nascent soul pills, and the success rate of forming a nascent soul was higher than before. Lan Haitian, Yan Qiangzhi, and Pei Qingshuang succeeded. According to the immortal sect's big data, the success rate of taking the infant nourishing pill is only 12.68%, far lower than that of the infant nurturing pill and the infant transforming pill. This 30% success rate has led many in the immortal sects to marvel at what an unprecedented golden age this is. If it weren't for the prodigy Chen Mobai, these 3 would all be among the most outstanding geniuses in the history of the immortal sects. So, in this case, among our 4 major academies, only the Kunpeng lineage did not have any new nascent soul cultivators. At this point, Master Chengshuan finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. Lan Haitian and Yan Qiangzhi, as the 2 prodigies of the immortal sects before Chen Mobai, can both be considered to be from the Kunpeng lineage. But in the end, one chose to mend the sky, while the other was recruited by their dance equipment. This feeling of being undermined made Master Chengshuan very happy. Chen Mobai smiled with a slightly reserved air. At that moment his phone rang. Upon picking it up, Chen Mobai saw that it was Yan Qiangji calling. After answering, she thanked him and then personally told him about her successful nascent soul formation. Chen Mobai also told her that the divine melody was about to be performed and asked her to book a plane ticket to the Dance Weapon Academy. Then, they would all go to the Five Peaks Immortal Mountain together. Yan Qiangji naturally complied. Chen Mobai stayed at Chicheng Mountain for 2 days, and soon all the nascent soul cultivators of his lineage gathered together. End of this chapter. Chapter 1043 Yuan Yang Sword. Chapter 1043 Yuan Yang Sword. Beneath the jade tree and the elixir cauldron, Chen Mobai looked at the sword box on his lap and gently stroked it. The sword case has an ancient, blackish exterior made of a special heat-resistant mystic stone material from the Crimson City Grotto. It is engraved with intricate patterns, and Chen Mobai can tell at a glance that it is a composite talisman with functions such as nurturing spirits, sealing spirits, and dissipating heat. This contains the Yuanyang sword. Under the supervision of the Zhengfe Hall, the Xianwu Hall completed the procedures as quickly as possible and sent the sword back to Chunyang Academy. Since they were both in Chicheng Cave Heaven, Chen Mobai waited for 2 more days. When Chen Mobai went to retrieve the Yuanyang sword, he also returned the pure Yang Pearl to Nangong Xuanyu. He even invited the latter to travel with the Wuqi Dao Academy to Wufeng Immortal Mountain to listen to the performance of the amazing divine melody. Since they were all from the pure Yang lineage, if they could recruit Nangong Xuanyu to the Wuqi Dao Academy, it would be a meritorious deed, allowing him to recognize his ancestors and return to his roots. Although Nangong Xuanyu reconciled with Chen Mobai, she still insisted on going to Zixuan Cave Heaven to join the Patching Heaven lineage. Seeing that he couldn't dig any further, Chen Mobai took his sword and left. Upon opening the sword case, a brilliant light shone out, like a rising sun, and a warm, harmonious Yang energy rushed towards him, greatly activating his innate pure Yang energy. The Yuan Yang sword, a top-tier flying sword of the immortal sect that had been renowned since the time he began cultivating the pure Yang scroll, thus fell into his hands. The sword was entirely golden, about 3 feet long and 2 fingers wide, with a round hole at the end of the blade, resembling a sun. The hilt was shaped like a blooming golden lotus, elegant yet luxurious. Chen Mobai stretched out his right hand and took the sword out of the box. As the innate pure Yang energy flowed in, the Yuan Yang sword, which had been dormant, trembled slightly. A warm and gentle power returned to the sword. Chen Mobai's heart stirred, and he silently recited the Yuan Yang sword technique, refining it with his true energy. In an instant, he and the Yuan Yang sword achieved a state of perfect harmony. The round hole at the end of the sword blade burst forth with brilliant light like the sun, and the temperature of the entire jade flat small world began to soar. If Chen Mobai hadn't drawn talismans in the air and set up an array, the ecological environment of the small world would probably have been altered. A fine sword. Chen Mobai couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This Yuan Yang sword was perfectly compatible with his pure Yang scroll. It didn't even need the covenant or the lure of spirit stones. It simply released everything on its own, allowing him to refine it. After the initial refining, a golden light shone on the sword, transforming into a plump white sword spirit with red hair, who bowed to Chen Mobai and said, "Greetings, young master. You're too kind. You're my senior, there's no need for such formalities." Chen Mobai never expected that the Yuanyang sword spirit would be so polite. It seemed that the pile of spirit stones he had prepared would be useless. Although the young master is a pure Yang body acquired later in life, his foundation is almost as deep as that of the master. The plump, white Yuanyang sword spirit bowed, respectfully, to Chen Mobai. After the passing of the Yuanyang ancestor, it had been managed by successive nascent soul cultivators of the Chunyang Academy and knew the foundation of each person. No one has ever been able to compare with Chen Mobai. Perhaps when I was cultivating the pure Yang body, I worked very hard and never rushed to break through realms just to get ahead. After hearing what the Yuan Yang sword spirit said, Chen Mobai also spoke up to explain. The biggest difference between the revised Pure Yang scroll by ancestor Yuan Yang and the ancient version is that it includes cultivation methods for the Pure Yang body, which directly removes the originally high threshold, allowing anyone in the immortal sect to cultivate, as long as you are willing to work hard. Chen Mobai is the epitome of hard work. Because of his lack of spiritual root talent, he cultivated every level of the Pure Yang body to its limit. With the opportunity of hearing the Tao and establishing his foundation, he finally managed to achieve 100 points of immortal fire spiritual root. Although the massive amount of spirit stones from the heavenly river realm played an indelible role in this, Chen Mobai believed that his own subjective efforts were the dominant factor. In the revised Pure Yang scroll by the Master, the Pure Yang body ranges from 1 Yang to 9 Yang. In addition to increasing the fire spirit root, the most important thing is to cultivate and strengthen the true Yang that everyone has. A person born with abundant and perfect true Yang energy is a naturally pure Yang body, like you, sir. Those who were later admitted to the Pure Yang Academy were mostly people with strong innate fire spiritual roots, or heavenly fire spiritual roots, to ensure they had enough time to cultivate and break through their cultivation realms. They only needed to cultivate the Pure Yang body to the first few levels to reach 100 points of immortal fire spiritual root. However, this caused many people to slack off and give up on further Pure Yang body cultivation, resulting in them seemingly having a solid foundation but actually lowering their potential. The spirit of the Yuan Yang sword continued speaking, following Chen Mobai's words. In fact, this part was also recorded by the immortal sects. Before the Yuan Yang ancestor passed away, he emphasized this point. However, throughout the thousands of years of the entire immortal sect's history, no more than 10 people have been able to form a nascent soul using the Pure Yang new scroll. Because of the reputation of the Pure Yang body being a waste of time, those in the immortal sects who choose to cultivate this nascent soul technique are those with very high initial fire spiritual roots. They can take advantage of the fact that the first few levels of the Pure Yang body are relatively easy to cultivate their own fire spiritual roots to the maximum of 100 points as quickly as possible. After that, they no longer need to consider the issue of fire spiritual roots when cultivating the Pure Yang body. Most of them will break through to the next realm as quickly as possible, achieving the 9 Yang unity and the acquired Pure Yang body realm. However, in this case, the accumulation of true Yang in the body will not be as intense and pure as that of a naturally pure Yang body. Chen Mobai did not do that. He filled his spirit stones with spirit stones from the first Yang to the 9th Yang. It is precisely because of this that his pure Yang body foundation is almost on par with that of the primordial Yang ancestor. Once you reach the nascent soul stage, you can try to comprehend the pure Yang Tao using innate pure Yang energy to support it. At that time, you will truly transform into an innate pure Yang body. The spirit of the Yuan Yang sword was like an old grandfather, telling Chen Mobai in great detail about the Pure Yang scroll's cultivation to the nascent soul stage, as well as various precautions after nascent soul. These contents are all the experiences and details of ancestor Yuan Yang's cultivation over 1,000 years. Some of them were even forgotten by ancestor Yuan Yang himself, but the Yuan Yang sword spirit who followed him remembered them all. These contents are not as profound as the Taoist intent left on the Pure Yang pearl, but they are more useful to Chen Mobai now. After all, the great Tao was far too obscure for someone who hadn't even reached the nascent soul stage. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. I have benefited greatly from it. Chen Mobai's exchange with the Yuan Yang sword spirit provided answers to almost all the questions regarding the Pure Yang scroll's nascent soul stage, and even gave him a sense of enlightenment. No, as a sword spirit, I have an obligation to guide each master in their cultivation. This is the first time I have seen a rough gem like you, young master, with a perfect foundation and almost no problems. I couldn't help but say a few unimportant details. Although the Yuan Yang sword spirit looks like a fair-skinned little fellow, it is actually quite mature. Compared to the naive purple lightning sword, which only wanted spirit stones, This Yuan Yang sword spirit was practically an old man. Chen Mobai originally wanted to practice the Yuan Yang sword technique to see what kind of destructive power he could display after having this top-tier flying sword from the immortal sect that perfectly matched his attributes. But there wasn't enough time. Master Chengshuan called from outside to inform us that all the nascent soul cultivators of the Wuki lineage had arrived at Chicheng Mountain. Compared to the divine song, the Yuan Yang sword should be placed later. After putting away his sword, Chen Mobai immediately left the pass. Above Mount Chicheng, the flying artifact of the Wuki Dao Academy had been activated. Chen Mobai spoke briefly with Jiang Xuanju, Yu Yi, and Yan Qiangji, preparing to use the void shift to return to Wangwu Cave Heaven and make arrangements for their entry into the Five Peaks Immortal Mountain. Then I'll have to trouble you, Principal. Chen Mobai spoke to the leader, Master Chengshuan, who nodded, gave him a wink, and then personally piloted the flying magic weapon, leading the group of nascent soul cultivators away from the top of Chicheng Mountain. After watching them disappear into the horizon, Chen Mobai went to the back mountain. Before leaving, I definitely need to say goodbye to Kaingsing, the leader. However, to Chen Mobai's surprise, Kaingsing did not play games today. He sat on the recliner by the door, gazing intently in the direction of Wangwu Cave. Greetings, ancestor. After Chen Mobai flew down, he saw that Kaingsing had not reacted and couldn't help but speak. Chunyang, the ominous signs above my head are becoming more and more obvious. Kaingsing said something completely nonsensical. Chen Mobai glanced at the slightly pale face and nodded secretly. If I keep playing games like this every day, I'll probably die of a sudden illness one day. Take this. Just as Chen Mobai was hesitating about how to persuade his ancestor, who was addicted to the internet, Kaingsing suddenly took off a gold bead hanging around his neck and handed it to him. Yes, ancestor, what is this? Chen Mobai reached out and took the item, then curiously weighed it in his right hand. He found that even with his weapon-refining skills, he couldn't detect anything, so he asked directly. A sixth-order heavenly calculation bead. As soon as Kaingsing finished speaking, Chen Mobai's right hand trembled violently, as if the golden bead had become hot, and he almost lost his grip. Ancestor, this. Chen Mobai's tone was somewhat hesitant, not understanding what Kaingsing meant, yet he had given him all his most treasured possessions. My death is drawing ever closer. I don't know if I can survive this ordeal. If I die, the future of the immortal sect will be entrusted to you. Kaingsing said solemnly. Although Chen Mobai doesn't know how he saw through his tribulation, there's no reason to refuse a sixth-order heavenly calculation bead that's been delivered to his hands. Rest assured, ancestor, the immortal sect is in my hands. Chen Mobai said with a determined look in his eyes, and gripped the golden bead tightly in his palm. Next, Kaingsing taught Chen Mobai the incantation for refining the sixth-order heavenly calculation bead, and then waved to the latter. Ancestor, what can I do to help you with your tribulation? Although Chen Mobai did not believe in these supernatural things, he still hoped that Kaingsing would not be in any trouble, so he wanted to do his part. The reason why a calamity is because it can only be overcome by oneself. If you help, you may become an ally of the calamity, cutting off my last chance of survival. Kaingsing said something that meant Chen Mobai shouldn't do anything. This tribulation is both his tribulation and his opportunity. If they can overcome this obstacle, then they will see the light on their path to void refinement. If I really die, it can be considered that I died on the path of seeking enlightenment, and I will die without regret. Upon hearing Kaingsing's words, Chen Mobai solemnly bowed and bid farewell. With Yu Heng and you in the immortal sect, I can face this tribulation with peace of mind. I hope that this divine song will allow me to witness your transformation into a god. Kaingsing concluded by expressing her hopes and wishes for Chen Mobai, which could also be considered a blessing. Yes, ancestor. Chen Mobai could only give a firm reply. Go ahead. As soon as Kaingsing finished speaking, she lay down, picked up her phone from the side and continued her gaming life. In a flash of silver light, Chen Mobai had already used the void shift technique to arrive at Wangxian Peak. He first called Yu Huiping over, because only nascent soul cultivators could be present at the 3 immortal peaks during the performance of the divine song, so he needed to make arrangements for her. Then I'll go to Yumu City and take a look. I still have 20 or 30 years of life left. Zio Hai is there too, so I might as well return to my roots. After hearing this, Yu Huoping immediately proposed leaving Wangxian Peak. As Bai Guang's disciple, she had already reached the peak of core formation long ago, and even exchanged nascent soul elixir twice out of respect for Bai Guang. However, all his attempts failed, and after that, he simply retired to Wangxian Peak. Her retirement life was disrupted when Bai Guang was reincarnated and Zio Hai came to the mountain. After Bai Guang left, Yu Huiping was also thinking about leaving this place, returning to her hometown and burying her body and soul. However, Wangxian Peak was nominally for Zio Hai. Chen Mobai didn't come often, and Zio Hai was also assigned to Yumu City for training. So Yu Huiping, who didn't want the place to be empty and unattended, stayed and has remained there ever since. Chen Mobai called Zhuang Jialan and asked her to help send Yu Huiping to Yumu City. He also told Zio Hai about it. "Dad, don't worry, I'll take good care of Grandma when she comes." Chen Ziohe was very happy to hear that Yu Huiping was coming. She was raised by Yu Huiping when she was a child, who was like her grandmother. Now it's time for her to take care of the elderly. After arranging this matter, Chen Mobai was visited by Wenren Zuwei and the 3 Absolutes Master. Although Wenren Zuwei is just as lazy as Chen Mobai, she is, after all, the highest leader in charge of the Zhengfa Hall, so the matter of the divine song cannot be kept from her. However, compared to the other 3 lineages, the Jumeng lineage was indeed weaker, so after hearing that Chen Mobai had returned from seclusion, they immediately came to discuss the matter. The main reason is to have the blessing of 6th-level spiritual energy while listening to the divine melody. After all, the 3 Absolutes Venerable and the Peach Blossom Venerable are both at the 9th level of the nascent soul realm. If they are lucky enough to comprehend the divine transformation realm, their chances of breaking through will definitely be higher in a 6th-order spiritual energy environment. As allies, our 2 factions have always helped each other, so this little thing is certainly no problem for us. Chen Mobai was waiting for them to come to his door, and after hearing their story, he nodded very readily. "Thank you." Wenren Zuwei and the Venerable Sanju expressed their sincere gratitude. Although Wuki and Jumeng have been allies for thousands of years, it is because they stick together for mutual support that they have been able to fight against the Kunpeng patching the sky lineage. Even with Chen Mobai having a high chance of becoming a god, his ability to remain true to his original aspirations and stay consistent demonstrates his character. After all, on the immortal sect side, because of the Changchun ancestor, the other 3 sects were initially suppressing the Jumeng sect. It is precisely for this reason that even the profound foundation of Master Peach Blossom's true form has been suppressed, preventing him from advancing further. Later, the dance weapon declined and was no longer worthy of being compared with Kunpeng mending the sky, so it joined forces with Jumeng. Therefore, Kunpeng and Bushan were very wary of the possibility that Jumeng might become a new deity, and Lan Haitian had also given some hints about it. Although Chen Mobai understood, he still acted according to his own heart. At least during his tenure, his relationship with Jumeng was better. Moreover, even if Wenren Zuwei becomes a deity in the future and wants to use the resources of the entire Earth star to nourish the great Chun tree to condense a 6th-order true fruit, Chen Mobai is confident that he can suppress her. After finishing their business, Chen Mobai asked about Jumeng's other 2 nascent soul cultivators. Peach Blossom is currently teaching Cuyer some secret techniques, as well as many supernatural abilities that only those with the bloodline of the longevity immortal can use. She may arrive a little later. Master Sanju did not hide anything and answered, "I see, I'm really looking forward to it." Each of the 4 major academies of the immortal sect has its most treasured secrets. For example, the Dan Ding Yu Shu of the Wu Qi Academy and the Da Chun and the longevity immortal bloodline of Jumeng. This is a lineage that can lead directly to the void refinement stage, and even offers the hope of achieving Tao integration. However, without the help of resources, it is virtually impossible to accumulate perfection through one's own arduous cultivation. Chen Mobai hoped that when he took charge of the immortal sect in the future, he could broaden his thinking and solve this problem in another way. For example, he could capture a planet, transplant the great tune tree there, and let it drain the planet's essence to condense a sixth-order true fruit. He was quite curious about the sixth-tier fruit that the giant ailanthus tree had produced. I wonder what it tastes like. After seeing off Jumeng's people, Chen Mobai welcomed the nascent soul representatives from the other two lineages. After meeting with a steady stream of nascent soul cultivators, Venerable Chengxuan arrived with his Wuki lineage. Among them, the one who has attracted the most attention is naturally Yan Qiangji, who has just successfully achieved the nascent soul stage. Chen Mobai did not restrict her. In fact, he encouraged her to visit the Kunpeng lineage more often and get involved. After all, he has always valued harmony in his actions. Yunhai was also very happy that Yan Qiangji had given birth to a baby, and took her to pay her respects to Qi Yuheng and Shuixian, who had already arrived on the shore. When Chen Mobai learned that Narcissus was in Wanggu Cave, he personally went to return the seashell to her. Narcissus still lived on the island in the lake that originally belonged to her. When Chen Mobai landed on the island, he sensed 5 streams of energy equivalent to nascent soul cultivators beneath the surface of the lake. These are clearly the kings and queens of the sea. Besides, next to the daffodils, a young boy and girl were helping to pour wine. Although they were in human form, Chen Mobai's voice echoed through the valley, revealing a vast and boundless energy within them, as powerful as the ocean. A pretty good little guy. It's just a pity that there's no ice-type nascent soul path in the immortal sect. As Narcissus took the seashell, she said that she had obviously met Yan Qiangji before. If our predecessors left no path, we will forge our own. Chen Mobai, however, spoke with an air of nonchalance. As soon as he finished speaking, the young men and women beside the Narcissus were startled and couldn't help but look up at him. At that glance, Chen Mobai's otherworldly and ethereal demeanor was deeply imprinted in their hearts. Is this the future third saint of the immortal sect? After glancing at it, they couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Seeing is believing. I had long heard that the Dance Weapon Academy had produced a peerless genius with the greatest talent in history, and I thought it was an exaggeration. But after meeting him today, I can see that he is indeed exceptionally talented. After meeting Shui Xian, Chen Mobai led the nascent soul cultivators of the Dance Weapon lineage to Wangxian Peak. Soon after, Peach Blossom Master and Pei Qingshuang also arrived at Wanggu Grotto Heaven, and the 4 nascent soul cultivators from Jumeng Academy were also brought there. Greetings, Venerable Chen Yang. Pei Qingshuang, who had just formed her nascent soul, greeted Chen Mobai with great solemnity. After breaking through her cultivation level again, Pei Qingshuang's appearance became even more stunning. With pearly white teeth and red lips, she was as beautiful as peach blossoms and plums, already possessing 8 or 9/10 of the beauty of Peach Blossom Master, but also having her own heroic spirit. Coupled with her even taller figure, she was extremely beautiful. I hope to see Senior Pei again on the path to becoming a nascent soul in the future. Chen Mobai was putting his newfound knowledge to use, which greatly pleased the 4 nascent soul cultivators of Jumeng present. Thank you for your blessing, Venerable Master. There is one more thing. After I form my nascent soul, I need to take a Taoist name. I hope you can help me bestow a name upon me. After Pei Qingshuang bowed, she said something that made Chen Mobai's expression slightly surprised. According to the ancient rituals of the Taoist temples on the Purple Cloud Star River, when a cultivator forms a nascent soul, they ask someone to give them a Taoist name, which is equivalent to becoming a member of that person's lineage. In other words, if Chen Mobai were to give Pei Qingshuang a Taoist name, then Pei Qingshuang would be considered part of his Wuki lineage. After thinking about it, Chen Mobai realized that this might be the lineage of Jumeng, who wanted to cooperate more closely with their lineage of weapon-wielding. The other three nascent soul cultivators, including the three absolutes master, did not say anything about it, which clearly indicated that they had already discussed it before they came. Master Peach Blossom's eyes flickered, but under these circumstances, he did not step forward. This is a very important matter. Please allow me to think it over carefully. After exchanging a few words with Master Chengxuan, Chen Mobai still did not immediately agree to the matter. After all, if he really gave Pei Qingshuang a Taoist name, she would certainly become a member of the Wuqi lineage. But if her cultivation continued to improve and her longevity immortal bloodline came into play, and she wanted to advance to the void refinement stage, then he, as her elder, would definitely have to protect her. Although Chen Mobai had considered using war to capture other planets and support the Great Chun Tree, he was not yet a nascent soul cultivator. Therefore, he was quite cautious about this matter. Upon hearing his words, a complex expression flashed across Pei Qingshuang's face, suggesting that she wasn't entirely willing to let Chen Mobai take a Taoist name. After the four nascent soul cultivators of the Jumeng lineage arrived at Wangxian Peak, the nascent soul cultivators of the Kunpeng and Bushan lineages also checked into the Yingxian Hotel in the valley. On the peaks of both their lineages, there are nascent soul ancestors. To avoid disturbing the ancestors' peace, one can only ascend them when the divine awakening melody is played. The rest of the time, we stayed in a hotel at the foot of the mountain. This is also a rare occasion for nascent soul cultivator in the immortal sects to gather together. It should be noted that even during the last war, the formation was never this orderly. The nascent soul cultivators on Wangxian Peak also went to the valley to communicate with their long-lost comrades before the divine song began, according to their respective social interactions. Chen Mobai went to the two neighboring peaks to visit Kaingsing and Qi Yuheng. Qi Yuheng successfully met Chen Mobai, and he had high expectations for him, hoping that he could take advantage of this opportunity to become a god. Chen Mobai could only appear firm on the surface, while inwardly offering a bitter smile. On Juxian Peak, Yungsu, a direct disciple of Kaingsing, was guarding the area. Chen Chun's cultivation was insufficient, and he had already left before Yu Huoping descended the mountain. The teacher is still in seclusion, and he probably won't come out of seclusion for this performance of the divine music. Let's just pretend he doesn't exist. Yuan Su seemed to know something about Kaingsing's situation and briefly explained it, which made Chen Mobai's mood even more solemn. After all, he had met with Kaingsing from the back mountain of Chicheng before he came, and knew that his tribulation was getting closer and closer. I hope that when the ancestor emerges from seclusion, he will have advanced beyond the nascent soul stage and achieved mastery of the void refinement stage. After speaking with Yuan Su, Chen Mobai bowed towards the place where Kaian Xing was in seclusion, then took his leave. Most of the people are here, except for Ying Guanghua. That evening, Master Chengxuan returned from his social engagements at the Yingxian Hotel and told Chen Mobai the news with some surprise. We rushed over immediately after we heard that the amazing divine song could be played, and he was surprisingly calm. Master Sanju returned with Master Chengxuan, both of them reeking of alcohol. The latter continued speaking. After all, he was the former leader of the immortal sect, the one who kicked me out of the Hall of Righteous Law. Master Chengxuan said with a hint of emotion that he had competed with Ying Guanghua for the position of master of the Zhengfa Hall, but was easily defeated by the latter and eliminated by a large margin. Although Master Chengxuan has always said that he is very open-minded, it is clear from today's observation that he is also somewhat unconvinced. He believed that the main reason was that the Wuqi lineage was too weak at that time, rather than that he was inferior to Ying Guanghua. The shocking song still has 3 months of testing to go. Once Counselor Zhao Yuping gets used to it, I think Ying Guanghua will arrive before then. Chen Mobai told me the news he had just received from Lan Haitian. The performance time of the surprising divine melody was set by Qi Yuheng and Shui Xian. There are still 3 months left. I can't wait. Upon hearing this, Venerable Chengxuan and Venerable Sanju felt as if each day was an eternity. Lingbo City, one of the 72 blessed lands of the immortal sect. It is also the hometown of Ying Guanghua, the former master of the Immortal Affairs Hall. After retiring, he did not go to the western mysterious cave heaven, where the Heaven Mending Academy was located, but instead came here to live in seclusion and explore the realm of the nascent soul. Ying Guanghua knew about the news of the divine song even earlier than Gong Ajixu, the then master of the Immortal Affairs Hall. He originally wanted to set off immediately, but he received a message from Juxian Peak. Kaixing told him to wait there, as he had other important matters to discuss. End of this chapter. Chapter 1044 The Divine Song. Chapter 1044 The Divine Song. On this day, Ying Guanghua met a very important person. What are your instructions, ancestor? Looking at Chen Chun in front of him, Ying Guanghua asked calmly. As the last disciple accepted by Kaixing, she was the one who relayed any news from Juxian Peak, and this time was no exception. This is the divine essence of the Earth Dragon God. Your teacher hopes that you can use the divine song to transform into a god and become the pillar of the sky-mending lineage after him. Chen Chun solemnly picked up the silver safe he was carrying and handed it to Ying Guanghua, who was beaming with delight. This student is very grateful to the ancestor for bestowing upon me the opportunity to become a nascent soul. After hearing this, Ying Guanghua suppressed the urge to accept it. He first turned around and performed the ancient ritual of the heaven-mending lineage in the direction of the 5 Peaks Immortal Mountain, before standing up and extending both hands to take the silver safe. A divine essence contains immense power and a portion of the Great Tao's rules, so it cannot be contained within a realm. It requires this special material to seal it. The teacher affixed a talisman above, and the method to unlock it is as follows. Chen Chun began to speak, but in the end, her lips moved slightly and no sound came out. Ying Guanghua thought she was transmitting her voice and he hadn't heard it, so he frowned slightly. Just as he was about to ask, the safe in his hand suddenly opened, and a dark yellow claw suddenly stretched out. Under the threat of life and death, Ying Guanghua's true energy, cultivated through hundreds of years of hard work, erupted in response, transforming into a fifth-order defensive spell, the Radiant Spirit Shield. His natal magic weapon also emitted spiritual light behind his head, and a golden bell enveloped his entire body from above. Even if Chen Mobai were to use the purple lightning sword, he would be able to block it. However, faced with the unassuming yet sharp claws hidden in the safe, all his defenses were as fragile as a piece of paper. With a soft poof, the sharp claws had pierced through the radiant spirit shield he had painstakingly cultivated for hundreds of years and entered his dantian. With a twist, they had crippled his physical body. Clang! At that moment, Ying Guanghua's natal magic weapon had just landed when the edge of the bell struck the dark yellow claw, producing a piercing metallic clang and bouncing back. Upon witnessing this scene, Ying Guanghua coughed up blood in disbelief, and his body began to retreat rapidly. However, the dark yellow claws had already gripped his spine, and this retreat caused his entire body to begin to separate from his bones and flesh. Left with no other choice, Ying Guanghua had to abandon his physical body. His nascent soul left his body, and he used his natal magic weapon, which shimmered with silver light, to escape by using the ability to walk through the void. Junior, it's been years. You're still stuck in the same place, you haven't made any progress at all. The voice that made Ying Guanghua's eyes widen rang in his ears, and then he felt as if the void around him had turned into a quagmire, causing his void walking to get stuck in it. Another dark yellow claw emerged from the top of Ying Guanghua's nascent soul. The golden bell artifact emitted a burst of spiritual light, protecting the nascent soul within. But the instant the golden bell made contact with the sharp claws, Ying Guanghua sensed his magical artifact groaning. A wisp of dark yellow demonic energy rippled out, and this fourth-grade high-quality magic weapon suddenly lost its spiritual light, falling as if it had turned into ordinary iron. Ying Guanghua wanted to encourage his nascent soul to unleash his final desperate move, but a powerful divine sense, far surpassing his realm, surged forth. causing him to lose control of even his own true energy, and his nascent soul flickered between light and darkness. The dark yellow claws fell, easily shattering all the earthy yellow true energy and seizing Ying Guanghua's nascent soul. You have reached the nascent soul stage. Ying Guanghua, whose nascent soul was restrained, looked at Chen Chun in front of him with disbelief and asked, I have to thank you for this. If you hadn't reported me to the ancestor and made me lose his trust, I wouldn't have made up my mind to betray the immortal sect and take another path. As Chen Chun spoke, his entire body shimmered with dark yellow demonic energy, and then he transformed into Lin Dayaming's appearance. He and Yan Xinji had collaborated on a project to cultivate immortal buds, but Ying Guanghua, the then master of the Zhengfa Hall, found traces of their collaboration and reported it directly to Kaixing. After that, Lin Dayaming lost Kaixing's trust, and the power of the Patching Heaven lineage was gradually handed over to Ying Guanghua. In the end, he was not even given a chance to become a nascent soul cultivator, forcing him to defect. Impossible. There shouldn't be any resources or spiritual energy for nascent soul cultivators outside of Earth Origin Star. Ying Guanghua still couldn't understand why Lin Dayaming, who had left the immortal sect, was able to successfully transform into a god. He didn't believe the Ascension sect had such resources, and even if they did, they certainly wouldn't give them to Lin Dayaming, who had joined halfway through. You frog in a well, you don't understand the mysteries of the 3,000 great Taos at all. Everything in the world is evolved from spiritual energy. As long as your realm is high enough, you can refine all things into spirits, and your cultivation resources will be endless. As Lin Dayaming spoke, he walked to the silver safe and closed it. In an instant, the dark yellow claws that had gripped Ying Guanghua's body and nascent soul also disappeared. Freed from his confinement, Ying Guanghua's nascent soul shone brightly as he attempted to teleport away again. However, he was struck by Lin Dayaming's divine sense, which was at the nascent soul stage. His vision went black, and he nearly suffered the disintegration of his nascent soul and died on the spot. Junior brother, I originally wanted to kill you, but I suddenly thought that keeping you alive and letting you watch Kaixing die, the Patching Heaven lineage be destroyed, or even the entire immortal sect turn into cosmic dust, would be a form of revenge that would cause you even more heartache. Lin Dayaming spoke with a sinister expression, then flicked his finger, and a dark yellow talisman condensed and landed in Ying Guanghua's nascent soul. You've fallen to demonic possession. As the dark yellow talisman entered his nascent soul, Ying Guanghua sensed that his life and death were no longer in his own hands. Looking at Lin Dayaming, who had completely changed, he spoke with a look of disappointment. Junior brother, this is why you can only stay in the same place. Without stepping out of the rules of the immortal sect, you will never be able to break free from the shackles. What is righteous and what is evil? For us who are trapped in a corner of the universe, the righteous path is to cultivate and break through to higher realms and longer lifespans. After I devour the Earth Star, Pluto Star, and Three-Eyed Star, I will be able to fully cultivate the realm of the formless heavenly demon. At that time, I can go anywhere in the vast universe. Don't worry, as long as I live, I will spare your life, because my achievements need someone to appreciate them, and you are a good audience. As Lin Dayaming spoke, he waved his sleeve and absorbed Ying Guanghua's nascent soul into it. Then he opened his mouth, and suddenly his mouth turned into a huge hole, swallowing Ying Guanghua's body, which was almost unrecognizable as human, whole. A dark yellow magical light flowed across Lin Dayaming's entire body, and gradually he transformed into Ying Guanghua's appearance. Even their aura, eyes, and posture are exactly the same. This is the formless heavenly demon. There is no self, no person, and no sentient being. Lin Dayaming reached out and grasped the golden bell that had fallen to the ground not far away. Its spiritual light completely dissipated. Soon, Ying Guanghua's natal magic weapon obediently fell into his palm, and he then refined it and incorporated it into his body. Then, Lin Dayaming picked up Ying Guanghua's phone and booked a flight to Wangwu Cave in his name. He even sent Yuan Su a text message, "I'll be there this afternoon." Beyond the celestial canopy and earthly network, Lin Dayaming, who had manifested the form of a true locust, opened his eyes. Venerable One, how is it? Beside him, the ascending sect master, the dragon tiger ancestor, and the divine imperial pavilion master all bowed respectfully to Lin Dayaming. Easy, I will kill Kaingsing soon. You can take this opportunity to do what you want. Lin Dayaming cultivates the formless heavenly demon, which follows the path of immortality and indestructibility of the physical body of gods and demons. The power contained in this form is too special to be concealed from the heavenly curtain and earthly network. So he used his primordial spirit to leave his body, carrying the specially made safe, and entered the earthly element star. That was a hole he set up for the heavenly curtain and earthly network array. His true form can launch attacks from outside the celestial network through this void. After Lin Dayaming finished speaking, he closed his eyes again, preparing to gather the power to kill Kaingsing. The three members of the Ascension sect went to the side and began to secretly discuss their plans. I'm going to steal the Queen Mother's corpse. What about you? The master of Shenyu Pavilion spoke first. Looking at the ascended sect master and the dragon tiger ancestor before him, he felt as if he had been rejected. Because the bodies that the two are currently possessing both contain a complete essence of embryonic transformation. It was the very immortal sprout that Yan Xinji had worked on when he was in the immortal sect. With Lin Dayaming's guidance, the two refined the essence of fetal transformation and were only missing the most crucial element, spiritual energy, to take the step of becoming a nascent soul cultivator. Although it's uncertain whether one will succeed after taking that step, Shen Yuxian Master simply cannot even manage to take that step. Fortunately, after acquiring the essence of fetal transformation, the Ascension Sect Master and the Dragon Tiger Ancestor no longer competed with him for the opportunity to possess the Mother Empress. The gold-eating fire ants that the divine Imperial Pavilion Master had taken from the Dragon God Star had been cultivated to the 4th rank after 60 years of frantic devouring. If he could also consume the Mother Empress's corpse, he might advance to the next rank more easily than the two people in front of him. After all, compared to the Xuanmen Yuanshan Dao Dao, the Dao of immortality of gods and demons has a lower threshold. The divine seed I planted in this body was activated in advance, and it instinctively separated into a small divine seed in a person's danshan. Unexpectedly, it brought a pleasant surprise, and now it's time to reap the rewards. The ascended cult leader was shrouded in darkness, with only a pair of bright, eerie eyes visible. His words revealed an indescribable joy. Is it that person? Upon hearing this, the Dragon Tiger Ancestor was moved and couldn't help but ask a question. The master of Shenyu Pavilion seemed to realize something and looked on with envy. It should be noted that the devouring god technique is the supreme inheritance of their lineage. Unfortunately, under the coercion of the immortal sect, in order to survive, these ancient lineages had no choice but to exchange their inheritances. The cultivation of the devouring god technique depends heavily on luck. Because the number of divine seeds that can be planted is not unlimited, the more seeds planted, the weaker one's own soul becomes. Only at the moment of retrieving the divine seed will one not only replenish oneself, but even experience a surge in divine consciousness and spiritual power. The master of Shenyu Pavilion has cultivated for nearly 1,000 years and planted hundreds of divine seeds, but nearly 2 or 3/10 of them could not be retrieved due to various accidents. As for the divine seeds that could be retrieved, many of them were merely a mouthful of food for him, better than nothing. Less than 10% of the food could make him feel that it was delicious and cause his spiritual sense to increase dramatically. If the divine seed of the ascended master is indeed that one, coupled with the essence of fetal transformation, achieving the nascent soul stage is almost a certainty. Back then, 3 immortal sprouts fused with the essence of fetal transformation, but the most important one was hidden away. Now that the sect leader has mastered the devouring god technique, I hope he can help me find out where she was hidden in that person's memories. The Dragon Tiger Ancestor tentatively asked a question, But the ascended master did not answer. He simply turned into darkness and merged into nothingness. Shenyuxuan Master, it's not easy for our true forms to enter. You must have planted many hidden agents within the immortal sect. Help me out and get my hands on the Empress's corpse. After listening, the dragon tiger ancestor nodded. Unlike Lin Dayaming, who possessed the abilities of the formless heavenly demon and was also the master of the immortal sect, familiar with everything about the celestial canopy and the Earth's network. Since they dared not enter in their true forms, they caused trouble in the immortal sects by using their own divine seeds, puppets, or cultists who had joined them. I will have my men cooperate with you, but there is one more thing I need to verify myself. What's up? Faced with the question from the master of Shenyu Pavilion, the dragon tiger ancestor shook his head and did not reveal anything. Chen Mobai was naturally unaware that while all the nascent soul cultivators from the immortal sects were gathered at the Five Peaks Immortal Mountain, the Ascension sect was about to cause trouble. However, the immortal sect has a complete set of plans and has considered this situation. During this period, the law enforcement department began to operate at high intensity. The Heaven Mending Group, which was specifically targeting the Ascension sect, was also mobilized under Lin Yin's leadership to monitor all those on the list who were suspected of being members of the Ascension sect. Ying Guangqiu has arrived. That day, Master Chengxuan returned from drinking at the foot of the mountain and brought Chen Mobai some news. Chen Mobai didn't care about this. After all, his relationship with Ying Guangqiu was just so-so. Time passed day by day. The performance of the divine song was also completed under Yi Yun's guidance. During the final rehearsals, Chen Mobai also met Zhao Yuping, the female cultivator who had refined the sea soul agate into a nascent soul. She was an elderly woman with white hair and a peaceful appearance. In her youth, she was said to be an exceptionally beautiful woman. To use an analogy, she's like a more gifted version of Meng Huinger. However, this talent only allowed her to reach the peak of core formation. But it was precisely because of this that she was able to endure until the last period of her life and obtain this opportunity. Above the Yingxian Hotel, in a valley surrounded by the Five Peaks Immortal Mountain, Zhao Yuping led 67 cultivators of the mysterious sound and wonderful method from the literature and art department in singing and dancing. Among them, there were 5 core formation cultivators, 1 nascent soul cultivator, and the rest were all foundation establishment cultivators. And Guangle, who had previously failed to achieve nascent soul formation, was among them. As the youngest core formation cultivators in the literature and art department, Meng Huinger and Jiang Yuyuan naturally attracted a lot of attention. After all, this performance of the divine melody, although it will deplete the essence of these people, will also allow them to unite with the Tao. After all, compared to the listeners, these performers are more directly carrying the celestial music of the great Tao and performing it in the world. Perhaps this opportunity will allow us to lay the foundation for something even better. That is why Yi Yun did her best. After all, it concerned her husband's future. During the rehearsals, compared to the younger generation like Meng Huinger, the older generation's singing contained richer emotions, like aged wine, mellow and profound, with each note carrying the sedimentation of time. The rehearsal did not involve using true qi and spiritual power to activate the divine song, so Chen Mobai and the other audience members simply thought the singing was very beautiful, worthy of being an artist carefully selected from among the 300 million cultivators of the immortal sect. During the rehearsal, Chen Mobai noticed that although Meng Huinger's movements and singing were flawless, her eyes kept glancing at his seat, which made him frown. The divine song is an extremely important event. It might be her only chance to form her nascent soul. She must devote herself wholeheartedly to it and seize it. If it were anyone else, Chen Mobai would definitely not bother with it, but Meng Huinger is his woman. After the rehearsal ended, he waited until the very end to send a telepathic message to Meng Huinger. Evening at Yingxian Hotel. The matter of the divine song is of great importance, so only people from the arts and literature department stay in this top-of-the-line hotel. Meng Huinger, as a core formation cultivator, is also fortunate to be able to stay in a suite that was originally only available to nascent soul cultivators. At exactly 8 p.m., Chen Mobai teleported here. Meng Huinger was still wearing the gorgeous costume she had worn during the daytime rehearsal. Her long, jet-black hair was meticulously styled into a classic updo, adorned with pearls and silver ornaments. A delicate floral decoration adorned her forehead, and a vermilion dot marked her brow, making her appear both dignified and alluring. She hadn't removed her delicate makeup, and when she saw Chen Mobai come in, her eyes were like autumn water, her eyebrows like distant mountains, and she looked expectant. But Chen Mobai came here this time to educate her about her unprofessional behavior during the day. So when he saw Meng Huinger, his face hardened and he began to lecture her. Soon, a series of stern criticisms echoed through the room. The noise didn't stop until late at night. If it weren't for the fact that every room at Yingxian Hotel had top-notch soundproofing, and that before Chen Mobai's criticism, they had also considered that the noise might be a bit loud and had applied a similar barrier to prevent the transmission of vibrations, probably everyone in the hotel would have noticed the commotion. I'm sorry I was wrong. After the criticism, Meng Huinger realized how important this opportunity was to her and made the most profound self-criticism to Chen Mobai. To err is human, to forgive divine. Sai, you must understand I'm doing this for your own good. Although I could arrange for you to follow Xiao Yuping's path of the Usra Dharma form that would cut off your future, I still hope you can succeed in forming your nascent soul on your own. That way, if I advance beyond the nascent soul stage in the future, I can find a way to provide you with more resources. Chen Mobai's words came from the bottom of his heart. Regardless, Meng Huinger was his first woman. Over the years, his obedient and sensible nature has allowed him to enjoy the most relaxed and pleasant pleasures after many long and tedious periods of spiritual practice. If he could help, Chen Mobai would definitely try his best to guide her. So it was heartbreaking to see her distracted during the daytime rehearsals for the amazing song. You don't want to grow old and have white hair like Xiao, Yuping hundreds of years from now, do you? Chen Mobai pointed to the most realistic example. Even if one has reached the nascent soul stage, the former beauty can never go back to the past. I have the youth-preserving pearl you gave me, so I won't age. Meng Huinger spoke up somewhat weakly. Chen Mobai's face stiffened. He had truly forgotten about this. How dare you talk back? Enraged, Chen Mobai got up again, pinned Meng Huinger down and began to teach her a lesson. After his criticism and education, Meng Huinger finally gave it her all during the final rehearsal. This pleased Chen Mobai greatly. Time quickly came to the day when the divine song would be officially performed. Above Jixian Peak, Qi Yuheng appeared first, dressed in black with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. The person standing there exuded a powerful aura that could suppress the heavens. Beside him stood Narcissus, with white hair and eyebrow, and skin as white as jade. Barefoot, she rode a river and stood in the air. Above the river, sea kings in human form appeared, even bowing respectfully towards the directions of Juxian Peak and Wangxian Peak. On Juxian Peak, Kaingsing still did not appear. Yuan Su and Ying Guanghua stood together, with Gong A Jixu, Nangong Xuanyu, Kingping Shangren, and Meihua Shangren on their left and right. With 6 nascent soul cultivators in one lineage, the foundation of the heaven-mending lineage is clearly profound. Finally, there's Wangxian Peak, where Chen Mobai is located. He stood at the very center, riding the Tei 5 Smoke Luo, with the nascent soul cultivators of the Chengxuan and other dance weapon lineages on his left, and the Jumeng lineage of Taohua and other members on his right. After all the audience members were in place, Yi Yun, who was hosting the surprising song at the Yingxian Hotel, immediately nodded to the members of the Arts and Literature Department. Yuping, let's begin. In their youth, Yi Yun and Xiao Yuping were best friends. The fact that the latter was able to obtain the opportunity to become a nascent soul was also due to the manipulation of the Kunpeng lineage behind the scenes. However, cultivators of the mysterious sound technique will eventually have an opportunity to form a nascent soul after 2 core formation perfection stages. And Guangle, on the other hand, belonged to the patching heaven lineage. He chose the nurturing infant pill himself, wanting to gamble on his luck. But in the end, it still failed. And Guangle, however, felt that it was because Kaingsing had not given him the opportunity to perform the calculation. He originally thought that given the importance of the divine song, the nascent soul cultivators of the heaven-mending lineage would help him plead with Kaingsing for the chance to perform the calculation using the square-inch book. But little did he know that after exchanging the infant nourishing pill, he waited until the final deadline, but still couldn't receive any news from Juxian Peak. In the end, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and take the pills to try and break through to the nascent soul stage. Although he failed, and Guangle felt he still had a chance. That is the divine song. Therefore, he was very attentive during the rehearsal performance, and his singing was almost as outstanding as Xiao Yuping's. After receiving Yi Yun's instructions, Xiao Yuping looked at the cultivators who stood atop the three immortal peaks, resembling immortals and gods, suppressed his inner excitement, and took the lead in singing. Although she was old, her singing skills were already superb, and she could handle both high-pitched and passionate and low and melodious singing with ease. After her infectious heavenly voice, all the Xuan Yin Miao Fa cultivators behind her were involuntarily moved, and they all picked up their various instruments and entered their most perfect state. After the piece was played, Chen Mobai and the others all felt a profound mystery that was completely different from that during the rehearsal. The music seemed to come alive. Sadness is like autumn leaves falling in the wind, sorrowful but not tragic. Joy is like the warm spring sun, bright but not dazzling. Chen Mobai felt as if his emotions were completely captured by the music, entering worlds depicted by the music. These worlds are the Tao. At this moment, Meng Huinger, the lead dancer, also appeared. Her clear and delicate voice was like a phoenix singing, instantly touching the softest part of Chen Mobai's heart. He recalled their time together not long ago. After the reprimand and education were over, the two embraced each other in the most intimate way. In the last moments of dawn, they stopped thinking about that kind of thing and instead had a long talk like friends, talking about everything from when they met to how they got along. After being lectured by Chen Mobai, Meng Huinger understood her deepest and most genuine desire. She wanted to form an infant spirit and wanted to use the divine song to help him transform into a god. In this state of mind, Chen Mobai heard no other voices, only Meng Huinger singing. Her singing reflects her reflections on her life and her aspirations for the future. At that moment, Chen Mobai suddenly felt a connection with her, and she became the only person in his eyes. Meng Huinger, dressed in an exquisite opera costume, stood in the center of the stage, radiant and beautiful, like a fairy who had stepped out of an ancient painting. Her wide, flowing sleeves seemed to carry a gentle breeze as she walked, and her skirt swayed lightly like ripples on the water, a breathtaking sight. Chen Mobai admired her every smile and frown, recalling her captivating charm. Under these circumstances, the phoenix phantom formed from his divine consciousness within his purple mansion sea of consciousness suddenly began to sing loudly, merging with Meng Huinger in his sight. The five elements realm of music, which he had previously skipped, began to be comprehended by him little by little under these circumstances. Chen Mobai, who was on the Te5 smoke luo, suddenly sat down, his whole body shimmering with holy, colorful light. This scene shocked everyone who was still listening. You grasped it so quickly. Even Qi Yuheng and Shui Xian looked surprised. It should be noted that even the two of them had only just managed to grasp the great Tao related to themselves by using the divine song of shock. Chunyang truly deserves to be called the most talented person in the history of the immortal sects. Qi Yuheng couldn't help but exclaim in praise. Study hard and see the geniuses of the immortal sects. Don't just stay in the sea all day and not know the immensity of the world. Narcissus also addressed the sea kings around her. End of this chapter.